Welcome, everyone. Day 2 of the NFL draft is upon us. You are here for the Undroppables 2021 UnDraftathon. I am your host, the weirdo with the beardo, if you will. I've got my UnDraftathon gear on. Andrew Mackens, host of Mac of All Trades, EIC for the Undroppables. I am joined by a fellow Undroppable, Justin Mandero, my co-host for our Under the Wire Discord program. How are you doing, Justin? Oh, you're still on mute, my friend.
We're going to blame that one on the show producer who muted me and didn't tell me that.
My goodness. So
I'm just going to blame it on him.
He had to prank you for being the Cowboys fan, our producers and Eagles fan. Yeah. We got chaos right from the beginning. But how are you? How are you, my friend?
Doing good. It's Friday, right? Gearing up for the weekend, gearing up for round 2 and 3 tonight. Feeling a little bit better about the Cowboys pick today than I did yesterday. I had some strong feelings about Micah Parsons. He looks like he's going to be a solid athletic freak of a individual, and that's what I hope that he tends to be in the NFL. Though I have my reservations and wish we went with Rashawn Slater, it is what it is, but feeling a little bit better about it today, and hoping we don't screw things up in our several picks we have tonight.
Oh, that's good to hear. You're in good spirits. I am as well. I'm really excited for day 2. And we have an exciting guest on as well to kick things off and really, spend this first hour just recapping day 1, round 1, and then previewing the rest of the draft today. Well, not the rest of the draft, but the next 2 rounds. So without further ado, we have a co-founder of Ball Blast Football, the editorial coordinator, or maybe one of many, for DK Live, part of DraftKings Nation. Her name is Kate Magdziuk. Kate, please tell me I got that pronunciation right.
You did absolutely perfect. Thank you so much for having me on, guys. I'm glad I get to kick off day 2 for you. What a fun, but surprising round 1 we had. I feel like a weight is left off my shoulders today. I feel like I can enjoy today. I do not feel like I got to enjoy day 1 as much as I should have, because you get that drafting anxiety and I feel a weight off.
Yeah, I certainly had a lot of money that I essentially lit on fire day 1, which was kind of anxious. But now, we've seen all these, the high tension picks happened. Now we can really focus in on the skill positions, which we'll see way more drafted in rounds 2 and 3. So way more exciting for us. Glad to have you on for that. And you mentioned a little anxiety. I'm sure you were a little anxious about your Steelers, so let's not bury the lead. Let's get right into the Steelers pick. Najee Harris, first running back off the board, the awesome man who just ended one defender's career with that hurdle, the hurdle heard seen around the world. Please tell me your thoughts here. I think you're excited.
I'm actually really excited. Didn't think that I would be, because I've slowly talked myself into this pick as it started to become more clear that it was going to come to fruition. I feel like, my instincts and all of my knowledge has taught me you don't draft a running back in round 1. It's stupid. The Steelers have plenty of other needs, but I think that Najee Harris is just one of those. The more I watch his tape, I could watch the same games over and over again, because he just makes plays that he doesn't rely on offensive linemen. Do they help? Yes. Do we have plenty on the board in day 2 that could be valuable assets? Absolutely. I do think that Najee Harris puts you in a really good place if you're looking to find a way to transition the game away from Ben Roethlisberger. What better person to help you do that than Najee Harris?
Totally agree. Yeah, go ahead, Justin.
Yeah, no, I think it was a great move for the Steelers, right? I mean, they're known right now for passing. They've got all those wide receiver weapons out there. Obviously Ben is getting a little old in the tooth there. I think that's the right term. Probably not. I'm probably
long in the tooth.
Long in the tooth, yeah.
Long in the beard.
Yeah, there's a lot of long going on for sure. But no, I mean, I think it's a great move for them to be able to kind of slow things down a little bit and kind of control the clock, as opposed to being this fast-paced offense. So I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with Najee. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I actually watched this YouTube thing, Road to the Pros. It was all about Najee Harris from high school all the way through Alabama and now through the draft. And it was actually really fascinating to see this individual just what he did in high school to get to Alabama, and then from Alabama on now, and how he's kind of progressed throughout his entire career. I think he's going to do really big things in the NFL, and from a fantasy perspective, I hope that turns out for sure.
From a fantasy perspective, I'm actually really surprised at the general response that we've seen from just the overall fantasy football community. I think that every single year we forget that the Steelers love to use a workhorse running back. I think we forget that. They even tried to make James Conner, clearly his body could not hold up. His body told us that for 3 seasons, and they still tried to make it happen this past year. But James Conner, even behind that offensive line this season, wasn't terrible. Weeks 2 through 11, pretty darn productive, and he was a borderline RB1, borderline RB2. I think the fantasy football community would probably consensusly say that Najee Harris is better than James Conner. I think we got to be pumped about that.
I think he's certainly exciting that way. It doesn't have the wear and tear on him. And, it's a lot more exciting seeing that skill position there than, bolstering the offensive line. A lot of people are worried about that concerns. I believe they went away from Alejandro Villanueva, so people have a lot of concerns there. But, if this guy, Alabama running back, hard to go wrong there to start. But then, like you said, the tape jumps off the page for you. Do you have any worries about the surrounding cast or maybe the threat of the passing game with guys like Claypool and Johnson really take that edge off? Because I feel like there's different routes for success there for Harris, even if the line isn't perfect.
Oh, absolutely. I think that you definitely have to be worried about maybe the target share. James Conner did see plenty of targets, but maybe we're not going to count on Najee Harris as a PPR smorgasbord, but he's day one goal line back. He's an every down back. So they don't really have a reason to take him off the field. He's always going to be there. And you know what? If Ben Roethlisberger wants to keep dumping that ball off 5 yards down the field, Najee Harris is the perfect target for that. And I think maybe fits that better than a Chase Claypool would. Deontay Johnson, clearly that worked, but it works for what they want to do. If they want to get the ball out of Ben Roethlisberger's hands quickly, Najee Harris could be the guy. But if he has even a sniff of the nose that James Conner did for the end zone, I genuinely think he could finish as an RB1 in his rookie season without question.
Yeah, everyone comped him to Le'Veon Bell or not everyone, but a bunch of people comped him to Le'Veon Bell, even heading into this draft. So for that comp and where he was drafted, it is a perfect fit. So there really isn't much more to say about that. If we get 80% of Le'Veon Bell out of Harris, I think a lot of fantasy owners are going to be super happy in 2021 because you're likely going to get him in the middle to mid-late first round, right? So you're going to get him pick 5, 6, or 7, somewhere around there with specifically in Superflex, all these quarterbacks and wide receivers and Pitts and whatnot. So you're going to be super happy with getting that workhorse at 106, 107 and loving everything about it.
I think that's a perfect segue, Justin. Yeah, we're pumped to see Najee Harris take the league by storm in his early years. But you mentioned his position in Superflex, and I think that's a perfect segue to this quarterback class because we got the 5 quarterbacks, not all drafted in the top 10, but in the first round, the main 5 guys, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, those are the chalk picks there. 49ers go with Trey Lance, and then you had Justin Fields and Mac Jones fall to some quarterback needy teams. So I think we can kind of just jump around to each of them if you want, Kate, if there's one that you really want to pound the table for. I'd love to hear how you have these guys ordered in a super flex, if that's your cup of tea, or just one QB rookie drafts as well.
It's very interesting because looking at these guys pre-draft, it was nice because you could sort of speculate, well, maybe X doesn't go to this franchise. And you can play around with your rankings. I'm excited to go back in and actually redo my rankings. But honestly, I have to say, and this is probably not going to be a super popular opinion, I love Zach Wilson, but I'm not sure that just knowing it's officially set in stone, he is a New York Jet. I'm not super pumped for this. I know he's the guy out of the gate, But what are we really expecting from Zach Wilson if they don't see a real transformation in the rest of this offense? I don't know what. It's not like they've necessarily put weapons around him. They got him an offensive lineman. That's fantastic. Denzel Mims can't carry this load by himself. I just think they need to put a little bit more oomph there to support Zach Wilson if we're going to see him be able to make that leap. Like everybody loves about Zach Wilson that he can make those ridiculous, off-foot throws that Patrick Mahomes can. Patrick Mahomes had some pretty good weapons to do that with. I don't know that you're going to see him be able to do that at the NFL level if you don't have the right supporting cast. So honestly, Zach Wilson in stone, that's probably knocked him down a bit. Trey Lance, I do think, is probably the best fit in this draft. It's interesting. He's not been my consensus prospect. I was really hoping the 49ers were going to go Justin Fields there. I thought they should. I mean, Trey Lance, you're drafting him for, I think, the physicality and the athletic ability and the ceiling that he has. But I do think that Fields, he has all of that and he has experience. So, but you know what? I'm not running the NFL franchise, and that's okay. But hey, you know what? Kyle Shanahan running that offense, it's a pretty exciting prospect to see what he's going to be able to do whenever he gets the starting job.
You're right. We certainly don't get to interview these guys. And that was something the 49ers pointed out, that apparently the interviews with Trey Lance, he just jumps off the page from an intellectual standpoint, maybe from a physical standpoint as well. So we're kind of from the outside looking in, but I feel the same way, like with both Wilson and Trey Lance, of these guys that, well, Wilson, yes, he played at the highest level, but he was in a conference where he's not playing with the toughest opponents. And then Lance, he's at the Alabama of the FCS. So they won a lot of games, but he threw fewer than 350 attempts in his competitive career. So
I think it was 318. Number just stick, 318 pass attempts at the collegiate level. That's most guys single season, or maybe
that's half of a Ben Roethlisberger season.
That's a half a Big Ben.
It's
a little Ben, and that's it's crazy because I think there's so much potential there if he's developed properly. I don't think he gets a starting job right away. I think he is going to probably sit there until we actually do see Jimmy G either traded or injured at some point, inevitably. Again. I just think that the pairing in terms of if you could pick one coach to develop this quarterback, who would it be? It would be Kyle Shanahan for me. So I think that is just the most perfect fit, period.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are talking about Trey Lance's lack of attempts at the collegiate level, but no one is talking about how Mac Jones only threw 100 more passes in his collegiate career either. Everyone is talking about, Mac Jones to the Niners, or Mac Jones now obviously to the Patriots. No one's talking about his lack of experience either. I would tend to believe, just looking at the film, that I like Trey Lance more. I'm not worried about his lack of passing attempts at the collegiate level, or even sooner than that, right? If you even look at his high school numbers, it's not like he was throwing 1,000 times a season there either, right? So I don't think anyone really has to worry about it. Jimmy G is going to be the starter. I don't think he'll start right away, but if he is as intellectual as Shanahan kind of pointed out, I think he'll be an excellent fit with that 49ers offense pretty easily. The Zach Wilson you brought up, right? I think Mike LaFleur is like a Shanahan light. He's been with Shanahan since 2015, probably even sooner than that. I can't remember exactly when the two of them got together, but I think it was 2015 with the Falcons, and it's been there the whole time. And if his brother is as successful, right, Matt LaFleur now with Green Bay, successful running offenses, I think the Jets fans should be really, really happy with who they have as both their head coach and their offensive coordinator. It's just a matter of whether or not they can develop Wilson, develop Mims, and the other guys that are around him. I'm not necessarily worried about Wilson either.
I think the theme from yesterday overall was just try to get a good supporting cast. I feel like just the puzzle pieces fell in a really nice way. Like yesterday, there are some, drafts where you emerge and you're like, what just happened? Because it just doesn't seem like you're wondering how these two people it's like when you see those weird couples that just don't look like they go together. Like sometimes that's how draft picks feel at the end of the draft, where you're like, how do you fit with the team that drafted you? Like, it doesn't make total sense, but I feel like most of the draft picks we saw yesterday actually make pretty darn good sense. And I think there are a lot of NFL teams that made some really smart moves for their franchise. Like outside of the Raiders, who this has become an annual tradition, I don't know that we saw a ton of screw ups. I think teams did pretty well yesterday.
Yeah, I've got a couple I definitely want to come back to on the head scratchers in that regard. On the quarterbacks, though, in terms of maybe wrapping this up and then putting it in context with some of these top drafted skill players, is Justin Fields your guy's QB2 then, right behind Trevor Lawrence still, regardless of him being with the Bears? The Bears kind of more recently a really flawed organization in terms of their decision making and all of that, but Justin Fields trading up to get him seems really promising. I mean, the Bears did go to the playoffs last year, but I think some people have some concerns. I know our colleague or our fellow undroppable Vivek Ayer, he is really concerned about Justin Fields' range of outcomes and what's likely to happen in Chicago. So I'm led to believe he's still right there at like 2 or 3. Maybe put Trey Lance above him because of the 49ers situation, be more solid. But I'd love to hear like if like those top 3 at least.
I definitely think Justin Fields, the fit to the Bears, like congrats to the Bears because they got themselves a really good quarterback. But for fantasy, I'm definitely not as pumped for Fields as I would have been under all other circumstances if he had gone really anywhere else. I mean, the issue with the Bears, like they're not going to put him, like, let's look at what's realistically going to get these guys production from a fantasy standpoint. Like the Bears, they have a sort of a slower style offense. They're not a pass heavy scheme. They're playing really good defense, and that's what kind of keeps them in games, not throwing the ball 50 times a game. Mm-hmm. Will that change with Justin Fields? I don't really think so. But it just remains to be seen. I don't know if he'll see necessarily the passing volume right out of the gate to be a supercharged stud. But you know what? He's got the legs. Like, so maybe it doesn't matter. We've seen Mitch Trubisky. I feel like before, I want to say it was before his like second shoulder injury, whenever he ran the ball, he was having like 30-point fantasy games. He actually was kind of, and when I say that, he had like a couple, but he had some potential there. Definitely an interesting fit, but I still love Justin Fields, the prospect, more than I like Trey Lance. So I'm going to hope that cream rises to the top.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Justin Fields in total is probably the better player, at least in terms of his athletic ability and everything else that is combined in the package. You are also right in bringing up Mitch Trubisky. In 2018, the Bears went 12-4. He ran 68 times, gained 6.3 yards per carry, I think it was. And it was easily his best year as a pro in the 4 years that he's had the opportunity to do so. Since then, they were all under 50 attempts per season. And I think that has a lot to do with how Matt Nagy all of a sudden started calling the plays and running his offense. If they run the offense, terribly, exactly. If they run the offense like they did in 2018, I think Justin Fields is absolutely the QB2. If they run it like they did last year, he might be QB3 or even QB4 if you believe that Mike LaFleur can coach up Zach Wilson and that Jets offense can be a little bit better. So it's definitely going to be fun to watch over the next couple of years. Maybe Matt Nagy's no longer there after 2021 and we get, someone like Lincoln Riley comes in, or one of these QB gurus that come in and are really able to kind of showcase his talents. We'll see.
Justin is a huge Boomer Sooner fan, so he's been waiting years for Lincoln Riley to come to the NFL.
No, I don't want that to happen. Unless he's coming to Dallas, I don't want that to happen. I want him to stay in
All
OU
right,
so he
fair
can
enough.
continue to win Big 12 championships.
Fair enough.
On the point to Nagy, though, Nagy needs to be fired for Fields to be good. I will say I don't know what happened to Matt Nagy, because I think we saw all of the right potential there, and then it feels like he got so far into his own head about, we pumped up this narrative that he's this creative offensive mastermind, and then he just started doing really stupid things just for the sake of doing different things, I feel like. And I think I think he needs to take a step back this offseason and go back to what made him the candidate to become the head coach of the Chicago Bears in the first place, rather than all of these. It's like it felt like a very gimmicky offense, but he didn't have the right tools to do that. He didn't employ it correctly, and it showed very, very poorly.
Yeah, he gets in his head a lot, even though he has this label on his play card that says BU, and I feel like he doesn't trust himself enough in that regard. He needs to take a month off in the mountains or something, but that's hard for NFL coaches to do. Yeah, he needs to grow a longer beard and come back as this back to becoming a offensive genius. I want to circle back to a question that we had in the comments, because it's putting these quarterbacks, Najee Harris, and some of the other top skill guys all into context within the first round of your rookie draft. So you've got all these quarterbacks, and I mean, this question from Fantasy Dukes, this could even be in a 1 QB, because that doesn't even factor in the QBs, but we can talk about it all together. Would you pass on Jamar Chase, who was drafted 5th overall to the Bengals? Haven't even touched on that yet. Or Kyle Pitts, drafted 1 spot ahead to the Falcons, if you are needy at running back to take Najee? So would you pass on either Jamar Chase or Kyle Pitts to take Najee Harris? Are you that bullish on him in Pittsburgh? Or would you take one of these guys that, potentially have more longevity? I lean Pitts or Chase. And I'm in a super flex where I'm thinking I'm either going to go Pitts and Chase, or Pitts and a quarterback, because I got 2 top 5 picks. And I don't know what to do at quarterback right now. So still evaluating that, but these Pitts and Chase seem to have just so much upside in dynasty formats.
I think they are going to have definitely the longevity that you mentioned. But Najee, I think his longevity is going to be there for at least three to 4 years. And that's if they don't pick up his 5th year option. I think his longevity is just as fine for me. If you're in a running back needy spot, I think he can slot immediately in as an RB1, and that's really hard to find. Do I think that Jamar Chase and Kyle Pitts are both generational prospects? Yes. If we were talking tight end premium, I probably would say Pitts still would be the pick there. I love Jamar Chase so much, but wide receiver is just historically a position that we have a little bit more depth at. It's easier to stream. I get it. It's my general dynasty philosophy. I like taking running backs in my rookie drafts. I'll get those perennial wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 secured. And then I'm going to use the rookie drafts as my opportunity to sort of pepper in, those rookie running backs and utilize those for the next few years, kind of like the NFL does, honestly.
Yeah. I have to agree here as well. I think in the chat, Tommy Moe 2-on-1 Fantasy has got Najee ahead of those 2. But this is the perfect time to make those dynasty moves, right? You're sitting at 104. You've got the choice between those 3. This is where you trade back. If you are running back needy, go trade back to 6, trade back to 7. Get yourself a Najee or an Etienne and pick up extra picks because easily people will pay for that premium, right? T premium still, I've got Pitts a little bit higher. But if you date back to the Undroppables first mock draft that we did back in January, I believe it was, I had the number 2 overall pick in an SF draft, and I still took Najee over even the other guys. now, our other quarterbacks. Now that might change now that we know where people are sitting and where these guys are going to be playing. But I love Najee. I think he's going to be a solid addition, and we've already talked about him at length. Now he'll be a huge boost to that Steelers offense, and definitely will have a lot of fantasy impact for years to come.
And I think like Kyle Pitts and Jamar Chase are both like the safest I've felt about prospects. Like Kyle Pitts, I've never felt so safe about taking a rookie tight end. I've never felt so safe looking at a wide receiver and wondering what I really think he's going to do at the NFL level. I feel like both of these guys have it in the bag, but I think Najee Harris, he's got it in the bag for me. So if you're looking at that point, rookie drafts can be a really good time to fill some of those needs. Definitely team dependent. And, it sort of depends where you are. If you're in a full rebuild, I wouldn't be taking Najee Harris. I would be taking the Kyle Pitts or the Jamar Chase that is going to be, one of hopefully the cornerstones of my dynasty team. But if I'm in a spot where I can win this year, next year, Najee's the guy.
Yeah, I've got a similar decision in my draft, but I won't bore our viewers with that. I do want to ask about Pitts because I think it is crazy. The more I hear praise about him, it's like some people are saying like instant Hall of Famer. He's going to have a Hall of Fame career.
Oh my!
I mean that's the hottest take I've heard, of course. But the one thing I've always had in the back of my head is like we know that these tight ends always take a little bit of time to break out in the NFL. Obviously, Pitts is this generational prospect. So do we have any concerns, or do you have any concerns, Kate, about him not being able to make an impact right away? Because that's my reservation of taking him with a first round pick, just because if I draft him in the first round, I kind of want to see some immediate results.
I actually don't have that concern quite as much. And maybe it's not because, it's obviously partially to do with, just the prospect that Pitts is. But I think honestly, when you're looking at just what poses as a successful tight end in fantasy football, you don't have very high. Like you don't need to have the best tight end in the world to even have a top 6 or top 7 tight end. You can stream guys off the waiver wire, even in dynasty at times, and you can still end up with a tight end 7, tight end 8 performance. And that's just because the position is just so volatile. You don't have a ton of core pieces. I think that Kyle Pitts is instantly going to slot in as one of these guys that is just a step ahead of the pack. I think, with the draft capital, especially, they're going to be working him into the offense. If they trade Julio Jones, there's going to be an immediate target share opening up for him. And that's the kind of situation that I want to see my tight end in if I'm hoping for a quick breakout.
Yeah, I actually will argue on the side that I've got a little bit of concern for Pitts from a fantasy productive perspective, simply because of Ridley and Julio. And Hayden Hurst is still there. Say what you will about Hurst. He will still definitely be a part of that offense for sure, right? Now, if Julio is gone, you're 100%, 1,000% correct. Instantly, those targets get split up between Ridley and Pitts. But this time last year, everyone was up in arms about the Broncos taking Judy and the Cowboys taking Lamb for this exact reason, right? Because there are so many mouths to feed in those offenses. And now you're running into that same situation here, right? But no one seems to really be talking about that, mainly probably because he's 6'6", 240 pounds, and is going to line up, right on the line with the Hogs. But there's only one football to go around, and I don't necessarily know if I can go in and say that he is instantly going to be this 80 reception, 1,100 yard, 8 touchdown guy like Kelsey or Waller or some of those other guys can do every year. So I certainly have some reservations, which again is why I tend to lean more Chase and Najee in this discussion. But I totally can see why everyone is goo gaga over this guy for sure.
Even to have like a top 6 performance, what's he need? 700 yards and 6 touchdowns. Like that's automatic. And that's That I think is within the realm of possibility for Kyle Pitts, just with his size, his immediate red zone threat. Even if he doesn't get necessarily peppered with targets, I think that he's a big enough target that he should be utilized in the red zone, like right from the get. It just comes down to just the hurdle that you need to jump to have a productive tight end. It's just, you don't have to ask for much, and it's kind of crazy, but that's what makes, all of the Kittles and Kelce's and Wallers so valuable, is that they're just that rare.
Yeah. I mean, I think the thing there with what you said is if he's 6, right? If he's tight end 6 and that's what we get out of him, then that's tremendous, but you're not drafting him in startup leagues. I've seen him go as early as mid-second round, right? Like, you're not drafting the 6th best tight end from a fantasy perspective in the second round. And I tend to lean that in, dynasty rookie drafts as well, right? Like, if he's going to be the 6th best guy because there just isn't a lot of, football to go around for him, I don't necessarily know if I want to pull that trigger that early.
But that's in his rookie season.
Yeah, true. You're right.
I think the ceiling from a career standpoint is so much higher, but I think out of the gate, he could be a lock for, that kind of production. Again, not that you necessarily want to wait for that production, but if you told me I could have a potential Darren Waller next season, I just have to take him a little bit early. I'm on board for that.
I think that makes a lot of sense, Kate, in terms of, no, he's not going to be Travis Kelce day one, but if he is this generational prospect, being a top 5 or top 6 tight end off the rip is still value. And then, a couple of years down the road, he's part of your, hopefully, playoff push championship roster. So I love hearing that, because it's making me feel like I got to take this Pitts guy, even though I've got TJ Hawkinson on a roster. I'm looking at other skill positions we haven't touched on yet, as we do want to touch on those. If there's any other picks that you guys do want to discuss, we already covered the Cowboys before you jumped on, Kate, so we don't have to worry about that anymore, Justin. But we'll talk about our producer Michael's Eagles. They take the 3rd wide receiver off the board, and we'll talk about it in context of the Dolphins too, because the Dolphins go with Jalen Waddle, and then the Eagles trade up to 10 to take Devontae Smith. I don't know if they were doing that to purposefully jump ahead of the Giants, but to take Devontae Smith, and they were worried about that. But between these two Alabama receivers, both seem to be pretty dynamic. Devontae Smith probably has, a lot of draft Twitters having BMI concerns, which obviously we're going to be nitpicking whatever we can leading up to this tremendous weekend. But Kate, do you have a preference between Waddle and Smith, and does it have anything to do with the situations that they landed in?
Honestly, I don't, and I can't really find a big differentiating factor. If anything, I lean Waddle just because I think the Miami as a whole is just a better team as a whole. I think they're closer to scoring points. We just don't know what the Eagles are right now. We don't know how they're going to bounce back from this just massive hole that it feels like they've dug themselves into. We don't know what the situation is at quarterback. Even for this season, we were still wondering, I guess even for Tua, we were wondering if they were still going to roll with these guys heading into 2021. But Miami just feels like it's a little bit more of a secure situation. And even without, you have Tua another year removed from his injury. But I think just even for the fact that they had, 10-6 record with, just pure garbage. It felt like pure garbage. And, they were actually able to score some fantasy points. They had a fantasy relevant running back. Myles Gaskin was fantastic. I just think that Miami just feels like the more productive offense and the more productive system right now. I don't know. I really I'm totally open-minded here. So if one of you guys wants to talk me into your preferred situation, I'm all ears because I can't really make heads or tails.
I think you're right on track. I can't prefer anything that the Eagles do. Don't mute me, Michael. Do not do it. Our
That's
producer,
just not
Michael,
good.
is an Eagles fan, and we tend to go back
Michael.
and forth. At the end of the day, I actually like the pick for both teams. I definitely lean more Waddle than I do Devonta Smith. I think the role for Waddle will be less pressurized on him as a rookie. If Parker and Gesicki and the rest of the squad there, and I'm blanking on the third guy,
Will
Preston
Fuller.
Williams.
Well, Preston Williams is there,
now,
but Will Fuller's a new signing.
Preston
that's
Williams,
huge.
Will Fuller. Yeah, if they can all stay healthy, and that's been question marks.
That's
obviously,
a big
for
if,
all three of them. Yeah, huge if, and that's been question marks for all three of them their entire careers. If they can stay healthy, Waddle's not going to have to do everything. And obviously they still have Myles Gaskin, and maybe they draft a running back, in today, really. So maybe they add another piece to that explosive offense. I don't know if the Eagles have that yet. We don't necessarily know what Nick Sirianni has in terms of what what plays he's going to call, what offense he's really going to run. And I think they're going to lean a lot on Devonta Smith and last year's first-round pick, Jalen Reagor, to change the whole kind of outcome and landscape of that offense. And I'm not sure either one of them are really ready to do that just yet. I do lean the Twitter side on Devonta Smith with the BMI issue. In terms of him just being smaller, his weaknesses absolutely are the ability to catch in traffic and at times release in press. The NFL DBs are much bigger, much stronger, much faster. And he may have a problem with that. And so I definitely lean more Waddle based on those characteristics for sure.
It'll certainly be interesting to see how those Eagles weapons develop. And, I feel like I've been waiting 8 years for a Dallas Goedert breakout as well. Yeah. To give Jalen Hurts the weapons he needs to run a successful offense. I still believe in Miles Sanders' talent too. So, kind of juxtaposing the Eagles offense, and maybe they're not on the equal timelines, but Eagles offense, they've got a bunch of different weapons, maybe some question marks around them. And then Dolphins offense, you've got Tua, and they're saying, well, we're finally getting enough talent around him, adding Waddle, Fuller, and they've got the other guys. Do you think that these situations are established enough where it's like, okay, we have enough weapons, we can just evaluate the quarterback's success based off that? And are there any other situations that come to mind out there? Kind of maybe too many questions at once, but let's start with the Eagles and the Dolphins. We can pretty properly evaluate these guys based on the surrounding talent now, right?
I think definitely so. I think Miami maybe more so than the Eagles at this point. Just the Eagles have so many questions on both sides of the ball. It doesn't really feel like there's any one spot that I'm just like, man, the Eagles are they have other stuff to work on, but they have this on lock. And it feels like, the Dolphins, they've got a really good defense. They've got, a quarterback who, before he stepped onto the field, everybody had very, very high praise for. I feel like we forget so quickly, and just seeing what he accomplished as a rookie. He didn't accomplish a ton, but, he's a rookie, and not every single rookie bounces off the wall and throws for 40 touchdowns in his rookie season. It just doesn't. It's not always like a Cinderella story like that. Sometimes there are growing pains, and I'm going to give Tua a little extra room for growing pains because he had literal hip pain. The dude had a catastrophic injury. I have to imagine that even something that I think I've thought about, I haven't heard confirmation about, but I have to imagine that it's got to be really scary. And kind of like when we were all holding our breath for Alex Smith, I feel like every time Tua got hit, I was holding my breath, and I have to imagine he was probably holding his breath a little bit too, because he went through something really traumatic. And I don't think that that's necessarily something that is going to hold him back in terms of his career. But I mean, his rookie season in the NFL, coming back from that kind of situation, it takes a lot of mental toughness. And that certainly could have an effect on your playing abilities, and just that mental aspect of a game is so important for the quarterback.
100%. You hear that a lot, even coming back from like knee injuries, like wide receivers and running backs being worried about like, I don't know if I can still do this move yet. So there's that hesitation, and it's hard to have that. It affects your being able to perform at the best of your abilities. So I totally get that, and I think giving him some time, it definitely makes sense there. Go ahead, Justin.
Yeah. I mean, I think there obviously is question marks with Nick Sirianni, but I mean, he made Noodle Arm Rivers fantasy relevant again last year. I mean, Jacoby Brissett didn't play poorly 2 years ago. I mean, he had 18 touchdowns and only 6 interceptions, threw for just shy of 3,000 yards. Rivers had a 68% completion percentage last year, 4,100, almost 4,200 yards. Jalen Hurts is absolutely capable of doing those things. So if Nick Sirianni gets those guys in motion and calls plays that is designed for them to make separation or get separation, I think they'll be fine. I just think, like I said earlier, at the end of the day, I think the Miami Dolphins are just more prepared for a guy like Waddle than the Eagles are prepared for a guy like Smith. And we'll ultimately see where that goes. I just think we can all agree from an NFC East perspective that the Giants were stupid for taking Tony, and we're good to go.
That's the segue. I want to get into the 4th wide receiver taken in the first round here, because this, for me, Kate, was the biggest head scratcher. I will admit I've probably been drinking some of the Kool-Aid within the Undroppables group, because our Dino Game Theory, Jax Falcone has the Undrafted podcast and breaks down these prospects. He hates Kadarius Toney, absolutely hates him. I've heard both good and bad. He's only produced in his senior season in terms of a breakout. And I've also
heard analytics nightmare. He's
like analytics nightmare. But I know Matt Waldman has said he's got like every trick in the book in terms of footwork. Like his bag of tricks for footwork and release is unreal. And so I think I recall, from, scrolling on Twitter, seeing that at least Michelle was pretty high on Tony. But for you, are you in the same camp as her, or what's your take here?
I really like Tony, but I think the pick, especially for the Giants and where they're sort of at, like we can tie this into the conversation of like putting their quarterbacks in situations where it's like put up or shut up. You're either our quarterback or you're not. They're like, I think Rashad Bateman would have been a much better fit for him, just in terms of it, you need a guy, if you're going to take a first round wide receiver. I just think that you could have found somebody more pro ready. I think the range of outcomes for Kadarius Toney is just so variable. You already have a really dominant wide receiver one in Kenny Golladay. I mean, Tony, like you said, he's got a late breakout age. I will give him some credit for transitioning from the quarterback position over to wide receiver. He wasn't even listed with a position. I think he was just listed as like athlete for his first 3 seasons, which like that tells you all he needs to know. He as a quarterback, he was a dual threat quarterback. Like that was his skill set. And I think it shows really well when you get the ball in his hands and he makes a play after the catch. I mean, he reads the field like a running back almost. Like he's able to just take the ball and go with it. But I do think that in terms of evaluating what your potential franchise quarterback can do, I don't understand this fit whatsoever. The ceiling for Kadarius Toney, I think, is sky high, but not when you just signed Kenny Golladay to an $18 million per year deal, and he's not going to be. I don't know. I just don't think there's a heavy enough need to get him involved and just put the ball in his hands and run. I really would have loved to see him with a team like the Ravens, who, you know what, I love Rashad Bateman, so that was a great grab. Maybe not for fantasy purposes if we're on that bandwagon, but interesting. It was an interesting choice, and I think they're making a ceiling play on that one.
Yeah. I think a lot with Tony is that he just screams gadget player to me. And I don't necessarily know if the Giants offense, the play calling, the playbook, the personnel is built for gadgets. Obviously Joe Judge doesn't come from a long background and long history of coaching at either the NCAA or the NFL level, but he's been around great coaches, and none of them do gadgets either, right? It's like you didn't see gadgets in Alabama, you didn't see them in New England, and it just seems weird to me that you would do all of this stuff in the offseason to bolster the weapons around Daniel Jones and Saquon Barkley and bring in all these guys like John Ross, like KG, like the tight end from Minnesota. I'm blanking on his name. Kyle Rudolph. Yeah. So it's so weird that you would bring in all of that and then bring in a gadget player that is just going to steal carries from Saquon or steal screen passes from John Ross. And you're just going to continue to do those type of things. So it just was definitely a weird pick. I probably would have wanted them to take more of a wide receiver 2 caliber type of guy, like a Diami Brown, if they went a little bit later, or a Terrace Marshall, some guy that's going to complement KG a little bit more in terms of the size and athleticism department, rather than go in this gadget Tony player.
Well, what do you think about, Jason Garrett's level of creativity, Justin, versus
There's zero.
Joe Judge? so that's what, we're working with Jason Garrett here. I mean, Joe Judge has the philosophy, but I believe Garrett's calling the plays, which makes things even more kind of head scratching in general. I don't know what they want to do on offense anymore. But like Tommy said in the comments, Giants must love slot wide receivers, so they kind of get almost like a Golden Tate-esque replacement.
Yeah.
Kate,
seems like Austin.
Tavon
Austin. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Seems like Tavon Austin to me. And the Cowboys had him under Jason Garrett, and Jason Garrett almost never used him. So I just don't see this really being that big of a thing. So,
Kate,
that's the thing. I think you could have developed Tony into somebody that's not Tavon Austin if you got him into the right system. Got him into an offense that knew how to develop and sharpen his skills. But now it just feels like he is Tavon Austin, and that's where he's just at now.
It's quite easy for us to draw the quick comparisons, but maybe Kadarius Toney's just Kadarius Toney, and he'll have his own skill set to work with. It'll be interesting to see if they utilize him well.
He's got all the physical tools, by far.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned Rashad Bateman, who I think you said was a better prospect by far. And I know a lot of people loved him even as the number 2 or number 3 receiver in this class. So we can jump right into him. He lands in Baltimore, which immediately divides a lot of analytics Twitter and prospect Twitter, all of these things, because he is an amazing prospect. And I heard one argument last night that the talent, Pat Kerrane said this, it was the talent of that wide receiver will give you the opportunities. He'll earn the opportunities that he needs despite what's going on in the offense. And then on the other side, I was hearing, Ben Gretsch looking at extremes in offenses. They're so run heavy and all of these things. I think Lamar Jackson's talented enough to get him the ball and hopefully get him enough volume. But I think some people are scared of 68 receptions. So I don't know if you have picked a camp yet or if you're still feeling it out.
I'm still kind of feeling it out. And honestly, probably my biggest question mark, I think he's a really nicely balanced wide receiver. Like Kadarius Toney, he's a great tape guy, but the analytics don't work. Rashad Bateman has sort of the perfect blend of that. If you go back to his 2019 season and actually, watch that instead of the 2020 tape, because this 2020 tape, it was garbage. He honestly just looked I know he had opted out originally and then came back. It didn't look like he wanted to be there regardless. So please do all yourselves a favor, skip the 2020 tape. But when you go back to 2019, all of it's there. Had that nice breakout. I think probably my biggest concern for him is just the size. He's a little bit smaller. I know obviously the Marquise Brown experiment didn't totally work out. But I just feel like their scheme, it bodes really well for the tight end position and throwing to big bodies across the middle of the field. And we saw that Rashad Bateman, he came in 2 inches shorter than he was listed at Minnesota. And I think, was it like 18? I want to say 18 pounds. I don't have the number in front of me. But I want to say 18 pounds or 20 pounds lighter than he was listed at. So the size, I wish he was a little bit bigger just for what we've seen. His Lamar Jackson's preferences as a passer. He just does so well when you have those big bodied receivers. I don't know. I think he's a guy that has a large range of outcomes. And going into this, before sending him to Baltimore, I thought he had one of the relatively safer floors. So who knows? Maybe this is the kind of wide receiver that's going to elevate his quarterback and make him a better passer to the wide receiver position in general. Who knows?
Yeah, it's an interesting case because I see the news that Bateman, as Kyle pointed out in the chat, that he had COVID, and it seems like that took a lot out of him, especially if he had a more extreme case. I don't know the details on that. I haven't done the research on it. And what's interesting is, Tommy also said COVID doesn't shrink you, but I imagine when you're very sick, you do lose a lot of weight. So I don't know where to land on that specifically, but I think you're saying, the range of outcomes is wider now because a lot of it comes back to in the next 5 months, will he bulk up or is he going to stay as small as he weighed in at in his pro days? So I think it's crazy interesting. I wouldn't normally gravitate towards a Minnesota wide receiver because I went to Wisconsin, but the way people are glowing about him, it definitely has him on my radar.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how he performs for sure. He won the Big Ten best wide receiver in the Big Ten award in 2019, and didn't even have the most receptions in the Big Ten or most receiving yards in the Big Ten or the most touchdowns in the Big Ten. That was his teammate Tyrell Johnson, now with the Tampa Bay Bucks, right? Johnson had more receptions, more yards, more touchdowns. Granted, it wasn't as much in the yards per reception category, and then I think that ultimately is the reason why Bateman ultimately won the award. But we didn't see much out of Tyrell Johnson this year, and he, obviously is in a little bit of a crowded offense in Tampa. But the Ravens offense isn't built to throw the ball downfield really, or to get guys in space in the passing game like maybe the Bucks might be. And so those really aren't traits that I kind of like in him coming into the NFL. I just think he's going to be a 60 to 70 catch guy. And, with the way that team runs, I just don't think that there's going to be a ton of touchdown opportunities for Bateman. And, he'll be a solid wide receiver in the NFL, and he'll do well for the Ravens, and he'll keep drives going. But from a fantasy perspective, I don't necessarily know that this is the landing spot that, as fantasy analysts, as fantasy players, we want him to be at.
For sure.
Yeah, we won't know until we actually see it. But I know, Kate, you mentioned your time has come to depart. Really appreciate you coming on the show. Please enjoy the draft the rest of the weekend. Have a great time. Tell Michelle we said hello. Last take from you. Anything you want to see from the Steelers? Oh
gosh. I just need them to take an offensive lineman. Any offensive lineman would do. There's plenty left on the board. Tevin Jenkins fell into the second round, which kind of surprised me. God, I would love, I'll give up my third rounder. I would love to just trade up, secure a guy like a Tevin Jenkins, and then not worry about that and getting that secured before the end of the night. So just keep your fingers crossed, hoping for a wide receiver. And we want a good spot for Elijah Moore, right? Let's keep our fingers crossed there.
Yeah, of course. And anything else you want to plug before you jump as well?
Yeah, check out our work, ballblastfootball.com. Check out DraftKings Nation. We try to give you all of the best information for literally anything you need to navigate sports-wise. Follow me on Twitter at FFBallblast, and I will see you all around. Thank you guys so much for having me on. This was really fun.
Yeah, thanks for the time, Kate. Appreciate having you.
Yeah.
Michael just cut her off as she was saying enjoy the draft. How unfortunate. Michael, all caps in our private chat, is just like, damn it. Well, Kate, again, appreciate your time. Helping us evaluate some of these prospects. I'm really glad. I mean, we literally got through all of the skill players except for, the deep dive on Mac Jones, but you kind of covered it, Justin. So I don't think we missed too much there. I think now, 3 minutes before the hour, we can start to talk about round 2 as I try to pull up the NFL draft stream on my computer here. Legal stream. I have a cable subscription. Is this where you want to shill whatever service you have, Justin?
Stop paying for KL Fantasy, Kyle Fantasy. I'm gonna simp here. Stop paying for cable. Okay, stop. It's ridiculous. Stop paying for YouTube TV and for Hulu Live. Just stop. You guys are wasting money.
So what do you use? What are you plugging?
For legal reasons, I'll leave that off the show. But if you want to know more, you can DM me on Twitter, and I'll be glad to show you how you can get thousands of TV channels and every movie, every game for just $25 a month. And no, I don't work for them, and no, I don't get a take on it. So
2 seconds after Kate leaves and this show's getting chaotic off the rails. Okay, we've got some new folks that we're going to bring in. Justin, I believe we're cutting you off as well. So you got your plug-in, your cable service. And we're going to bring in some new folks. First, we'll bring in the Undroppable. We mentioned him a couple times. He was in the chat. Kyle Larson at KL_fantasy. Again, a fellow Undroppable, has been really in the deep prospect streets. How are you, Kyle? Looks like you're on mute is joining as well.
Yeah. Hey, what's up?
Hey, man. Fellow Titans fan. I've got the beard. I've got the awesome hat on. I'm glad that you're in here so we can see what else is happening.
My Titans hoodie today. It's so sad. I'm repping the Oak Ridge football.
You're in Tennessee, right?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm really stoked for this first hour to have you on because, like I said, I know you've been digging into these prospects, and we'll have a much more nuanced opinion than me on most of these guys. So we're going to be watching, reacting pick by pick, probably referring back to the first round here and there. But we also have another special guest joining us. He is Josh Smoky Hell Nelson, host of The Smoke Show, co-host of the Jet Sweep Show with, I believe it's Will Harris. Yes, Will Harris, and a member of Fantasy Points Live. How are you, Josh? You have the blazer on and everything. You are ready to go.
Hey, you got to come prepared for draft day, baby.
I'm glad we could finally get on a show together. Random comments right from the beginning. Love the blazer. You got the Jamar Chase, Jamarvel t-shirt on from Viridian Global. That's where my shirt came from as well. So we're supporting our friends. And you've got the Machine Head poster in the back. I'm not a diehard Machine Head fan, but I do love that album. That awesome, probably one of the few 90s or early 2000s metal bands that kept the genre going, if I recall correctly.
Yes, sir. That's my second favorite album by them, but the cover art is ridiculous.
Yes, yeah, it is. It is. You got the draft stream up already? I'm having a hard time myself, but I'm gonna figure this out.
I got cable behind me.
That's for Justin.
I went and stole the TV from the bedroom, and so we're just gonna keep that on the down low for now.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Well, no, we're not sharing this on YouTube or anything. No one's gonna be able to see that, so we won't get. I don't think we'll get in too much trouble there. But first round, man, I gotta hear from you. How'd you enjoy it? How'd you enjoy it?
Well, I mean, can we bring J-Man back on so we can have, a little 2-on-2 Cowboys versus Titans here? I feel a little outnumbered. I'm a diehard Cowboys fan. So that being said, I posted a live reaction of our pick at number 12 there. And I wasn't for it. I was not for it. If you had seen me lighting up the True North draft chat last night, it was just Slater, 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 Slater. I was ready to carve his bloody name into my arm like a good Slayer fan would if he went to the Cowboys. Like I've been calling this for months. I wanted Slater, and if he dropped, and even when we traded back, he dropped down. We had him on a silver platter. And then gone. We took a bloody linebacker. And this is
I heard a random stat that the Cowboys have drafted like 3 off-ball linebackers out of the last 5 years. It's like between him and Van Der Esch and maybe someone else.
It's these upside guys. I don't want that much risk on an upside that early in the draft. Slater was there. Yeah, you didn't get your corners. Fantastic. You didn't reach for another one. Even better. You traded back. That was great. With the Eagles, that scared me a little bit. But as per Eagles, they went and got a light little speedy guy. So we'll see how that works out. I'm not saying anything, but I'm...
Yeah, be careful or our producer Michael's going to mute you and take you off the stream.
Oh, I already got my interview with him. I'm all good on that. But no, I don't know. There was a lot of things I loved about it. Fields dropping Chicago. I love that, man. I saw that. I was so happy because, man, A-Rob, he has deserved a quarterback of worth his entire career. The best he's had is probably Blake fucking Bortles. I'm sorry.
You can cuss.
Fuck yeah. All right. Smokey's all in.
I mean, Michael will tell me otherwise, but you'll just get muted if it gets too far. So,
oh, fair enough. No, I'm not going to be that bad. Anyways, as I was saying, A-Rob has totally deserved someone his whole career. He finally gets that. And not only that, I'm the biggest Mooney truther. I was in on him the second he got drafted last year. And I think there's just opportunity share. And now he has someone to hit him on those deep routes. And I think it's going to be magic. I think it's going to be beautiful. I'm actually excited to see the Chicago Bears offense. That feels weird to say.
I love Allen Robinson. I think he's super underrated. And I think that this, at the very least, this is good news for Allen Robinson. Yes. Kyle, I know you're deep in, like we said, Tennessee Titans fan like myself. How did you like their pick in the first round last year? And then do you have any particular expectations as we go into round 2?
Did you say the first round last year? Because I don't want to talk about that. I just don't.
I did not say that. I hope that wasn't some type of slip. I meant yesterday. The word I was looking for is yesterday. Isaiah Wilson, rip. Best of luck to you in life. Caleb Farley was the pick yesterday.
He's rapping now. He's a rapper. Isaiah Wilson.
I said we're not talking about him anymore. We're moving on. You know, we've got our own demons here on the Titans side, Josh. But Caleb Farley, pick yesterday. This is another like high upside pick. He's got some injury concerns. Do we like it? I know they needed to draft a corner.
Well, like I said yesterday, Farley is like, he's probably a top 8 talent in the draft if he's actually healthy. Like out of every single like player, he's probably like a top 8 athlete or player. I'm sorry. I'm losing my mind because Michael's talking to me at the same time as I'm trying to talk. But yeah, hopefully he's healthy. As long as he's healthy, we're gonna be really good. It's a really good pickup for us.
I love it. We recapped round 1 in the first hour, so I don't want to delve too much more into that. Let's talk round 2 as we're, patiently waiting through these Sonic commercials and whatnot. Do you have anything you like? What's the top thing that you'd love to see, Josh, in the second round? Obviously, we get to see 2 rounds. The clock's going to be faster. This is going to be a little more high pace. But are you hoping for anything right off the rip here?
I could see a trade back pretty early here within the first pick or 2, but after that, it's going to be running back city. And I'm hoping, I'm praying that my RB2 out of this rookie draft class, Mr. Javonte, is going to go to the Falcons. If they start this draft off with Pitts and Javonte, I might just have to go and buy a couple Falcons jerseys because damn, man.
Yes.
Unreal.
I was warming up more and more to this. The more positive talk I hear about Kyle Pitts and the fact that, they've got Arthur Smith from Tennessee coming in, being the head coach. He's figured out, how to run a good offense. A lot of that is centered around the run game and play action. So I think they do really need a running back. And Javonte is the last guy in that tier for a lot of fantasy Twitter. So if they can get Javonte Williams here, I love that call because, I don't think they were ever going to go for like a trade down and then go Najee Harris or ETN unless they fell into the second round. And I think being able to have Javonte and maybe a 1-2 punch of him and Mike Davis makes a lot of sense. I mean, at least Mike Davis can do some relief work or something like that. But I love that, and I love him having these playmakers. Just spread the ball around, go nuts.
I really, really hope it's not Javonte Williams for the Falcons. The Falcons are screwed if they aren't picking a defensive player. Sure, you can score 40 points a game, but what happens when you give up 70?
They don't care about defense. They tried to care with Dan Quinn, and Dan Quinn is this defensive-minded coach, but they're like a bottom-half defense year in and year out. They're just like, screw it, we're bringing in an offensive coach. We're going to go the way of Kyle Shanahan and Steve Sarkisian and all these things. Like, I don't – one player, one pass rusher doesn't change everything unless they picked a pass rusher in the top of this draft.
Doesn't change everything either. Mike Davis is a very good running back, and you can get somebody to complement him later in the draft.
I guess compliment later in the draft. I was gonna say if Mike Davis is the Falcons RB1, like what are we doing here? I think he was awesome as the Panthers RB1 last year. This is true. I think to Josh's point, playing off of that, like Javonte Williams is the sexy pick, but Kyle going for the pass rusher is probably the right pick for football reasons. But we'll see what happens there.
I mean, Azeez Ojulari survived the first round. I think he'd be a great pick.
That's true. He's one of the guys that fell out of the first, right? There's him. There's Trayvon Morig. There's a handful of guys that are available there.
Ojulari would be the home state guy too, as a Georgia alum.
Oh my gosh, let me see. I want to pick up draft order here. It's pretty much, Jaguars are going first, right? They've got the picks pretty much the same. Have there been any trades in the first 10 picks here where we can expect a different team drafting earlier in the second round?
Not so far. It does seem like the chalk right now for the Jaguars is Tyson Campbell, the corner out of Georgia. At least that's what a lot of people expect right now.
So it's interesting here. We'll get to see this even sooner is that the Atlanta Falcons have the third pick in the second round and Miami has the fourth pick. So I'm always curious as there are some tweaks between these picks. And I don't know how that happens exactly, but a lot of the same teams early in the second round here. And it would be interesting to see who they pair with their first and second players. Jacksonville grabbing their third player here. I think it's pretty awesome that they paired ETN back with, Trevor Lawrence, Josh, but I also don't think that running back was the perfect position for them to go at 25th overall. So do you have any thoughts on ETN when talking all these running backs? Do you like the pairing, or do you kind of mourn for James Robinson now?
I'm trying not to have an opinion on it, to be honest, until we actually see it in action and what their plan is for them. I think both backs are capable of pretty much taking it. But to have both of them, it seems like a bit overkill to me. I don't see why you would spend first round draft cap. It doesn't matter if it's your second pick in the first round. It's still a first round pick. Why would you spend that kind of draft capital on a running back when you have an undrafted free agent that just killed it? Like, if you're going to add to that and Carlos Hyde, get it later in the draft. Like just like Kyle's point about Falcons going later and going elsewhere here. Yeah, there's why would I don't get it, to be honest. And I see all these little patterns with teams trying to reform their college lineups and everything on these NFL teams now. And it's just like, was it really worth first round capital just to pair ATM back up with Lawrence?
Hey, I don't know. I don't know how far that chemistry goes, but teams are trying it out, just like Burrow and Jamar Chase, and maybe they're just trying to keep some of these. They're trying to keep some of these quarterbacks happy. Maybe because you see what happens when a quarterback's not happy, they'll just hold out. So they're preemptively being like, "We got you all these things like right away." There's a lot of people reuniting. Michael's mentioning Jalen Hurts, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Tua Tagovailoa. So it'll be interesting to see if those are like actual, stacks that we want to target in fantasy as well. I mean, maybe not right off the bat because we don't know what's going to happen with all these quarterbacks. But I mean, Tua is a second-year guy, so Tua and Waddle could be really interesting right off the rip.
Mm-hmm. I love Tua, big Tua truther, man, and just the hate that got piled on him last year. He did the best he could given his situation, man. Just open up that damn playbook, let the boy throw. And I think with Waddle there now, that's going to help, and it's going to alleviate some of the pressure off the other receiving options.
Yeah, we talked about Tua a lot or at least a bit in this last hour, and how coming off of that hip injury too is like, that was like, there's all this pressure on him, but he's still kind of coming back from that, which is important to factor in.
Absolutely.
Do you have I know Kyle, like, again, you've been in these prospect streets. You already put your contradictory opinion on what the Falcons should do. So who do you think the Jaguars should be taking here?
I think they need a safety. I think they should pick the number one safety on the board, and that's Trevon Moehrig out of TCU.
It'd be pretty nice for them, considering they, Josh, you were saying, they drafted the running back in the first round. They kind of, threw value aside there and decided to say, well, we can get this safety in the second round. So maybe they're going to, I know online friend of mine, Jeff Greenwood, hates this phrase, but they can have their cake and eat it too. Getting all the positions that they want. But offensive line, I felt like that was supposed to be a need for them as well. Maybe, do you think Lawrence needs any extra protection?
I don't think it's too bad. They still have some guys like Lindor, and they just Cam Robinson is their tackle that they just recently re-signed. I think it's a defensive pick. It's got to be either like a corner or Moehrig, or you could even go with like the guy who's playing every position, and that's Owosu Koromoa.
Okay. Well, I'll be looking over here at this clock, just watching it tick down periodically. So if I'm not looking at the webcam, that's why. Do we know how long these picks are? Because I know they start as soon as the next pick is in, but apologies for the mic hit there. I will clarify, Justin mentioned when these teams are tied in terms of record, the picks kind of rotate in order. So that's how we'll see these like one pick differences between some teams.
Yep,
so
that is correct.
Yeah, Atlanta picking above the Texans, which is actually the Dolphins. The Dolphins getting another early round pick here. That's going to be amazing to see what they do. I mean, if the Falcons go with the pass rusher like Olajari, I probably mispronounced that. And then the Dolphins could go running back, Josh. I know Myles Gaskin has been juking these running backs left and right, but is his time up if Javonte Williams is still on the board?
I think Gaskin is serviceable. Again, is it a pressing need? Are there more pressing needs? I mean, Jenkins slipping out of the first round there.
Oh yeah,
I would, if he's still there, I would grab him. Absolutely. Like that guy should have been gone in the first. Moehrig should have been gone in the first. I was surprised at both of those that they fell out.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I like we said before, there is that big handful of guys that will all probably end up getting drafted in the top of the first now, or top of the second, because they fell out of the first. Just the way it goes. Pick is in. Of course, the Jaguars do need a tight end apparently, but is that not where Tim Tebow's going to end up? That's what I thought.
They have
that hurts.
Florida man. I thought he'll be a mentor to whatever tight end they bring in.
What, show him how to be a shitty baseball player?
Yeah, exactly. How to not play baseball and how to play football instead.
Damn, man.
Oh my God. Aziz Ojulari, number 2 of Mel Kiper's best linebackers, for whatever that's worth. Oh my gosh, I'm just waiting for them to walk up now so I can react to this. But there's the other thing I wanted to talk about as we're waiting for these picks to come in is the potential, like, where we're going to see these different wide receivers get picked up. I don't think Atlanta or Miami or Philly or Cincy are going to go after one here. So we might have to wait a little bit to see the next guy go off the board. But is there one in particular? Like, I think, Kyle, maybe Terrace Marshall, we're hoping that jumps off the board next.
Well, I think it's probably going to be Elijah Moore as the next off the board. Although I'd love for him to fall all the way to Tennessee, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. Maybe they trade up.
Well, Rondale Moore too. Everyone, I probably can't bet on it now, but Rondale Moore being the next wide receiver off the board is like plus 800 or something crazy like that. So I think that'd be.
So the pick is Tyson Campbell, as many suspected
Good
it would
call.
be. I think it's a reach. He's a decent corner, but like Asante Samuel Jr. is still out there from Florida State. I think he's a better corner, especially for what Jacksonville needs as more of a shutdown. But it's a solid pick. It addresses a need for them.
Better pick than a running back, right?
Yes, sir. As most picks are.
All right, Jets are on the clock.
Do you play any IDP, Josh?
The only current IDP league I'm in is my home league, which I evolved over the last 8 years. I'm a commissioner. Started out as a 10-team standard league. It is now in its 5th year of being a contract full IDP PPR. We're thinking about tight end premium this year. We've just evolved it from. It's awesome.
I can see the look on Kyle's face. He's like, "What is going on here?"
Are there any words you can't use to describe this league?
No.
He wouldn't call it boring.
Hell no, it never is with me, man. And I gotta say, after 7 long years, I finally took the ship home this year.
That's awesome. That's great to hear, man. That's why we play. We play to defeat our friends and hold that championship trophy over our heads. So I love always hearing these championship stories. So I guess since I have zero experience with IDP, but I have my pulse on the league enough, or finger on the pulse of the league, to know the best of the best players, like the Darius Leonards of the Aaron Donalds of the league. So when you look at these rookies getting drafted certain places, does your kind of like radar go off and think this is a guy that I am going to be targeting because it's a rookie that could make an immediate impact? Or is it kind of like, we'll wait and see because we're going to go after the tried and true IDP guys?
I think sometimes, yeah, but like this year, there's no really top tier defensive talent. There's no Chase Young, there's no Quinnen Williams or anything like that. But there's some decent defensive players that could make a difference, like Ojulari or a Rousseau eventually, or a Pay. But yeah, there's no top tier defensive talent in this draft.
Kyle, Gregory Rousseau to the Bills, one of your 4 picks correct in your round 1 mock draft. I think that was pretty exciting to find out as we were going through the Undroppables mocks. I think that may have put you over the top. We didn't have like a full-on mock draft competition going, but it was definitely funny to walk through those. And both you and Tommy Moe had Christian Darrisaw to the Vikings, but at the pick that they were originally at. So I think that was one of the wilder developments we hadn't talked about yet, was the Vikings trading down and getting the player that was still the fit for them.
Yeah, I was definitely surprised by the slide by multiple offensive linemen in the first round. Both Darisaw going all the way into the 20s and Tevin Jenkins not even being drafted in the first round was a surprise to me. And then you had Sewell all the way at 7 and Slater last until the Chargers pick, which I think was 13.
Yeah, I think that's pretty awesome that the Chargers were able to get Slater for Justin Herbert. Yeah, sorry to bring that up again, Josh.
Soon.
I'm sure Justin's like watching this in the back too, and he said he's starting to convince himself of the pick. But that I don't know if that's going to make you any more, positive about it. But here we are, Cowboys. I mean, they were smart and took CeeDee Lamb last year, so I got to give them credit where credit's due.
That was the greatest moment of the last year for me. It was a shitty season other than winning the ship. But NFL-wise, the Cowboys had some unfortunate things happen. But I remember this time last year, day one, I was bathing my son, as I was last night again during our pick. And when Atlanta was up at number 16 before us, and I'm like, okay, they're for sure taking Lamb here. Ridley, Lamb, Julio. Julio's going to be transitioning out as Lamb's ascending. It's kind of seamless. It was the pick. And then they reached for the corner that probably could have gone to the second round. It's like, oh my god, we're gonna get CeeDee fucking Lamb. And I think I was watching Kyle Yates and Tags doing the live stream there.
Sorry. With my stream's behind. I apologize for the dead air. I'm gonna watch and react to the actual audio.
Elijah Moore.
What?
He called him a future Pro Bowler when he made the pick. You just cursed this man. What?
I love it. Zach Wilson 1.02. Write it down. Chalk it up. Corey Davis.
You love Elijah Moore that much, dude. He's psyched.
Okay, but the other thing, quick fantasy impact of this is Jamison Crowder could easily get cut now. They have a slot receiver.
I was going to say, we were just talking about the Jets supporting cast, and I was like, well, don't discount Corey Davis, but it's Mims, Davis on either side, and yeah, Crowder's probably. I don't know why. That's just a cap issue, right? Like they just don't want to pay.
Yeah, Crowder has a very easy to cut contract. Like he doesn't get paid a lot if he gets cut.
And the other thing we barely go ahead. Go off on Elijah.
Elijah's a great player. He's a great athlete. Obviously, he's only 5 foot. He's really short. I can't remember the exact height, but
he's 5 feet tall.
5 feet. Wow.
He's 5 foot something, which is less than 6 foot something. He's 5'9". But he has great hands. He attacks the middle of the field. He catches the ball through contact. I love him as a slot receiver at the next level.
Atlanta's trading the pick.
Nice mitts on that catch there on our highlight reel. We didn't talk about this in the previous hour either, but I love that the Jets they traded up to pick 14, got Elijah Vera Tucker, which was one of these top O-line prospects too. I know our O-line expert, Brad Wire, I don't know if he loved Vera Tucker compared to these other guys, but for them to get some extra protection for Wilson as well, I think that was super sharp. And then this wide receiver weapon, I don't think anyone mocked him to the Jets, but hey, if you're going to, add strength on strength, go for it. And then, Justin was talking about, we weren't talking about the personnel, but he's talking about Mike LaFleur as the play caller. And what I'll be curious to see is just when this Mike Shanahan coaching tree is going to end. The buck has to stop somewhere. It's Mike Shanahan, who's got to be 80 years old now. And then all of the Kyle, the LaFleurs, and I think Sean McVay came out of that tree too. So anyone that comes from Sean McVay's coaching tree, I guess technically, does Robert Saleh count under that, even though he's the defensive guy? I don't know. But I don't know if it can continue to bear fruit or not. I'm curious to see if Mike LaFleur is going to turn this Jet ship around.
Broncos have traded up. The pick is in.
I love this. I love that it's quick. Like the pick is in announcement takes forever.
I'm gonna be betting that it's offensive line since it's the Broncos.
Jenkins.
Yeah, Tevin Jenkins would be amazing. Tevin Jenkins would be amazing for them too.
But just real quick,
they're gonna give Drew Lock all the tools.
But just real quick for Jamison Crowder, he has an $11 million cap hit this season if he plays, but only $1 million in dead cap if he's cut.
I'm sorry, who is that for again? I'm still like looking.
Jamison Crowder.
Oh, gotcha. So that seems like an inevitability. Almost as inevitable as Aaron Rodgers leaving the Packers, but we don't need to talk about that on this on this draft either.
Hey, but since Elijah Moore got sniped from the Titans, maybe they can go pick up Jamison Crowder.
I wouldn't hate that. I think that he's still got some juice.
I think he's a very good player. He's just overpaid. And
without getting too deep, the Titans took their shot at a slot receiver with Adam Humphries, and Humphries just had pretty bad injury luck while he was here. He's no longer on the team. They need a slot receiver somehow. So maybe they keep bulking up on defense in the draft. Mike Vrabel is the coach, the defensive minded guy, but they need some type of pass catcher here, which is what we're waiting for in the second round. But looks like Falcons in this trade, they got a 4th, they gave up a 6th, and the Broncos move up 5 spots. So getting a 4th round pick just to move back, the Falcons must be pretty confident about Javonte Williams continuing to fall. That's the only logical conclusion, right, Josh?
Yikes! I would not like that move. Broncos. Who they got?
No, I'm not saying for the Broncos. I'm saying for the Falcons trading down. They think Javonte will just keep dropping. I don't know who the Broncos would take here other than Tevin Jenkins, like Kyle said.
They could throw something at us and pick a quarterback.
No, Duncan saying Javonte Williams. They traded up and just they just cucked the Falcons out.
I love it.
Or did they revert? They by the transitive property, they cucked Josh for wanting Javonte Williams to the Falcons. Falcons gave that up. Maybe Kyle, you tell me if the Falcons, who they really want, is Trey Sermon. Trey Sermon is getting some pop lately, the last couple days. This guy is just going to eat Philip Lindsay's lunch at this point.
Lindsay's on the Texans, first of all.
Yeah.
Second of all, yes, he's much better than Melvin Gordon is. I think Javonte Williams will steal Melvin Gordon's spot easily. Melvin Gordon's old. And I never thought Melvin Gordon was that good.
Philip Lindsay left his lunch in the Denver cafeteria, and Javonte Williams is going to eat it. It's left over. All of those vacated touches. Two running back system. Question for you, Josh. Who do you want the Cowboys to take here? Are they going to trade up, or are they just going to wait it out? What if they got Tevin Jenkins? That would fill the hole left in your heart by Rashawn Slater.
It's a big hole. That's what she said. I couldn't hold back. It would be good, but honestly, the first part of that question is exactly my wish. Asante Samuel Jr. in the second. That was my target. I know we have some good draft capital. We have 10 picks, I believe. 9 left. I can see us packaging to move up, and for Asante Samuel Jr., I'd be very happy with that.
No, it's not even. There's going to be a quarterback battle between Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater in the offseason. Whichever quarterback it is has absolutely no excuse. I keep saying Drew Lock, but Teddy Bridgewater has no excuse either. He arguably has a better supporting cast in Denver now than the Panthers had last year. Granted, that was because McCaffrey was hurt. But, I mean, maybe we're splitting hairs there. Miami Dolphins pick is in, so we're waiting for that to come up. And I don't get to have any fun because I have to watch Michael tell me who it is because his stream is ahead of mine.
There is something here that makes me both sad and happy. The happy part is that Myles Gaskin is still a starting running back. They jumped Miami to get him out, to get him to keep his job. But the sad part is I sent out a ton of offers for him this morning, and none of them got accepted.
Well, Miami, Miami could take Sermon too. Like, I don't know how much the NFL likes this Trey Sermon guy, but
yeah,
I think he's a bit higher than
drafted this early.
Fair enough. I mean, if he's a top 100 pick, then we're still in good territory. That's usually where I kind of make the cutoff. But even I like top 75 even more. This is interesting. They're doing Rock and Roll Hall of Fame members, introducing some of these picks. I do have to point out while we're waiting for this to come in at this moment, and Michael's about to like type it as they walk up to the podium, but on my screen. But can we get rid of the Roger Goodell basement chair? Like, this gimmick has to be over.
Yes.
I can't believe that they decided to do this. Miami's pick is Javon Holland, safety. So they're bolstering their defense.
Are you all right,
They're
Kyle?
going to continue doing that.
Yeah, right.
I want to say you could have had like plus 600 odds if you bet Javon Holland to be first safety off the board.
And you could have still bet on that today because no safeties went yesterday, right?
Exactly. Oh, here we go. Here we get to watch Javonte Williams. I'm so happy.
Yeah, let's look at this since we're waiting for the next pick to come in.
Why
this
did
guy
he go to Denver?
Oh my God, that's the one highlight that you just watch and you're like, I'm sold.
I love this
He literally
guy.
ended this guy's career right there.
Oh,
just a bruiser. There were rumors that the Bills might go after another running back, but they're going to stick with Zach Moss and Devin Singletary, which I guess I'm fine with, unless they pick another guy later in this draft. But yeah, man. I mean, Javon Holland is tied for most interceptions in the Pac-12 according to ESPN.
Well, that doesn't mean much because it's the Pac-12.
Fair enough.
But it's a good pick in terms of position for them. They needed a safety. Obviously, if they felt Javon Holland is better than Trevon Moehrig, then that's their bet and they'll lay in it.
I mean, if there's anyone I'm going to trust in making these picks, it's Brian Flores.
That's fair.
Pick is in for the Eagles, but Flores and kind of helping guide this defense.
Is Michael Duncan about to join us on the stream?
He will. I don't know. How about he live reacts to it? Come on in, Michael. Because you're gonna get the pick. Hey, Michael.
You're gonna
get the pick
and take Samuel, aren't you?
Is it gonna be a corner?
Why wouldn't they? What's an Asante Samuel on the Eagles at one point?
He was, and I hope that they wear the same number. I've been thinking about it all weekend. Well, I guess it's not the weekend yet. I've been thinking about it all weekend.
Oh my goodness.
Also, the Patriots just traded up. The Bengals traded back. That's the pick behind the Eagles. So I guess technically the Patriots are on the clock now.
So we had two trades in this round already.
Yep.
Love it.
Yep. And honestly, I'm curious. The Eagles have a very large history of going really hard at linemen, and Tevin Jenkins is still on the board. I don't know if I would necessarily classify it as a pick of need because if they're healthy, the Eagles' offensive line is pretty solid, but they're getting older. They have dealt with injuries. It's a real possibility to be really boring. But their cornerbacks suck after Darius Slay. So I'm hoping and praying for Asante Samuel because he has that swag. So that's where I'm at. And it would make Josh really sad. Nothing personal except.
I mean, it depends on how competitive Asante Samuel is. Like, does he like to play rock, paper, scissors or not? Because that's really important.
Howie Roseman made that joke at Devontae Smith's press conference. The media asked Nick Sirianni about it, and Howie just goes, "Did he beat you in rock, paper, scissors, shoot?" And then he just said too soon, and then that was the end of the press conference. So we can clown on ourselves too.
Yeah, my favorite tweet about that was it looked like a skit straight out of I Think You Should Leave, or should I say a sketch? But pretty perfect. I know it sounded like we're mildly excited about Nick Sirianni, but I'll wait until we see some actual games from him.
I'm excited. He's got a lot of energy. He is the kind of guy that I'm not really sure how I feel about the fans liking him, weirdly enough, because he does have a lot of energy, but he's not necessarily well-spoken. But then again, I feel like we never have a well-spoken head coach. Like, Andy said nothing. Doug kind of stuttered all around and never said the right thing. And Nick Sirianni could probably talk for like 10 hours if you let him. So it's just different. And then there was Chip Kelly. He was just kind of a mess. So it's fine. But I think Nick Sirianni really likes, I think he's a player's coach. I think he's young. He's got a lot of energy. And I think that he's very willing to get the ball into his playmakers' hands. He's willing to use what he has. He's not Chip Kelly, which is, this is my system. I am going to make my system work whether or not I have the right players. Nick Sirianni is, these are my players. So I'm going to make it work with what I have. I'm going to get the ball in my playmakers' hands. I'm going to play to their strengths, and that's how I'm going to beat the defense. So that's why I like Nick Sirianni. That's all that I've read about him, all that I've seen about him, is he's talking like that. So
Mel Kiper has QB as a positional need for the Eagles still.
I mean, it is. It is only because we have Jalen Hurts and Joe Flacco. Like,
were you sweating when they traded up yesterday? And there was like, I was listening to one stream where they were saying like, are they going to trade up and take Jalen Hurts? And then they took Devontae Smith. So
there was a part of me. We're a quarterback factory, man. We're a quarterback. The factory's got to keep its lights on somehow. We're taking a quarterback at this draft at some point.
This chair is going to be here for the entire broadcast. I very much hate it.
It was there last night.
The pick has been in for minutes on end, but they just had to get the ad revenue in. And it's why the broadcast is so many hours long. Like, you could finish the draft in so little time. And
we took Landon Dickerson, offensive lineman out of Alabama. Tell me about him, Kyle. Get me excited.
Landon Dickerson, easily a top 2 center in the class.
Oh, he's a center. Okay, so
it was either him or Creed Humphrey.
It
is Jason Kelsey's replacement.
Yep.
He's a great team guy. Everybody on Alabama absolutely loved him. If you remember in the playoff semifinal or the SEC championship, he got hurt, and basically every player on the roster came over to the cart and said like, best of luck or whatever. So,
well, I will tell you what makes me excited is that the Undroppables' very own O-line expert, Brad Wire, is very excited. Also an Eagles fan. That makes me excited. So I'm very pumped to hear what he has to say about it later.
Justin's going off in the chat. He's saying falling.
He wants Asante to fall.
You think the Bengals, or not the Bengals, they traded down. Patriots on the clock. The Cowboys, Josh.
There's another trade. There's another trade here. The Patriots, after the Patriots were the Panthers, they have traded with the Bears.
Jeez.
Going to come up and get Tevin Jenkins, maybe.
Oh, because the Patriots pick is in. Okay. So, yeah, there it is.
So the Panthers traded down?
The Panthers traded down to the Bears, which is interesting because the Bears had a second, a third, and 4 6 in this draft. So not much capital to give up.
I mean, that reminds me of like when
third to trade up in the second.
It was probably next year's picks, honestly, but
I mean,
Ryan Pace doesn't give a shit. He's like, this is my last year. I'm trading all my future draft capital.
There it is. So can Landon Collins play guard? Like, is he strictly a center? How much versatility does he have?
That's not a question for me.
That's a question for Brad Wire. We'll have to get him on here later.
Well,
I do want to get him on here later just to talk about all these offensive lines.
Well, he's in the chat. He has the facepalm emoji in the chat. So I don't know what his deal is there. I did want to comment on Golick just looking very old. Very old.
Yes, he is. Yeah. And apparently he was not calling Devonta Smith the right name. So that's good.
Well, thank you for your time on here, Michael. I think it'll be helpful to have you in the private chat giving us the picks.
Wow.
We brought you on for the Eagles. What else do you want from me?
I brought myself on. I just want to be clear. So, but
this is true.
Adios.
This is true.
Go Birds. Fuck the Cowboys.
Did he say fuck the cows?
I think he said Cowboys. Did he just jump in to say yes and then jump back out? Jesus. No, Michael, I'm serious. Like, I didn't realize this trade is happening, so I don't know. My broadcast must be awful. But anyway, Christian Barmore is the pick.
Great pick
for New
Great
England.
pick.
You're just a handful of seconds ahead of me, so I gotta announce this stuff. Michael saying he shouldn't have fallen that far. I thought you guys were just talking about Landon Collins, and I got very confused.
No, we're talking about Landon Dickerson. But
Oh,
Christian
okay.
Barmore is a great pick. Should have gone in the first round. Probably like a top 25 talent. But he does play defensive tackle, which makes him a little less valuable.
So my question off this is, did the bet on Alabama players drafted in the first round hit or no? Because these guys are like falling out and they're all getting picked up at the start of the second round. I mean,
what was the number?
I don't know. It might have been like 5.5, or it was 4.5.
I want to say it was 5 Bama players that got drafted last night.
Okay, I will have to look into it, but. Yes, great exit by Michael. Appreciate the comment, too. It's up there. So Brad says competition with Samalo and eventual Jason Kelsey replacement. We got that from you already. If you want to bring Brad in, Michael, let him know. Give him the link. That's what I was going to say. Like, get you out of here. Get our O-line expert in, because a lot of these O-line players are going.
Brad did say he was busy.
Okay.
But
Bears pick is in. Who's it going to be, boys? Who's it going to be?
Michael said, I hope it's Davis Mills, which would make 0 sense.
Justin Fields, Davis Mills quarterback competition. And then you have
That would
Andy
make
Dalton and Nick
0
Foles.
sense.
You have Andy Dalton and Nick Foles doing their own thing over there.
I mean, you would think would they have a reason to go Tevin Jenkins? Just continue to bolster the line there.
They need Tevin Jenkins. They need him.
First round talent at the beginning of the second round. Why else would you trade up?
Their current starting tackle is Jermaine Ifedi, and no.
Yeah, I believe he came from the Seahawks, who are just an O-line factory.
They have some decent guards. They have another tackle who's okay, but they definitely have a needed tackle.
Josh, did you like the Fields pick? We talked about this already. You're excited for Allen Robinson. Do you think tackle is going to be the way to go, or are the Bears going to do something else crazy here?
If they're trading up, it's got to be for a reason, man. Like I don't see why Jenkins has fallen this far. I thought he would be first round, so I think it's a great pick. Protect your asset that you're going to be building around.
I'm going to get this one in before Michael. Yeah, Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins.
Great pick.
Good job.
I do always like seeing the fan reaction, because if it's someone that no one knows, there's always this like pause when they're like, and then they start going, yeah.
I'm very upset. The Falcons pick is also in. It's another safety, and his name is also not Trevon Melrig.
Are you serious? Is that quick?
It is Richie Grant out of UCF.
Wow.
Where are you getting this from? The Falcons
Twitter
guy is like already walking up to the podium. Jesus,
that's what Twitter has told me.
Yeah, but I was watching a stream last night where people are just looking up shit on Twitter, and it was like randos just reporting Fields to the Eagles and like
this was NFL update. This is NFL update. So.
Okay. I guess I should just put those notifications on if we're just gonna wait for that. But see, that's the thing. I love hosting this. I love having these conversations with you guys, but I get 0 suspense out of the draft now, because you're just like, okay, here's the pick. I guess I just learn it like 5 seconds sooner than what I would if I was watching. Still get the same
suspense.
Yeah. I know Tevin Jenkins just looks like not a football player, but he
looks like a kicker.
In the face.
It sounds like I saw a video.
You can tell he's a football player below the head.
Well, hopefully he's got, a lot going on upstairs too. Like, sharp guy, as we, as that's important on the offensive line. Michael, do we want to talk about some of our sponsors? Because we missed that as we brought in the new guys, and we've got 15 minutes until the next hour. I think we'll do a couple. We'll hit a couple. Well, if we already know the Falcons pick, we don't even have to talk about it, other than it's not Trayvon Moehrig. But one of the things we wanted to sponsor today, and we're going to be pumping this out more at the Undroppables, is Analyst Depot. Analyst Depot is a tool that we at the Undroppables have been using to take our analysis to the next level. Dave at Professor has built this tool brick by brick. So he's the one who's been deep in that and been using it to make projections. Rosters are starting to settle, so it's time to start projecting out the 2021 season. There's a projection wizard tool built into this, makes it easy and accurate for your projections. The Analyst Depot walks you through the entire process step by step, starting at the team level with informative graphs, and then they give you all the data you could ever need to create individual player projections once you move from the team to the player level. It's the best and easiest way to build out projections. You can try it free today at www.analystdepot.com. That's how you do an ad read, boys. How are we feeling?
Awesome.
Thumbs up from Josh. Falcons clearly not taking a running back like we thought.
I do want to point out that the Bears did in fact give up their 3rd round pick to move up.
So they just have no one until the 6th
They
round.
received pick 39 and 151 for 52, 83, and 204. So they got a 5th, a 4 for a 5th.
Okay. I thought you said they received 52, but they gave up 52.
Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Right. And the pick is in for the Lions.
You are like a whole pick ahead of me now.
I'm like 3 picks ahead of myself.
The camera on the ESPN draft just did the wildest zoom out. Whoever's producing the show just like, oh my God, that was wild. It's back on Goodell now.
I'll give you the Lions pick. It's a defensive tackle.
What the
Levi Onwuzurike out of Washington.
Say it again.
Levi Onwuzurike.
We're bringing Brad Wider in to talk about these
Brad, let's go.
Kyle's loving that Brad's here. We got the quad box going now. Brad, how are you doing, my friend?
Good. I would have been on earlier, but some duty calls and had to take care of business. But it's Levi Onwuzurike is the pronunciation for the Lions pick.
Perfect.
If you all are wondering, I know that's why I'm here.
I said that
correct
really
pronunciation. So
awesome. So sorry, Kyle. Did you say that the Lions pick that we apparently already know is another offensive lineman or a defensive lineman?
Defensive tackle.
Okay. Brad, do you want to comment on the defensive line picks as well, or focus on the O-line that we've seen go off the board so far?
So I can do either. I've watched a little bit of Onwuzurike in my Penei Sewell game watch. He is disruptive in the middle. I think it's a little Ndamukong Suh light from the years past. I think they're building up front in a good way. I really like the way the Lions are moving. They're building for the future. So that's the way you do it. Other than that, I really like the Tevin Jenkins move for the Bears. They did sign Elijah Wilkinson from the Broncos, who I really liked quite a bit last year. He had dealt with some injury concerns. Rotated a lot with DeMar Dotson, I believe it was. So the Bears drastically improved there. They get their protection for their new investment, Justin Fields. He's going to be day one right tackle. Jermaine Ifedi either slides into guard or they'll work something out on the right side there. But not a bad group.
They'll work it overall. They'll work it out with Ifedi.
Yeah.
So we got a trade. Sorry, Brad. I just made you do a Bruce Arians gif right there. But I wanted to cut in. We got a trade. Giants traded back. Miami's trading up, and they're on the clock right now. So maybe this is where they take a running back. Obviously, we're keeping our eyes out for these skill positions, but we'll see how the rest of the second round goes. I apologize for cutting you off, Brad. If you wanted to add anything.
Good. You're the host. You kick me out whenever you want.
Well, technically, Michael can kick you out whenever he wants. Let's make that clear. He's in God mode. But Josh, who's the next skill guy to come off the board in your opinion? And is it going to be a running back? Is Miami going to take the guy to take over for Myles Gaskin, or do you think that maybe it's somewhere else farther down?
I think if they are going RB, it's got to be Sermon. I think it's already gone over a tier before we got to this point. So if they're going to go that route, that's what I would do. But I still don't think they need to take one here. Honestly, let those guys keep falling. There's no way they're going receiver, tight end.
You're in luck because it's not a running back.
Oh, who do we got?
Offensive tackle out of Notre Dame, Liam Eichenberg.
I did. I think, was he ever projected in the first round? I thought I saw that name at least once.
He's very close.
Miami took Eichenberg?
Yes, sir. He was a first, second round projection, teetering.
Huh. I liked Eichenberg. I liked his film. I think his sets are good. I don't think he's very good in open field. I think him and Tevin Jenkins are a lot similar. They just played opposite sides. So Liam Eichenberg mainly played left tackle. Tevin Jenkins mainly played right tackle. Like I said, once they get on guys, they're on guys. They're not getting off. But in open field, change of direction is not that good for either. So I don't know. They took 3 linemen last year. I know Brian Flores was raving about them. You can't have enough linemen, but I don't know. I don't know. That one's kind of just a bit puzzling. I think he might slide in the right side. They bump Robert Hunt inside. They go Solomon Kidney back to left guard, and they just brought in Matt Sikora from the Baltimore Ravens, who should be recovering from his injuries. And I think that's a pretty competitive group up front. I think they've set up Tua very nicely for some success. Success. Smokey, I know you were talking about Tua. I am a Tua truther as well. I just give him the keys. Give him the keys. Unlock it.
Drive that damn bus.
You saw Ryan Fitzpatrick have the whole playbook last year, and Tua's was just so shrunk down that you didn't see hardly anything. You give him the full playbook that Ryan Fitzpatrick had, and he's off and running. I love that offense. I love what Flores is doing. To the moon, as they say.
Absolutely agree with that, man.
We
got another trade up. Ooh, San Fran trading to Las Vegas.
They're trading back, and Las Vegas is trading up.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Brad. I really appreciate that analysis. I know, Josh, I think we've only got you for a few more minutes here, so I want you to, stick around if you can. Maybe we're going to be bringing in another guest, so anything that you want to plug before we jump off, any other takes that you want to, get off a second, third round predictions, what have you.
Okay, since I am likely the lone Canadian on this UnDraftathon 2021, I got to go show some love for my boy Chuba Hubbard, and I really, 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 really want him to go to the Chargers. All
right, okay. They got Joshua Kelly last year. Didn't take anything by storm by any means. Michael loves Chuba. They still got Austin Eckler there, and I thought they paid him too, so it'd be interesting. Chuba would probably be like the Thunder to Austin Eckler's Lightning, right?
Exactly. I think they would be perfect complementary backs to each other. Let him fill the old Melgo role to a lesser degree. But
Michael asked, "Is Josh Kelly dead?"
Yes.
Is he done or is he finished? That's always the question.
That's putting the dagger in the heart, man. I was the conductor of the Josh Kelly hype train last season. I not thinking that he's going to be like, RB1 or anything like that. I was keeping my expectations realistic. But I went through it so much that I went and got him to do the intro for the former version of the Smoke Show before we retooled there. And Josh Kelly was the intro for my show for the run that it had.
I'll give you another Canadian to watch out for. Probably not tonight, probably tomorrow. Josh Palmer, wide receiver out of Tennessee. Love that kid.
Mm-hmm. Damn right,
I've heard some good things about him as well.
Absolutely. But yeah, those are kind of my wishes. I just want to see a little love for my Canadians. Claypool got it kicking off last year.
We got to give some love to the Canadians for sure. Now I'm finally seeing Liam Eichenberg is the pick. The pick has been submitted. He's in for the Dolphins. Great analysis by Brad. Josh, we appreciate you coming on. I want you to stick around for a few more minutes. I just don't want to forget about any other plugs that you got for your shows. I know I already told you, like, we had you on here. Would love to come on your show as well. You know, shoot your shot season, as they say. Anything, I want to touch on this, I guess, just briefly while we're waiting for the next pick. Raiders, has it come in yet, Kyle? You're ahead, so I'll ask you first.
No, it has not. But
okay,
I want to point out one surprising thing. The Giants, with Dave Gettleman, have never moved back in the draft before this year, and now they've done it in 2 straight rounds.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. He's completely a different person, apparently. But
He's been listening to Dino Game Theory or something.
I guess so. A little off topic, but Josh, I know you're a huge Marvel fan. You've got your Jamarvel shirt on. We're in a Marvel, like an MCU chat. What project are you most excited for through the rest of the year? Is it the Loki series, one of the movies that are coming? Would love to hear your take on this.
I gotta say Loki, man. Like, first of all, such a dynamic character, such a dynamic villain. He's been there since the beginning of the whole MCU, and I think he was cast perfectly, and he is acted perfectly, and it just looks so weird. And with the first 2 series that Disney Plus has been putting out here with WandaVision and the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, they've both been smash home runs for me. WandaVision for being almost paradigm shifting within the genre itself.
Mm-hmm.
And then Falcon and Winter Soldier was just next level good, man. The action, the storyline, the depth that it got into the characters and everything like that, and social situations. But yeah, I'm really excited for Loki, man. I think it's going to be awesome. And
I am
Owen
too.
Wilson with a mustache.
Everyone wants to see Owen Wilson in something good, and I think MCU hasn't missed very much lately. So,
wow.
Well, again, man, I think we are bringing in our next guest soon here. So, again, really appreciate your time coming on the show, Josh. I hope that your boy Javonte Williams goes somewhere in a decent situation, and that your Canadian guys get drafted. Hopefully today, maybe a little bit tomorrow too. Follow those guys at True North. Follow Josh on Twitter. Appreciate you, man.
Love you, boys. Thank you so much for having me on today, man.
Andrew, you can't kick me off yet, because my favorite player in the draft, Trayvon Moehrig, just got drafted by the Raiders, and I have to talk about this.
Yes, we'll talk about this right off. Well, I don't know what Michael's doing with God Mode, but we do have a special guest on right now. He's been on.
We're not talking about it. Executive decision.
We can't talk about Trayvon Moehrig. I think Tommy's coming in to talk about it. You're friends with Tommy. You've been on the 2-on-1 podcast before. He is the Gridiron Scholar. John Laub, thank you for joining this stream, man. I've watched, a couple streams of yours, and I've loved every time I've seen you on. So really love the podcast you did with Tommy and Jetpack Galileo.
Oh, thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. Tommy's a great guy. Glad to be here. It's a little cold in the Northeast, so I got a hoodie on. Usually I put the hoodie away by this time of the year, but I chose to wear it. It's baseball, but I do love baseball. But I would like to begin. I have to give the Dunce Award early to the Raiders. Man, Alex Leatherwood, it just, please, man, like a right tackle. They could have got him right here where they just got the safety. So I'm blown away by that. They continually show us that they overvalue these players on teams like Alabama. They didn't learn their lesson last year with Henry Ruggs. They doubled down on Alabama. They make another mistake. And I'm going to give the second Dunce Award. It was, no problem, Kyle. The second Dunce Award has to go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Look it. The fantasy gods gave you a gift with an undrafted free agent. I don't care. When they give you a football gift as an undrafted free agent, you're not winning the Super Bowl this year. You're not winning the Super Bowl. Run the undrafted free agents' wheels until they come off. Who cares? Who cares? The position is plug and play. Plug and play at running back. When Trevor Lawrence is entering his 3rd year of the NFL and you built an offensive line, you go out and get a running back. Because guess what, folks? In 2023, there's going to be a great running back available to the Jacksonville Jaguars when Trevor Lawrence is a 3rd-year quarterback. The idea that they would the gods gave you a running back. Why not use them and draft Michael Carter in round 4?
Yes, John. When I hear you talk, it makes me want to run through a brick wall. Like this take on James Robinson is I have been saying they have so many other positions to fill. They have all these other needs. Like, and you said Michael Carter, they could have gotten Kenny Gainwell, especially because they said Etienne is going to be the 3rd down role, and that Carlos Hyde and James Robinson are going to be the 1-2 punch. Like, if that holds true, then Etienne is not going to be worth whatever his rookie draft pick is in year 1, maybe down the road. Like, but I mean, I'm right there with you from a football standpoint. Running back, we want to stay away from that as much as we can in the 1st round. I love the take.
Robinson was good. Like, why not give him 300 carries this year? What do you care? Like, he's costing you nothing. They gave you him for nothing, and you're not winning the Super Bowl. Why would you pick a running back there? So
I'm with you there. We got our 2 dunce awards in, but the Raiders do seem to have redeemed themselves a little bit. They got the safety. Trayvon Moehrig is falling into their lap, and we brought Kyle Larson back on because it's his favorite player, allegedly. So, Kyle, please get on your stump and talk about Trayvon Moehrig.
Is everything they wanted Jonathan Abram to be. Saying it right now. He's a better cover corner. He's better at covering. He might not hit as hard. That's all Jonathan Abram does is hit players hard. But Trayvon Moehrig hits hard too. Not quite as hard, but he's a better cover player. I'm really excited for the Raiders. Obviously, they still need corners to complement these safeties, but
awesome,
it's a smart pick.
We've got Tommy coming into the stream
also,
too. Tommy, obviously the Raiders fan. Yes, go ahead, Kyle.
Also, I'd like to point out that apparently he had a back injury while training, and this is what caused the slide. And for the other safeties to pick ahead of him.
I believe Tommy's in California, right? There's a difference. Tommy's by poolside in California, and I'm freezing in the Northeast up here. It got like record cold today.
It's unreal. I'm in Chicago. I'm in Chicago. The temperature is very fickle. I'm lucky. I've got. Yeah,
you gotta love it.
Look at the sun.
You gotta love that pick. Finally,
you're loving the pick, Tommy, right? You're loving this Raiders pick.
Fantastic pick. Fantastic pick. Yeah.
Are you okay?
The top safety on the board of this class. So I think that's a total steal there. If there is some injury concern that made him drop, then that's amazing. And I'm right there with Kyle. I think it's a fantastic ad. They brought back Carl Joseph. Moehrig, they've always been getting beat over the top. So, Moehrig is that deep center field type safety that can cover a lot of space and help them stop being beat deep. So I think it's a fantastic pick for the Raiders.
I actually think in today's NFL, more than ever, and I'm an old man. I grew up with Ronnie Lott. I watched Steve Atwater. If you don't have a safety who can cover ground, you are almost dead in the modern NFL because these receivers get open. They're so fast. If you don't have that guy, you are in big trouble. So that does fulfill a need because you really need a safety nowadays who can cover 3/4 of the field and then make a tackle when he gets there. Hard to find, but if you don't have that, it's very hard. Jamal Adams is almost the only exception where he's so dominant in the box. He makes up for maybe his lack of deep because he's just so powerful in the run game and you can blitz him.
Yeah.
He's just such a different player at safety. He's more old school. He would have been successful in the 80s and 90s. But I want safeties who can cover 3/4 of the field and they can come up on the short passes and go deep. Because if you don't have that, it's hard in the NFL now to play defense. So that's a good pick by the Raiders.
They definitely need dynamic players. Thank you, Tommy, for coming in poolside. That was electric. I did not expect that when he was coming in, and Michael said he was looking good. But, I mean, Michael did not lie. So we've got the Cowboys making their pick. Kelvin Joseph, cornerback from Kentucky. Kyle, is this the next best cornerback off the board?
I still don't think so. I still want Asante Samuel to get drafted soon, but I will say that I'm about to get out of here. Adam Hutchison's about to come on for me. Love him, but whatever. I just want to say it before he gets on here that Rondale Moore, not that.
Well, he's already on here. He's muted, but our producer is ruthless with the edits. He is just cutting people out left and right. Adam Hutchison, welcome to the program. You are one of our medical experts on the team, if not the preeminent medical expert on the team. How are you enjoying the draft so far? And are we going to see Rondale Moore picked before our time is up? Oh, you're on mute. I apologize. John, yes or no question, and then we'll let Adam go. Rondale Moore?
Not get drafted. I think he's going in the 3rd round.
Okay. Adam, please. What's your level of hope here?
I feel like the stars are aligned. We're going to see him go this round. He's not going to wait much longer. You cannot let this guy keep sliding.
5'7" is tough in the NFL. Very short arms. Manufactured plays in college. I mean, I do think he becomes a value somewhere. In the late 2nd, early 3rd, he becomes a value. I will agree with that. But it is very hard to look at that frame and body size. And I don't think he ever gets peppered with that many targets at the NFL level. You're not going to have a coordinator say, hey, we're going to get Rondale Moore 14 targets today. Mm-hmm. It's just not going to happen. I mean, it did at Purdue. I think what is his top game, like 21 targets when he was at Purdue? I mean, it was just silly what they did. They're not going to do that.
Not to bring up the non-existent Wisconsin-Purdue rivalry, but Big Ten football. If Rondale Moore is the only player you have, of course you're going to give him 21 targets. I think what's interesting here, John, is we're seeing a big gap between the Elijah Moore, projected in the 1st round. He got picked early 2nd. We haven't seen a wide receiver taken yet, and I'm trying to find the team that's going to blink first on this grouping of wide receivers because it's a huge glut, right?
Well, I was just saying, we've only had 2 skill position players today, and we're 13 picks into the 2nd round. So there's clearly value dropping. And let me tell you, Miami's having a great draft. If you're not paying attention here, and I heard you guys a little bit earlier talking about Tua, I'm all in. You cannot give up on a 2nd quarterback drafted with 8 games under his belt. That is pathetic. And I think what has happened in the narrative with Tua, that injury was so serious. I saw him in Alabama. I must have watched him for the 14 games live. He was not the same player throwing the football with Miami last year. It was either a physical concern with the hip injury, or it was a psychological challenge. Am I healthy? Can I take a hit? I believe he's going to be healthier this year. He's going to have a whole camp to come in, and they are building a team around him. Mm-hmm. Liam Eichenberg, I had a 1st round grade on him. I thought he would go in the 1st round. Hey, man, you know how you protect your young quarterback? You block, and you get a home run hitter in Jalen Waddle. They're doing the right things to give Tua an opportunity. And when the masses were saying Miami's got to give up on Tua, the Miami staff and the Miami people did not give up. You can't give up on a quarterback in 8 games. That was absolutely absurd. And now you see them building a team around him.
I love that. We've been really praising Tua a lot this year. I'm going to be curious to see how quickly everything snaps, and now the offense is just running on all cylinders. But Cincinnati, their pick, talking about protecting his rookie quarterbacks, they got a tackle, Jackson Carman out of Clemson. Either you, John, or Adam, if you want to weigh in on either of these this guy. I mean, he was protecting Trevor Lawrence in college, so he must be pretty good to give Lawrence some time.
Oh, look, if they had to protect Burrow, right? I mean, I would have gone Penei Sewell when they went Jamar Chase. I get it, but I would have gone the offensive lineman. I think they need to double dip. They should get another offensive lineman on their next pick. They have Joe Mixon. You want to protect Joe Burrow. You get that running game going with Joe Mixon. And you want to you cannot play Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and now Cleveland. That's 6 games with nasty, physical, tough front sevens. You cannot let Joe Burrow get hit. You can't do it. I mean, think about how nasty Cleveland is right now. It used to be at least you had an easy game against Cleveland. But, it's never an easy game against Pittsburgh or Baltimore. I've got to protect Burrow. So Jackson Carman, coming out of Clemson, I think he might move to guard here. He's big, 317. You might want a road grinder. Maybe he plays tackle. Let's see. But, man, I think they did the right thing. I have to see what other tackles are on the board.
Yeah, take a look. I want to pass it to Adam quick because we're talking about Burrow. We're talking about this ACL injury. And I hate to, push you in the box on injury focus, but I thought that Burrow could potentially miss games because of how late in the year the knee injury happened. And maybe we've talked about this before, but how do you feel like Burrow's return to play is going to what's that going to look like in 2021?
Yeah, I mean, I think he can still come back and be okay. It might be delayed a little bit, not because of the timeline that it was on, but more because of it was more complex than just your typical ACL tear. He had some additional damage. That knee subluxed. If you watch that video where it popped out and popped back in when he actually got hit. So there's multi ligament damage going on there that I think is ultimately going to affect his timeline. But from the stuff I've been seeing and kind of following his rehab from afar, I'm not worried about long-term issues here. I think we're going to see him in 2021 here. It just might be a little bit delayed to start the season, but I still think some other people are skeptical. I still think he has a decent shot to start week 1.
Ooh, Jax Falcone wrote 12 straight picks without an offensive skilled player. There's talent coming down the board right here. But going back to here, there are some good linemen I think Cincinnati should double draft. Dylan Roddens, North Dakota State. Samuel Cosme, who some people thought he might go in the first round, the young man from Texas. And I like Spencer Brown out of Northern Iowa. He tested off the charts at his pro day. So there's still talent here for Cincinnati to continue to build this offensive line. I would not stop building this offensive line to protect Joe Burrow right now.
Yeah, I mean, since he's clearly got to be comfortable with some of these offensive linemen, because I was surprised, too, that they took Jamar Chase over Penei Sewell. And then I was even more surprised that they traded with the Bears when I thought this looked like a slam dunk for them to take Tevin Jenkins out of Oklahoma State, and they traded back out of that pick. So they clearly got to be, comfortable with a couple of these offensive linemen. And I think he nailed it on the head that they're going to maybe double down here and get a couple of them at a discount and also get Jamar Chase. They get their cake and eat it too.
The Chargers are up, my friends. I'm hoping for Pat Freiermuth. Come on, baby.
Yeah, we're waiting for the pick to come in. I know Michael's going to be pinning them on our live stream from here on out just to make sure we get every pick up as it's happening. I think his stream's a little bit faster than mine as well. So Freiermuth must be your second tight end off the board, John.
Oh, by far. I like Freiermuth a lot. And what I think he can do, I like the long-term benefit better with Justin Herbert. There's no, Asante Samuel, nice value. The Chargers are smart. They draft value. But I'll say why I would have liked it. He can play because he can block. From day one, he helps them in the run game. And if you're going to get snaps at tight end, that gives you the potential for opportunity of targets. Now in the long term, I think Freiermuth's going to be a very, very good pass catcher. But we know it takes tight ends a while to ascend to that pass catching mold. But he would play from day one. And I do think, you can't go with Jared Cook for much longer, right? How much does he have left? They signed him, lose Hunter Henry. But we'll see. We'll see if he's around. Now I'm looking to see who needs a tight end. So we have wide receivers. Let's see. Rondell Moore. Who could? The Cardinals?
There are some rumors going around from Peter Schrager that the Cardinals were going to trade up in the first round to get like a Jalen Waddle, and then it didn't happen. So I wonder if they're waiting. This big grouping of small slot guys, someone's going to have to blink first, and then maybe the run happens. Like Elijah Moore was a cut above the rest. He's seemingly, that's what the Jets told us.
Yeah.
And now it's like, well, which one's going to go last? Because some teams might be like, well, we'll take the last of this group, like wherever we think the tier break is. But it looks like no one wants to start the run. Like you would in your fantasy draft.
I'll say this. I had Elijah Moore number 4 on my rankings. Rondell Moore's number 9. So I was not surprised that Elijah Moore went earlier there. Now we have the Titans would be fascinating because, he would fit. I will say this. From a schematic standpoint, Rondell Moore would fit with Tennessee because you have the ultimate alpha male in A.J. Brown, right? All defensive assets have to go to the deal with A.J. Brown. So Rondell Moore would get a lot of beneficial single coverage in an offense like that.
Yeah.
You have to kind of know what you're drafting. He's a complementary piece.
Yeah.
I don't think Rondell Moore can drive the passing game.
100%. Something that'll always stick with me. The late great Chris Wessling said about John Robinson and Mike Vrabel. They've been drafting these players that are just gonna like beat you up game in and game out. AJ Brown. They had Jonnu Smith. Now Smith's on the Patriots, but I think Rondale Moore is like, if you're gonna pick any wide receiver who's gonna be like the most physical wide receiver.
Yes,
I think he could be great for the Titans. I haven't thought of that first round would be crazy, but if he falls, amazing.
You know who else? Pat Freiermuth would fit in Tennessee. Losing Jonnu Smith.
They need some help with blocking too, because they keep talking about they don't have Conklin. We want to fill that right tackle spot. Maybe you just have extra blocking power from Freiermuth. Because Ferkser, I keep pounding the table for Ferkser because I think it's fun, but like he definitely doesn't have the blocking. He's more of like a receiving tight end.
Yeah, he can't care. I don't think. Look, anyone can prove me wrong. I've been around the game for 45 years. I don't think he's a consistent 45 snap down tight end. I think he's a terrific backup tight end. And you need those guys, right? You need professional players who are on the bench. And that's what I think he is. So, and that would be good. He could play with Freiermuth if Freiermuth needs time to grow. I'm just looking at teams who might need the Rams. Who are they going to go with? I think their defense is good. They drafted a lot of young defense.
Adam, we got the 49ers pick in here. You have any types of inclination where they might go? And then Arizona after that to NFC West picks.
I would probably protect my asset and go offensive line here. I'm a big believer you can never have too many offensive linemen, and they have a little bit of age on the line, so I might go offensive line to protect Trey Lance 2-3 years down the road. There's value with the offensive line right now. Guard. Nope. They took a guard. Nope. Aaron Banks. Not the guy I would have taken, but I think it's the right pick from a roster building decision.
I'm just going to turn this stream off right now. I'm so far behind. It's not helping me at all to watch this.
So he's 325 guard. Woo!
Wow.
And it's funny. If you watch enough of North Dakota State, Trey Lance runs that power quarterback sneak that Josh Allen does up the middle beautifully. And the 49ers just acquired a 325-pound road grader at guard who could blow up a linebacker or a defensive tackle to let Trey Lance get into the end zone 2 years from now. I mean, that's the type of offensive roster building I want to do. Now, I'm surprised. I did not think Aaron Banks would go this early, but that, they obviously had him graded higher than I did. Mm-hmm. Wow. Yeah, they took him ahead of Quinn Marinez, the kid from Wisconsin Whitewater.
I'm interested where he goes.
Yeah, me too.
Well, only because he had this wild workout video of him like lifting in the woods and blocking trees to the ground.
Yeah. Wow, we still haven't had another offensive skill position player. I think we're up to like 15 in a row now.
Adam, do you think the Cardinals blink first here?
I don't know. I mean, I'd like him to. It was funny because like last night was like a fantasy draft. We had guys like Pitts and Chase and Waddle and Smith all go off, and I was like, I'm wondering where the first defensive player is going to go. And then now we're seeing more conservative approach in the second round, where it's more of these kind of cornerstone pieces. So it'll be interesting. I feel like it's flipped though from years past, where usually you see a lot of O linemen and edge rushers go early in the first round. And some of these guys go in the second round, but for whatever reason, the shoe's on the other foot with this one.
So they could go Rondell Moore, Dwayne Eskridge, Amari Rogers. Like, are they like those are your kind of slot receivers? Or you could go big. Terrace Marshall's still out there, folks. Dylan Wallace is out there. Nico Collins. Like so I would say there's at least 6 very good receivers depending on what you're looking at. Do I want an X or a Z, or am I looking inside in the slot receiver?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering to think of like which guy do they think the wide receiver that they do choose to draft is going to replace. And I feel like they already kind of missed on Andy Isabella. So they want to go with one of these smaller, fast guys. Like Christian Kirk's pretty fast too, but I imagine he's a bit taller. He's had his spike games. So I would imagine they're going for someone who can be in the slot.
And didn't they line up with like 4 personnel? Oh, he says he got him, Rondell Moore.
Wow. You gonna play the Purdue fight song here, Adam? How you feeling?
Go, Adam.
The swag shades are on.
Let's
I'm sure
go. What a
second
what
round,
a steal.
second round, John. Look at that.
What a freaking steal. What a steal.
And hopefully, if Rondell Moore has this skill set where you can scheme him open and he's going to take plays to the house with Kyler Murray on the team, Kyler Murray and Rondell Moore might have to go back to back to see which one's taller. But
it's going to be hide him behind the offensive lineman. You don't know who's where, who's handing off the ball, running some jet
needs
sweeps.
To call some good plays. Like he needs to scheme this up well, and I think it'll be amazing.
So he's got DeAndre Hopkins, Rondell Moore, Christian Kirk, who they probably keep Isabella.
They'll keep him because he's fast, I guess. But
and he's been there 2 years. He knows your system, right?
They got rid of Hakeem Butler, so maybe they'll go for one of these bigger guys like later. Like they could get another wide receiver later, but
interesting.
I think they're trying to play small and fast. Like I think that's. They realized probably last year, like Hopkins. I mean, Hopkins isn't the biggest guy, but he catches everything you throw him. So, and he's got great yards after catch ability. So same with Rondell. So they can scheme him different touches. They can throw it deep, get to him downfield, and Hopkins is going to catch it. I think Rondell's got great hands too, right, Adam? Like you tell me. I think this would be. It's going to help the offense. There's no way it doesn't help the offense.
Oh, I agree with you. And hey, he's got DeAndre Hopkins. He's not going to come in and be expected to be the guy, right? He's going to be a perfect complementary player, 7-8 touches a game. I mean, you get him 1 or 2 carries, 4 to 6 receptions. He could do a lot,
So I mean, I love this fit. I'm not unrealistic about it. Like I thought Rondale was probably one of the most, if not the most, landing spot dependent wide receiver. And he goes into a situation now in Arizona where Cliff Kingsbury likes to dial up some clever offensive plays. I honestly think he's obviously not as big. I think he could be used similar to the way the 49ers use Deebo Samuel. A lot of jet sweeps, a lot of bubble screens, kind of draw up some plays for him. If you get him in the open field, he is electric. But yeah, you're definitely going to have to funnel targets his way. And I think he could be a PPR stud in fantasy leagues if he goes in the right system. To me, this is the right system with the right quarterback and Kyler Murray. They like to get the ball out of his hands pretty quickly. I mean, this wasn't my top choice for him to go to, but I do love this spot in Arizona for Rondale.
And, look, with Kyler Murray, and they use Rondale more in motion and those jet sweeps, he does fit. Like if you schematically put him in motion, make safeties account for him, right? You could run him either towards Hopkins and flood aside, or, and you can run him away from Hopkins to leave Hopkins more isolated on the other side on the boundary. I mean, you can do a lot of creative things with him in this offense. I think Christian Kirk still has a role in Arizona. I don't think, he's limited. His ceiling is obviously limited.
Well, one thing that JPG mentioned on your stream with Tommy was Rondale Moore hasn't, completely shown this deep ball skill set yet, but that's kind of how Christian Kirk was used last year. Like when they lit up the Cowboys, Christian Kirk had these long receiving yards. Like Christian Kirk's, I would feel, would be used as the burner, and then that opens things up underneath for Rondale, right?
Well, I will say this, having watched Cliff Kingsbury a lot at Texas Tech, he likes to attack the seam and the safeties vertically with his inside receivers. He might just have not felt comfortable with the options in his first 2 years in Arizona. So now maybe with Kirk and Moore playing more slot, right? Now maybe they have the weapons to attack the safeties and just ignore the tight end. I mean, I could see him they're now they got rid of Dan Arnold, right? Dan Arnold left. I think they're going to go a lot of 4 wide receivers. They'll probably have 6 receivers active every week. I mean, that's, right? He's going to go.
Well, they should, right? Like they're the most active 14 personnel or whatever it is. not 11 personnel. 14 personnel? No.
One wide receiver, 4 back. 1 back, 4 receivers, right? 14.
I thought it was always the number of the running backs and the tight end. So 11 personnel is 1 running back, 1 tight end. So that's what I'm like. We're saying the same thing. 4 wide receivers.
You got to carry the 2, and then you got to square it. And then...
All right, we got the other Purdue fan in here, Fantasy Dukes, our designer. We got to show us some Rondale Moore love.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm just here to cheers Adam. That's our boy, Rondale Moore. We've been hyping Rondale all off season. I love the landing spot. I think he's going to be incredible in this offense. I'm so excited. Cheers. I don't want to take up too much time. I just wanted to cheers my boy Adam.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, baby. I couldn't have said better myself. We did it. I feel like we didn't do anything, but we did it.
It also helps Kyler Murray. There's no.
I was going to say this. I think I just saw Ray GQ had a video of him like taking his pants off in excitement for Rondale Moore, and like I'd be doing the same for Kyler Murray for sure. Like that's how excited I am.
Can I say I'm a big Zaven Collins fan? Anyone who knows me, I watch a lot of American Athletic Conference football. He tore up the AAC last year at Tulsa. I mean, he popped in week 1. And Tulsa's defense, if you weren't watching early in the season and you weren't watching college football, Tulsa had a good defense. And it was Collins just destroying people. So now you got Collins and Isaiah Simmons.
Yeah.
And who's their really good safety? Who's
Buda Baker.
What?
Buda Baker.
Yeah, Buda Baker. You got 3 kind of nasty playmakers there. That's an interesting defense. Like, you know what I like about it? It's a high turnover, high risk, high turnover. When you have an explosive offense, I can accept that, right? Because if my defense gives up a touchdown, I feel pretty good I can score. But man, if my defense gets the turnover, if they score themselves, or if they give me the ball in real good field position, we got something rolling. I like what they're doing defensively.
Speaking of interesting picks, high value picks, looks like the Giants took Azeez Ojulari, and they had traded back and still got this guy. He was a projected first-round pick. I know he's a linebacker. I feel like he was, projected to the Titans in the first round at one point because he provides potentially a bit more pass rush. But either Adam or John, tell me your thoughts here as we hopefully wait to see some wide receivers come off the board in a few picks.
I think it's great for the Giants. I had Azeez going in the first round. I think I had him mocked at like pick number 18 or no, to the Colts. I think I had him mocked to the Colts in the first round. I really like him coming off the edge. And the Giants need to attack. When you have the Dak Prescott and Jalen Hurts, you better have speed on the outside where you can attack that quarterback and bring him down. And the Giants, this is good for the Giants because, you've got to me, if you have all these wide receivers in Dallas, there's only two ways. I either run with the receivers in the secondary or I got to go and take the quarterback down. We've seen the Washington Football Club. They're just going to take the quarter. They are going to go right at Dak Prescott. They're just going to attack. I tend to be old school. I'll attack the quarterback more than I want to cover in the secondary. So I think this is a good pick for the Giants. I think it's great value. 50th pick off the board, 6'2", 249. Let them go get the quarterbacks in this division.
I don't know why ESPN has him listed as a linebacker, but like you're saying, he's going to be attacking the quarterback. Michael's got him listed as D end. And that's what I think that's huge for if we want to talk about the Giants more. Like they were potentially going to take Kwity Paye in the first round. That's what people were hoping for when they traded back. And then they take Kadarius Toney as a wide receiver. But Washington Football makes their pick. Samuel Cosmi, Texas. You look pretty excited about that one.
Yeah, it's a good pick, and they ran up quick. That was a fact. Some of these teams take the full time. Obviously, the Washington knew what to do. I'll say this. Washington is building a 1990s football team. It is really interesting to see how Washington is going to perform this year because their front seven is nasty. They are going to hurt people in the front seven. But can they score enough with Fitzpatrick and Antonio Gibson? It's interesting because they're going old school defense, and now they just got an offensive lineman, to get Antonio Gibson going a little bit more with Fitzpatrick. Yeah. Very interesting.
I was going to say, they've even got the quarterback who was actually growing up in the 1990s. He looks like a 90s vibe guy. So I like that. So announcement here, Cleveland Browns traded up, Carolina Panthers traded back. So they must know who they want. I don't know if the pick is in yet, but it is interesting with the timing on these picks, like balancing the ad revenue and like, I feel like sometimes they get in the pick, announce it right away, and other times it's like, okay, the pick is in, but we're going to do an ad break and then announce the pick.
There is a value I just noted. Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah, the Notre Dame linebacker. Now, I think he's a little undersized at 221. I don't think he can play 3 downs on the linebacker. I think you got to play him in safety, move him around, get him in space. But, man, you put him with that Cleveland Brown defense sneak him behind Myles Garrett. And who did they just sign as a free agent? The former
Clowney?
Texan. What?
Clowney, Jadeveon Clowney.
Oh, he's a nice player behind those studs. I wonder if, he fell a lot here. He's the 12th player on Mel Kiper's board, and Daniel Jeremiah had him at number 15. So
Michael is saying it might be him. JOK.
They're building that defense.
Yeah.
Go for it, Adam.
Well, I was going to say, especially with the linebackers in today's NFL, like you don't have to always knock the snot out of somebody. Like they want guys that can run sideline to sideline and cover the outside of the field, and that feels like what I'm not going to try to butcher his name. You did a better job of listening.
That's the one part I know.
Owusu. Yeah. That seems like that would be a good pick. I mean, I like what the Browns are doing on defense too. Like Greg Newsome is nasty. Like that was a good pick. Yeah, that was a good pick. Like he was underrated, and I was surprised that like he actually got up in the first round because I thought he was a first round talent at cornerback the way he played in the Big Ten this year.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Browns go 100% defense. I feel like they have everything they need on offense unless they want to draft depth on O-line or something.
I mean, they could do a O-lineman late round spot.
Yeah.
But at skill positions, quarterback, receiver, I think they have everything there. Go all defense. Look, that's why the Bengals got to build that line. I mean, this division is getting really kind of nasty.
It feels like the Browns are taking the Baltimore Pittsburgh kind of blueprint here, where they're just like, we're going to finally catch up and have our defense of our own here in the AFC North.
So I'm a little bit old. I got to win my division before anything else. How can you compete against Pittsburgh and Baltimore for 35 years and not build a defense? I mean, right? Like, I got to deal with that. And I think that's why Washington, seeing the Giants, seeing the Cowboys, seeing the Eagles, before they had Wentz, looked like they're starting over. But Washington said, you know what? I got to deal with these teams. I'm going to just build defense out here.
Yeah.
Right?
Michael confirmed it's Owusu, by the way. So you called it. They confirmed it.
The value was too high, dude. Mm-hmm. And the defense now is nasty.
I like that analogy and kind of tying it to what we saw in part last draft with the Broncos and the Raiders tried to draft all these speedster wide receivers to try and compete on offense with the Chiefs. And it's like you're saying, like you got to play these guys twice a week, and you're just going strength on strength, or twice a year. So you go strength on strength, and that's what the Browns did here.
So going the Broncos, the mistake is they got everything except the quarterback.
Yeah.
Like they're missing though. You got to play Mahomes and Herbert, and you got the defense. You've got the offensive pieces. You just don't have the quarterback.
I will say we are a fantasy podcast, so this is more like non-skill position talk than I think we've ever done at the Undroppables. But
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. No, I love hearing learning from you. That's why you are the Gridiron Scholar, John. But I want to bring it back since we're talking about skill positions. The Broncos, right before you came on, they drafted Javonte Williams. You are pumping your fist like crazy. There is no excuse for whoever the starting quarterback is in Denver now. It's likely Bridgewater, but Drew Lock, Bridgewater, whoever it is, they've got all these pieces.
I understand how the blueprint is, right? You have Fangio. He has 7 defensive backs now. I mean, it's the depth in the secondary to deal with Kansas City and to deal with San Diego, Los Angeles, both, and Las Vegas. So he's going to try to shut down in the back end. So I understand schematically and roster building. But what he did is he brought in a game manager. Teddy Bridgewater is what he is, right? Mm-hmm. But he's got Judy. He's got Cortland Sutton, Noah Fant. And you still can run the tires off of Gordon. But now you got this stud. Man, if Gordon gets hurt around week 7 or 8, you can just pound. And how do you beat Mahomes? Keep the ball. Run the ball. Javonte Williams is the type of guy who can kill the clock. And Denver's offensive line, it's not a top 5 unit, but it's near the top 12. And I had Javonte Williams as the number 2 running back. He's a 3-down back with size. That's what you need with a game-managing quarterback. Now, I think if you're going to invest in Denver from a fantasy, you're going to have to pay for Melvin Gordon and Javonte Williams. You can't take the risk, right? you're going to have to double dip into that backfield because probably Gordon early in the year. And then we've got to see how the snaps evolve over the course of the season, right? So, and here's the thing. I got Melvin Gordon on 2 dynasty teams. One since he was a Charger. And then I did a startup last year, and I acquired Gordon. Now I'm dying. I already was thinking, I think I have to draft Javonte Williams now. On my dynasty, I don't have a choice. And I love I was going to target Elijah Moore all year, all offseason. I'm like, I don't care where Elijah Moore goes because I have pick number 10 out of 12. So I'm in a good. So I'm like, I'm going to get Elijah Moore. Now I'm like, oh, I have Melvin Gordon. I have to get Javonte Williams because I can't take the risk on a dynasty team, right? I think I have to do that, which is going to drive me mad.
I know you love Javonte Williams. I think you pumped him up a lot on Tommy's pod. Adam, do you have him right up there in the top 3, just like most, or what's your take on him?
Yeah, and I'm in a similar situation as John too, where I've got a Melvin Gordon in a couple leagues, and I'm like stacked at wide receiver, like Justin Jefferson, CD Lamb, like just set up, and my running backs are getting older, and I'm sitting there at like the 6, and I'm just like, I almost just want to reach for Javonte and just kind of lock up that backfield and ride it out with the way that things are playing out.
I think we have to. If you have Gordon, I really do in a dynasty league, because I don't see how you get him 6th pick in the second round. If that's your next pick, I don't think he lasts that far. Right.
What is I draft him. And then I either trade up in the second round or I hope I have an early second round pick and I pick Randal Moore. And then I stir up my wide receiver position. And then I'm dancing. I'm happy.
Then you're dancing. I agree with that.
The Titans made their pick, and it was an offensive tackle, Dylan Raduns from NDSU. So he must have, played at least a handful of games with Trey Lance.
Oh, he did.
I don't know if that makes him better because he just made things easy for Lance, but I guess it's interesting because we know it fills a need. It's just not one of the names that I was looking for. I would have been over the moon if they somehow, wanted Quinn Miners, but I don't think I don't know if Miners is a tackle or that type of fit. So I'm going to look that up.
My good friend, you discussed it. You just had your answer. You described the Titans' theory on drafting physical, beat you up. This kid, if you watch North Dakota State, you know why Trey Lance had over 1,100 yards rushing? This young man should have been at a Power 5 school, but he was at the FCS level. He is a monster. I love it. He's a physical machine. He does fit the Tennessee prototype, kind of that nasty physical guy. And then you have Derrick Henry. It does fit what they're doing.
Derrick Henry profile too. I didn't even mention him.
Yeah. So what is he? 301 offensive tackle. He's a good player. Ooh, the Colts are up. I don't think they go offense. Maybe line? Do they go offensive line here?
So let me take a quick look. What did they do in the first round again? Because I remember we were speculating. They went Kwity Paye. Took them right after the Giants. Giants could have had Kwity. They went Tony. We don't need to belabor Tony because we talked about him a couple hours ago. But I think it was
lineman.
Yes, Brad Wire, our offensive line expert. He was like, "Oh my gosh, the Giants didn't draft like an O-line or the Cowboys." Like they did what they did. Now the Colts are just going to luck box right into an offensive lineman. And so they might go offensive lineman now too. They need to fill Costanzo's spot, right?
Yeah. So
there's guard.
Yeah. But I like Spencer Brown, Northern Iowa here. Or and remember, some teams like the Power 5 players. You do have Jalen Mayfield out of Michigan. So kind of depends. Every scouting department analyzes, these group of 5, Power 5 guys. Like the Raiders, they're going Power 5, SEC.
Yeah.
They've already dictated that. So I don't know. The Colts are smart, though. Spencer Brown of Northern Iowa here. Interesting, 6'8", 311. He's a big boy at tackle. Or Jalen Mayfield, the kid at Michigan, 6'5", 326.
Did you do a first round mock draft, John, or do you?
I did.
How did it go for you? Because I feel like you've got your nose to the ground on some of these second round picks. Like you're deep in these streets, so I'm curious how the.
So I scored 38 points. It was my second best in the last 5 years. I did all right. I missed at the end on some of the defensive players. I had different, like I had Azizi, the Giants pick in the first round, right? Yeah. I had Liam Eichenberg in the first round. I had Elijah Moore in the first round. So those are kind of guys that hurt me. But I did well. I'm always I always wanted, my goal is to break 40 points. I get close, but it's that back half. I'm telling you, like that picks number 23 to 32 are always very hard.
Right.
I did get Bateman to the Ravens. That was probably my best late pick because I did think he would fit the Ravens. With 2 picks, I thought they would go wide receiver.
And that was that is a submission into like an actual contest, right? Because I know a lot of the people who are dialed in, like guys, because I didn't know the point system even until yesterday. But
you can do all these contests. Basically, most contests, you get the player right, you get 1 point. So you just count how many players. If you get the player and the team right, you end up with 3 points.
Oh, okay, nice. So the 3-point bonus, that makes a little more sense than just like an extra point.
You get a lot more. That's why Bateman was worth a lot. And one of my good friends who beat me, he beat me because, let's see, at the last pick, I was ahead of him, and he had Owia of Penn State. He's the guy. I didn't like his film, but he was that's kind of like the hard part, right? You have Owia, who was an unbelievable athlete, tested off the chart, but he didn't have a sack. To me, I'm like, that's not a first
like
round
Jadeveon
pick.
Clowney. He's not getting enough sack numbers.
Yeah, so obviously to the Ravens, that didn't bother them, right? So but that's where, and he beat me by 1 point, my good friend, because he had him going Ravens. I mean, that's fun because it keeps you on to the draft all the way till the very last pick of day one.
Yeah. The Ravens just always, it seems like they don't miss on defense. So I'm sure that like whoever they pick their second pick makes a lot of sense.
I always think it's 2 things. They pick good players, but they have a great coaching staff in place and they have a system. They bring in the people. They know how to coach them up. They know how to use them in the system. Yeah. And those things matter. We don't talk about that enough, right? The Steelers, not only do they find good wide receivers, but they know how to coach up the wide receivers. Yeah. Right?
Colts pick is in.
Wow, another defensive end.
Odeyenbo. Vanderbilt.
I'm a little surprised here. Yeah, he was low. He was 109th overall on some boards. They must have really liked him because he seems to be an early pick here. I mean, they really went up for him.
Well, like you said, that could be a talent and then plus coaching situation makes a great guy. And they're building, I mean, whenever I see like a lot of pass rushers coming in now, I'm like, they're building out this rotation. Feels like what the Eagles did when they hit their Super Bowl run was just building out this rotation and depth on D-line so you can keep these guys fresh. So I think that's really interesting. And they still have, Buckner from last year is like obviously a huge difference maker for them. And they traded for him last year instead and gave their pick to the Niners. So, I mean, continuing to build on defense, I think that's, again, making your strength stronger can work a lot often.
Yeah, here's what's interesting. You got Buckner, who's one of the pure defensive pass rushers from the interior, right? So you have to deploy guards and center to deal with Buckner. What did they just do? Draft 2 speed rushers on the edge. That's what they just did.
Yeah.
So
Michael
they
said
these 2 rookies in and out on the edge. That's, and their speed. Both I would say, because here he is. Deu is 285. That's pretty big size. I guess he's bigger than Pay, as far as girth is concerned. but I still, he's still an edge rusher.
Michael said that he apparently tore an Achilles, which may have been why he fell down boards. But Adam, again, I'm going to throw it to the expert. Is an Achilles injury recoverable for like an edge rusher, or is he going to need that like on his plant foot?
I mean,
when you're driving into the ground,
it's not ideal for that reason. I mean, Achilles injuries are tough. There's a lot of variation. They're not all created the same. I will say that, like, just from the outside looking in, like, not only around the Colts, but like in the Indianapolis area, that the medical community there is really highly regarded. So maybe they felt comfortable with, what they saw in some of their testing and felt like that this is a risk that they're taking.
Steelers just took Pat Freiermuth.
Interesting.
Oh, that's
Keith Miller. Come on down.
Hey, that helps too. But more importantly, that helps Najee because he's a good run blocker.
That's a good point.
This is a double pick. Whatever they get in the passing game is a bonus early in his career. They're taking him to shut down the defensive end in the run game. They're going to just pound Freiermuth. This is good because, and he can pass block. So they can run their three receivers when you got Claypool, Deontay Johnson, Najee Harris, and Juju Smith-Schuster. You can keep Freiermuth in the block if you have a below-average offensive line. That's a good pick by the Steelers here. That's a really good pick.
And it's kind of a simpleton approach to this, but I mean, we talk about like in terms of fantasy, we worry about rookie tight ends. I mean, would you want a tight end to go to anywhere else but to catch passes from Ben Roethlisberger? I mean, that dude loves his tight ends. So you got to like that from a fantasy perspective too.
Oh yeah, he might not have a lot of catches, but he might have a lot of touchdowns. He might have like 35 catches for like 5 touchdowns. He could be really nasty in the red zone when you got Juju and Claypool and Najee in the backfield. How are you going to deal with the 6'6" tight end? You can't deal with him.
I was going to say, terms like waiting in the back, he mentioned Eric Ebron is still there. So I'll be curious to see like how that, to Adam's point, I think Ebron had like 90 targets last year. Absolutely insane, like amongst those wide receivers. But it will be interesting from a dynasty perspective how Freiermuth kind of works his way in, because Ebron is probably, they might not renew his contract for however many years they got him on a quick, cheap deal or something. So Term doesn't think that Freiermuth's going to get much red zone work with Ebron there, but I think it's something he could work into. He'll work into
it in year 2 or 3. I don't think Ebron's there for much more. I'd be shocked if he's there in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Pitts is the only guy we're saying instant like investment for dynasty purposes. I think any of these other tight ends are going to grow into their NFL role the same way most tight ends do. So
he is a Steeler. He looks like a Steeler.
Well, he went to Penn State, right? So it's only like a hop, skip, and a jump away. I think they like to do that with James Conner from Pitt. So I think that is he'll have some people buying him bars in the area or buying him beers in the area when we go back to the bars. Just he'll be recognizable, hometown hero type stuff.
Don't you think Freiermuth's like a double bacon cheeseburger with French fries on it type of guy?
He's a hard hat and lunch pail guy for sure. Like
the Fryer burger. You could definitely sell it as like the Fryer burger, right? You got the half pound with bacon. You throw some French fries on there, man. Put it all up. Yeah,
we have our team chef. I mean, he doesn't cook for us, but at TaBZB is a Steelers fan. I'm pretty sure he lives in the area. He's a chef. We'll come up with the Fryer burger this off season and put the recipe on our site.
That'd be awesome, dudes. Now, Seattle. This is interesting. This is their first pick, right?
This is their first pick, and I feel like Russell Wilson's the one who gets to write the slip in, essentially. Like if they're going to keep him happy, right, Adam?
Well, do you feel like they like save themselves from all those like wacky picks that they've made in the first round from multiple years? They're like, we don't need a first round pick if we're going to reach for like the 75th best player off the board in the first round. Like, let's just trade that and move back, and then we can get our guy still.
They definitely, yes, give me the Fryer burger. I love that. Hey, there's offensive tackles on the board. We haven't mentioned James Hudson, Cincinnati. And then the guy, Quinn Marinez, the Wisconsin Whitewater guard. So there's that. I mean, they should help Russell Wilson on the front line here. I mean, make your boy happy, right? Like, come on.
It'd be a shock to me if they didn't. But like the defense that hasn't been, what it is for a long time either.
No.
So if they see a player out there on defense that they like, I don't know who's left at this point. We know that. Yeah, I was checking back. The Chargers got Asante Samuel Jr. That was like the last guy in my mind. Azeez Ojulari, Owusu Koromora. Like those are the guys that we thought could go in the first round that are gone now. So I don't know who's left on defense. I'm not looking at Mel Kiper's best available anymore. So I'm unable to say.
Nick Bolton, the linebacker from Missouri, would be interesting. Jabril Cox, the linebacker from LSU. Chaz Surratt, linebacker. So there's actually a lot of linebackers and tackles right now that could help. I think the pick is in.
I feel like they go obscure. I think they go obscure. I like the Whitewater guy. Maybe I'm seeing Dwayne Eskridge. Do you think take a wide receiver? Like just like go. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like Seattle likes these weird guys.
They do.
They did. Well, they just took Dwayne Eskridge. It just popped up on my screen. What a call, Adam. What a call.
What a call,
Wait, my stream my stream ended. Did I freeze? It was Eskridge though?
It was Eskridge, yes.
You said it like literally like 4 minutes.
2 seconds later, Dwayne Eskridge popped up on my ESPN, like the site that's automatically refreshing.
That felt like a Seattle pick, didn't it? I don't know. Like
I was just about to say, it's like, well, they did let David Moore walk, so they got to fill, like they need a number 3 guy. Like they need the number 3 pass catcher, and I don't know who their number 3 receiver is right now other than, nope, it's not Jimmy Graham. It's definitely not him. They brought in someone at tight end. Like, I don't know what they're doing at tight end, but they could bring Jacob Hollister, Will Dissly back. These kind of like.
But more importantly, he's a special teams guy. I do think they need the punt and the kick returner, and he's going to do that day one. And don't have Lockett do that anymore. You don't need Lockett to return punts or kicks. Now, I'm shocked, and I love Dwayne Eskridge. I can't believe he went 56 overall. I mean, but hey. They like
another passing weapon. Let Russ cook is back on the table, baby.
No kidding.
Oh my God. So let me see where I had him pre-draft, because we did a video on him. I liked him at the Senior Bowl. I had him at 17. So look at Amari. They took him over Amari Rodgers, Anthony Schwartz of Auburn, Tylan Wallace.
Terrace Marshall. You said Terrace Marshall. He's still on the board too.
Yeah. Oh my God. They took him over Terrace Marshall. Wow, you know what? That injury is worse than we thought.
Terrace Marshall. He is the I talked to some other people in the medical community and looking at his injury history. He's got the highest injury risk history of all these wide receivers. Like it wasn't just for show that they were talking about the NFL. That some of the injuries that he had was really scaring some people. Now, I think the way he played, like I didn't envision him slipping this far. Like this is really messing with my mind for fantasy reasons, because I didn't even put him in the same category as Dwayne Eskridge. But man, for Dwayne Eskridge to go ahead of him is like even making me second guess some of the injury stuff that I wasn't too concerned about.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the injury concerns have got to be making him fall here. Because he's by far, I mean, in my grading system and my analysis, he's by far the best receiver available at this point. Plus, the NFL likes SEC, and they love LSU receivers, right? So this injury must be a lot worse than we think or let on. But you just said it, Adam. You're saying based on his history, he has a high risk moving forward. That must be the calculation that teams are doing right now.
I'm sure some teams look at like these picks as the stock market too. Like when they move up, they're like, now's the time to buy on this player. Like he fits for us, and now's the time to trade up. But if they don't see Terrace Marshall still hasn't gone off the board. What they think is there's something we know or we don't know that other teams do, and then they pass on them, even if it's a value.
They do that. I think I agree with you, Andrew. Like you're kind of like, why is no one else? Did we miss something? Like, yeah,
that's what happened in draft day. Kevin Costner was able to trade all the player back for all of his picks or whatever because he made the guy think there was something wrong with Bo Callahan. But I haven't even. I just know the plot. I haven't actually seen the movie. I don't know if it's worth recommending.
So let's give Dwayne Eskridge some credit. Coming from Western Michigan as a late breakout star, and if you didn't I love college fantasy football, and I love to scout the players. I knew about him, but he was on the peripheral. But then he goes to the Senior Bowl, and he's just unbelievable at the Senior Bowl. And he now is just the 56th player off the board of the NFL draft. That's a meteoric rise. I mean, that's some serious draft capital for this young man. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, he got some love from go ahead, Adam. Quick.
Well, I was going to say my issue was not I felt like his whole season was the Senior Bowl. Like, how isn't he like 28 years old? He's pretty old.
I think he's 23. He's very old.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. He's an old prospect.
He got some love from Chalk in our rookie draft guide. I wanted to plug that quick, and I don't know if I can look up Terrace Marshall's ranking quickly. I thought we had him pretty high, but rookie draft guide for the Undroppables is coming out, so you'll get to see our full evaluations on these guys. Right now, our consensus ranking for Terrace Marshall's 13, so that will probably the rankings themselves won't be adjusted, but the analysis will be right up to date with draft capital and landing spot. So we're still waiting to see where he lands. Dwayne Eskridge, I'm sure, will be a little more high on him based on this landing spot. That is the plug for the draft guide. It's super comprehensive and free. Labor of love from the Undroppables. This has been 3 hours on my end, and loved having you guys in as guests. But we are going to have a bit of a changeover here. So, John Laub, loved having you on this show. Do you want to plug anything quickly for your own work before we head out here?
Oh yeah, thank you. If you go to the Rookie Big Board on YouTube, my partner Matt Hicks and I, we have the draft seminar series, and we have 50 rookie videos up. Each one's between 9 and 11 minutes, and we break down the player, their history. We look at the film together, and then we have a production profile model that I use. We talk about, hey, check them out. We have Dwayne Eskridge up there, everyone. You can see what the Seahawks liked. I mean, I'm very impressed that he got drafted. But Matt, Andrew, thank you, Adam, for having me on. Anytime, if you want me in, anytime in the summer, post-draft, I'm around. Just drop me a line. I'm available, gentlemen.
Yeah, 100%, John.
Hey,
thank you again so much for your time. Thank you, Adam, for being on.
Yeah, it was nice chatting with you, John, and meeting you.
Nice.
LA Rams take Tutu Atwell. I said his name like 10 times yesterday as a joke. And I'm going to let Term and the guys that are coming in talk about this one.
Shocked.
Vivek has something to say. So thank you, John. Thank you, Adam. We'll see you guys.
Yep.
All right. Before we jump right into it, I'm just going to, I want to shout out real quick here. Paulie Sleepers, who this was sort of his baby, his vision. We wouldn't be doing this without him. And even though he's retired from the game now, thank you a lot, Paulie. So we're going to dig right in here to Tutu Atwell, the lightest wide receiver drafted since 1999. Vivek, I don't even know if you were alive in 1999. This kid's 149 pounds. He's definitely going to be a slot receiver. I don't imagine you could line this guy up on the outside and expect him to win. Vivek, you had some pretty strong feelings before we came on. How do you feel about this kid?
Yeah, Tutu Atwell. I mean, obviously he's a speed demon, and the NFL loves speed demons. But when you're 149 pounds in the NFL and you're thinner than these like earbud straps, there's I'm sorry, I just don't see a way to a lot of success in the NFL, and I hope he proves me wrong. But definitely 149 is really concerning, and he's also, as implied by his 149-pound size, he's also short, which is like, he's good enough for the slot in terms of height, but when you combine both of those factors, it's kind of concerning. I think that he was originally stated as like 165, and then he measured in at 149, which is a massive drop. And I don't know what necessarily caused that. If there are any COVID concerns, I haven't seen anything personally. So yeah, honestly, at this point, I think that Tutu Atwell, they're gonna try to move him and play him as a slot receiver, but also try to make him like a special teams returner, because I can see him in that kick return, punt return, especially punt return role at that size and speed. So I anticipate them trying to do some creative things on special teams as well. But for fantasy, I'm definitely not at all excited for Tutu Atwell.
What about you, Dan? You have any thoughts on this pick?
Yeah, I mean, I think Viv really killed it there. And before my thoughts, I do have to give it up to Tommy here. Do you weigh more than Tutu Atwell?
Tommy definitely does.
Tommy definitely does. Viv, what do we got?
No. So I actually have like tried to gain weight over quarantine, but I'm still only around like 128-ish. So
you weigh 128 pounds.
That's a little.
Hey, I'm short as well. So
no, I love it.
I remember kindergarten.
Oh, that's great. No, I think fantasy wise, honestly exactly what was said. You can't rely. I mean, people are worried about Devonta Smith weighing at 166, and then you have this guy like 20 pounds lighter. Yeah, maybe in the return game, in the punt return, it's just there's nothing that you can rely on him that is going to be fantasy reliable, in my opinion. He's too small. At some level, BMI matters or weight matters, and that's 149, 150, 155. It's just that's too small for the NFL. If he was a kicker, right, who cares? But I can't see him lining up and taking any sort of consistent hits and being able to last for a full season.
So while we were, waxing poetic about Tutu Atwell and his future, the Kansas City Chiefs just took what I consider the second best linebacker in this class, and no relation to Michael Bolton, but they got Nick Bolton from Missouri, another SEC player. SEC players are dominating this draft as per usual. This kid's really good. I can't believe he was still available. I can't believe, pick 58, the Chiefs, man, just the rich get richer.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I don't know a lot about him, but the fact that, if you're having him ranked so high, that's, the Chiefs, they're still in Super Bowl win now mode, and you can get those impact defensive players. That's key after everything they've done, right? Building that offensive line. If you can get these key playmakers that are going to have impact on day one and beyond, I think that's huge for what they want to build, especially with some of these other AFC teams, getting a lot stronger over the past 24 hours or so.
This kid's a run stuffer. He had 77 run stops over the last 2 seasons, 17 more than any other player in the SEC. This kid's a beast.
Nice. Yeah. That's what they need, especially now with the Broncos, right? Melvin Gordon and, Javonte, they need somebody that's going to be able to stop the run.
Yeah. I wonder, so Melvin Gordon signed a, Tommy weighs 2. Thanks, Steve. Melvin Gordon signed a 2-year deal last year. Is that correct, Dan?
Yeah. Yep. So looking at his contract right now, this is his final year in Denver. He's supposed to make around $8 million, but if they were to cut him, right now it would be 6.5 or so million dead to save 2 million. And, to me, they're not in cap hell by any means. So like in theory, they could take that on. I just, as a football sense, I don't know if it makes a lot of sense to me. Have this two-headed running back. They kind of did that last year with, Melgo and Philip Lindsay. And it seems like they're going to run with that transition again until, then Javonte really takes over in 2022.
So you read my mind exactly where I was going. Do you think that Melvin Gordon could be a potential cut candidate, or do you think he's on the opening day roster?
I mean, I'll never say never, because I think it goes back to last year and Leonard Fournette. And I think actually we were on the same page with that too, of saying like, why would you ever cut Fournette? And then, Evan Silva got it. So I'll never say never. It would shock me. I don't know they don't have the money reason to do it. And the football reason, I wouldn't really understand either.
Yeah. Back to Nick Bolton a little bit. His Pro Football Focus grade 91.2 was the highest of any linebacker in college football. I'll just go back again, and the fact that this kid was still on the board at pick 58 is mind blowing to me. So have you guys done any rookie drafts yet? Vivek, have you done any rookie drafts? Did you do any before the draft?
So I've only done mocks beforehand, because I prefer to draft after the NFL draft, so we know where landing spots land, stuff like that. But yeah, I've done enough mocks.
I mostly prefer to draft after the NFL draft, but there's an exciting element to let's see what right? And I had one draft. We all decided to do our draft last week, and I took my first two selections. I took Javonte Williams, and then I traded back into the first round. I traded 2 picks in next year's draft to get back into the first round, and I took Mac Jones.
Ooh.
Yeah. I don't think it could have worked out better for those 2 picks. We were talking about Javonte. That's what made me think of that. I think the Denver pick, I wasn't expecting them to trade up and get in front of Miami and take him, but now that they have, I think it's a really good spot for him.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's nice almost in a way too, where that rookie season, I mean, it's not good for fantasy, but maybe for his career, he can kind of get eased in a little bit and then really take over next year. I'm curious, if we didn't see that trade up, does Myles Gaskin really survive? That draft
he could still be. Terrence Marshall just went to the Panthers, so another weapon for Sam Darnold.
Wow.
They must really believe in Sam Darnold. I love to see it. I'm a big Sam Darnold fan. He was pretty much in hell, with the Jets and Adam Gase. Vivek, how do you feel about Terrence Marshall going to the Panthers?
Yeah, for Marshall specifically, wouldn't say it's a great landing spot. I mean, he's going to be behind DJ Moore for sure, and Robbie Anderson had a breakout, quote unquote breakout season, especially towards the start of last year. And he was looking to be the de facto wide receiver 1 for that team, although DJ Moore kind of overcame that as the year went on. So I'd say that Marshall immediately factors in as the wide receiver 3 there. And in what figures to be a not so great offense. I mean, they have a ton of weapons, but I personally don't believe in Sam Darnold as much as some people do. So, especially given you have really, you have one of the best pass catchers in football at running back, I just don't see the targets really being there.
I'd love to see stick a DJ Moore in the slot and have a big slot.
Yeah,
and then have Anderson and Marshall on the outside, just clearing the way for this. I think this offense could be really dynamic. I think the Panthers lost 5 games last year by a score. Look, aside from Tampa Bay, the NFC South is sort of wide open as to who's going to finish second. We don't know what to expect from the Falcons. They seem more like 8-8 middle of the road team. Then they do a division contender, and we don't know what we're going to get from the Saints. I mean, who's going to play quarterback? Is it going to be, is it going to be Jameis Winston or is it going to be Taysom Hill? So the Panthers could very well finish second in this division. They spent their entire draft last year on defense. They got J.C. Horn, who was my top cornerback in this draft. Those guys, Matt Rule and Joe Brady, and those guys are doing a really good job down there.
Yeah, I think that. Oh, go ahead, Viv.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead.
I would say it's they're building a pretty impressive looking team, at least on paper. And you seem a little bit down on Darnold, but I think Randall and I are pretty on a similar page here. Of I can't count his years with the Jets against him right now with the coaching staff and the organization. He's still super young. I think this is going to be a great window in if he's their dude. Now they just got his they just locked in his 5th-year option, which is still surprising to me. They had the chance at Fields, and they really do believe in Darnold to pass that up. So they had the chance to make a huge splash at quarterback, and imagine Fields and now Terrace Marshall. That would have been insane. That would have been an amazing draft for Carolina.
Yeah, the Saints just took Pete Warner, linebacker from Ohio State. Back to your point about Terrace Marshall and Sam Darnold, there was a report that when Joe Brady and those guys were Matt Rule and those guys were being interviewed, they were being interviewed for the Jets job and the Panthers job. They almost took the Jets job just because of Sam Darnold. They were that impressed with their interview that they had with him. And so they obviously really like him. So, and he's just 23 years old, right? He just turned 23. That's
yeah, he's young.
It seems like he's been around for forever. But he's still super young. And he's good size, good, decent mobility. There's some tools there to work with, and I think this offense is going to be pretty good this year.
We also have the Joe Brady and Terrace Marshall LSU connection there, so it's nice to see that there's like kind of overlap, and maybe Brady knows how to use them well. Like obviously with Jefferson and Chase, he was by far like the clear backseat in that offense, but it's nice that he has that element of familiarity given that he's fallen so far. But going back to what Randall said earlier, I really think that DJ Moore is going to be that big slot. I think they're going to try to convert their offense around that, and I think it's a really good move for them. I think Moore's going to excel in the slot, and I think that it's a really good pick overall.
Yeah, there's you're not going to get too many slot corners that can deal with a DJ Moore. And they're not going to be able, defenses are not going to be able to help out as much with those speedsters over the top. They're going to have those safeties back there. Tommy, I thought only you and I looked to know each other's eyes.
Me and Tommy have that connection. Actually, is to Vivek's point here, it's actually interesting. There's a lot of reunions this year. We saw
yes, lots of reunions. Waddle and Tua and
Chase and Burrow,
and then Jalen Hurts and Devonta Smith.
Yeah,
lots of reunions. So I think this sort of plays into the point I had about used to wide receivers would come in and it would be like a 3-year thing. You'd see them break out in year 3. And you've seen more and more where wide receivers are stepping right onto the field and being productive as rookies. And I think as you see more of the college game become incorporated into the NFL game, it blunts the learning curve for those kids. And you see coaches getting smarter too, right? They're sort of the Patriots model. The Patriots would always pick these guys up that washed out everywhere else, and they'd get to New England and they would play way above anything that we had seen. Why? Well, it's because they weren't being asked to do anything that they couldn't do. Yep. Bill Belichick wasn't trying to put square pegs in round holes. They would find out, okay, what are you good at? All right, well, then do that. And I think you're seeing – yeah, exactly. Yep. I think you're seeing more coaches where, okay, what did you do in college? What were you good at? What do you – and it's quarterbacks too, right? What reads do you like? What throws do you like to make? Oh, you like the slot? Let's draft you a slot receiver. It's just, it seems like common sense, but it wasn't always that way. It used to be we have a pro system and this is how we're doing things and you need to adapt. And it's just not that way anymore. Guys are getting way too smart and they're coming up with new and creative ways to use these offensive weapons. And the rules also play into it. The offensive rules are so much more relaxed than and so defenses, I don't think it's not that defenses haven't evolved, gotten smarter, gotten stronger, gotten faster. It's that they're not allowed to use those skills. So you see these offenses because offenses, they put butts in seats. People want to see points. They don't want to see 0-0 slugfests.
Yeah, it's such a a new game in that, and I think the most interesting part about that is like that shift has happened within really the last 10 or so years too. Having not to be the Brady person, but tying Brady's career, he's kind of spanned the early 2000s with still some hard hitting, you can play defense type football, and that shifted. To now it's so wide open. It's the college game is coming in, and the coaches that know how to adapt. It's adapt or die, and we are seeing throughout the league, like you're saying, more and more coaches understanding relationships and the different route count concepts and things like that. So, I think that's where you're getting in those teammates things as well. Is this guy produced with this player. Let's bring them in. They already know what to do.
Yeah, while I was running my mouth, the Bills took edge rusher Carlos Basham from Wake Forest.
Ooh. Listen, the AFC East is going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be rough.
Do you like what you've seen from the Jets and the Dolphins, Dan? You're a Patriots fan.
It's tough. I think I what the Dolphins are doing, I do like, just because I really liked Waddle. I for our draft guide, I did his write up and I really, really liked him. I wasn't expecting wide receiver 2, but I really like, Miami has shown, with they're being very competent. And that scares me because that's just obviously more competition for the Patriots. So the Jets, I'm still, not sold on. I know they have Saleh now coming from, your 49ers, and he seems very legit and very good. Joe Douglas has some hits and some misses. It's the Jets. So for me, until they actually show any sort of competence, I can't expect competence. So like Zach Wilson could be great, but he also, to me, has the biggest chance to fail because it's the Jets. Like, it's not even his fault. But, as a whole, the entire division, the conference, the division has gotten so much better. The Bills obviously are great. Dolphins are looking really good. Whether we like it or not, the Patriots are still, Bill Belichick, they're going to be good. And the Jets have gotten better. So I think as a whole, that division is going to be really rough, but really exciting, for the next several years as well.
So I really like what the Jets have done so far. If you believe in Zach Wilson, and then trading up and getting Elijah Vera Tucker to get out in front to get out in front of that kid, and then getting him a weapon at the beginning of the second round. Elijah Moore is a kid I was super high on before the draft.
That was very depressing. That was very depressing when they took him.
The Packers continue to just stupefy me. This whole division, down in Miami, Flores, he's got a program going down there. They just got, got 3 more picks from the 49ers. They turned Laramie Tunsil into how many picks? It's ridiculous, like 6 picks.
Yep.
They've got Tua. They're putting weapons around him. It wouldn't surprise me to see them get another weapon or 2 for Tua in this draft. The Bills are the Bills. They've addressed their needs. And you and I talked about this. The Patriots have all those guys who opted out last year who will be back on defense. It did surprise me when they brought Cam Newton back. But now that they just everyone's like, oh, Bill Belichick's going to trade up. He's going to do the non-Belichick thing and trade up and get a quarterback and get Mac Jones. And they're still teaching school. We're not going to. We'll just sit back and let them fall to us. You think about it like this. The 49ers could have stayed at 12, and they could have kept all those picks, and they potentially could have gotten Fields or Jones.
Yeah.
Okay. They may even could have gotten Trey Lance without, staying where they were at. And when you think about it from that perspective, Trey Lance is going to have to really kill it in order to justify that for me. And I'm a 49ers fan. I know I'm going to judge it more harshly than others. I feel like they have a win now team, and I'm not sure Trey Lance is a win now quarterback.
Yeah. And I mean, so in my perspective on the whole trade up thing is, I kind of expected it, and maybe it was very much wishful thinking, but he was so aggressive all offseason that it wouldn't have shocked me. And then especially when Fields started to fall, I was like, oh, this could really happen. And then, but yeah, the way it worked out was amazing, right? He just sat back, let the draft come to him, and all of a sudden he gets Mac Jones at 15, lost no more picks for the rest of this draft, right? They didn't lose picks in 21 in 22 or 23. I'm a big fan of that pick at that point. Whether or not Mac Jones is going to work out or not, I almost don't even care, because we didn't mortgage the future like a lot of these, like every other team did to get that quarterback, or at least the 49ers and the Bears.
So I think that one thing you guys were mentioning was regarding the Dolphins. And I think that's been kind of a hot topic all offseason with James Robinson with the Jaguars and Myles Gaskin with the Dolphins. What do you guys think about, since they haven't drafted anyone yet? I think that going like Sermon, or even if they want to go late, like a Ramondre Stevenson to be like a Thunder Lightning with Gaskin as a pass catcher would be something pretty good for the Dolphins at a relatively cheap price.
I think Sermon would be the only one I'd worry about. There are still plenty of Grinches that could steal Gaskin's Christmas.
This I was saying more of just like an NFL fit, like having the power back.
There was a report that they were going to take Javonte Williams at 36, which is why Denver jumped up in front of them and took him. So they clearly are. I feel like they're clearly looking to add to that backfield. Just because they haven't yet doesn't mean that they won't. And it also doesn't mean that if they do, that Gaskins will be dead. I mean, we saw Gaskins can play. Yep. I mean, he's not a scrub. It's just the same thing as in Jacksonville. James Robinson can play. Just because they drafted Travis Etienne doesn't mean James Robinson can't play. I thought, a lot of people think that, first round is not where you draft a running back. I disagree. I put a thread out there. I think it's the perfect spot to draft a running back. You control him for potentially 7 years without ever having to pay him. So I don't have an issue with them taking a running back in the first round. My issue was that they took a running back. They have so many holes to fill in Jacksonville. They have so many needs on defense, and there were so many good edge rushers and players that like Bolton, who slipped to the pick 58 that really shouldn't have. Guys like Morig who slipped to the 43rd pick. And the Raiders really saved themselves, right? Because if they'd have taken Morig at 17 and Leatherwood at 43, no one would have batted an eye, right? So the fact that they did that in verse and still made out is just so Raiders. Like, they just backed right into that. So so there were just so many players, so many needs that the Jaguars had. For them to take another running back there was pretty surprising to me. I know our own Jack Falcone said he thought that the Jaguars were going to take a running back. I also thought they would take a running back, but I didn't think they would take one that high. And Tampa Bay just took Kyle Trask.
With
the final pick of the second round.
There it is, the Brady replacement.
So, wow. How much longer is Brady there? Is this it?
No.
God, he really is. He's playing purely to like shove it down everyone's throat that he's
done
best.
that.
But it's not enough for him. I think if he goes out, obviously if they win the Super Bowl again this year, which would be insane. I think but it's also not unrealistic.
No, it's not. They're the first team ever to return all 22 starters,
which is wild. Everyone's bought in. Everyone brought into the Brady. So
how could you not?
Yeah. No, listen. I'm not going to argue with that.
He's 9 Super Bowls. For as long as I've been alive and been a football fan most of my adult life, it's been Brady in the damn Super Bowl. If I wasn't a Tom Brady fan, I would be sick of football. I don't know how people continue to watch it who aren't Tom Brady fans.
As obviously the resident Patriots fan, I do think I'm good enough and aware enough to understand that like everyone hates him and that I'm very spoiled. I get it. If I wasn't a Patriots fan, I would feel the same way. I mean, literally my entire adult life is 50% of the time I go to the Super Bowl.
It's ridiculous.
It's dumb. I think he's got one more year left, maybe 2. So that's where I think the Kyle Trask pick is great. I mean, he has some flashes in there, but people.
So what Jason Licht is doing down there in Tampa is awesome. So they drafted JPP's heir apparent yesterday, and today they get Brady's heir apparent. So they're going to make. It's pretty clear they're going to make one more run at this thing and then probably blow it up.
Yep.
And then we'll see what Tom wants to do.
And that's kind of go ahead. Yeah.
Dave Marchand is taking offense to you claiming to be the resident Patriots fan. But you can just say he lives in California and he's just a bandwagoner.
Yeah, he left the area, so I'm the last lone survivor here.
You're the last of the Mohicans.
That's right.
Speaking to Tom Brady, though, I'm on the side that I don't think he's done, and I don't think he's a 1 year either. I think he's going to legitimately keep playing until he like physically can't, or like I'm kind of in the camp that it may even be after 45, maybe like 2-3 more seasons, because I see no reason for him to quit at 45 that he wouldn't have already quit already.
I agree with you, Vivek.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Dan. Go ahead.
Oh no, I say 45. I think that would make him. I think 45's the mark that no one else can touch. I think that's why he's really going for 45.
No one is going to touch his career.
No one's going to touch him regardless, though.
He's
already the greatest quarterback of all time, one of the greatest players of all time. You could have the Jerry Rice debate as well, but other than like Rice, there's no debate.
Listen, no one alive right now, and I don't care if you were just born and you have no idea what I'm saying, no one alive right now will ever live long enough to see a better quarterback than Tom Brady.
For sure.
He has already his legacy. He could go out there next year and throw 55 interceptions, and it legitimately would not matter. It would not tarnish his legacy in any way. And I agree with you, Vivek. He's shown no signs. There are no chinks in his armor. He is just as sharp with the ball in his mind as he ever was. Like there's no decline in his play. And it wouldn't shock me if, he did play past this year and it wasn't in Tampa Bay. It was somewhere else.
Yeah. And I can't see a way he hangs it up. He hangs it up without just like a huge performance decline to the point where Brady himself doesn't feel like playing because he isn't that same quarterback anymore, or his body just breaks down, because otherwise he would have already stopped, right? Like he would have stopped after the Patriots. If he wanted one season, sure, he would have stopped after this year. There's no reason for him to continue, except he loves football. He just wants to play until the end, until he can't anymore. And I have no idea when that's going to be. We can put arbitrary numbers on it, but he's already proven that he can continue to play at a high level at this point, right? So I'm not going to doubt him. I'm going to say I would guess more than 1 year for sure.
I'm gonna liken it to Mike Krzyzewski at Duke. Like I remember 10 years ago when I was covering the Blue Devils, we were like, he's got just a couple of more years. He's got just a couple of more years. It seems like every couple of years we say he's got just a couple of more years. And here it is, man. He's like 76 years old. He's still bringing in the top recruiting class every year. And you're like, maybe the day coffin is a real thing, man. he shows no signs of slowing down. He's not as fiery as he once was. But Tom Brady's sort of in that same class, man. I know Father Time is undefeated, but Tom Brady's kicking his ass right now.
Listen, I just want it to be known that all of this praise is not coming from the Patriots fan here, which makes me just so happy. You're right, though. I think he's going to play until he doesn't feel as he's Tom Brady anymore. I think that's the big thing. The way that he's so competitive, I feel like, if he doesn't have the physical traits where he knows he can't play the same way, I think that's when that aspect of walking away, because the rumor's been, Giselle has wanted him to retire for several years now. And he's just like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to keep winning Super Bowls.
It's like he says, right? You'll never get this back. Once you stop, it's over.
Yeah.
So he wants it to last as long as it can, and who am I to tell him not to? And Andre Cisco just went to Jacksonville. He's a
man, the Texans.
Nice safety. Not to be confused with the Thong Song Cisco.
What a jam. What a throwback.
Vivek, you have no idea what we're talking about, do you?
I have no idea. But I think that
oh man, I love it.
Yeah, I think though.
Look it up, Vivek. When we're done, look it up.
We got to get you ready for college, man.
Oh, the Texans just took Davis Mills.
That's what I was gonna say. The Texans took Davis Mills.
Davis Mills. I had Davis Mills in my top 5 quarterbacks. This is a kid. Go ahead, Vivek. Go ahead.
Wow, you had him top 5?
I did.
Wow. All right. Yeah, Davis Mills out of Stanford. I mean, Houston needed to get someone because obviously there's a Deshaun Watson situation going right now, and I'm not going to speculate on what's going to happen because all the facts aren't there, and I don't want to speculate at this point. But in the chance that Deshaun Watson isn't back, the Texans, even though they have so many needs, I mean, you have to roll someone out there. And Davis Mills, I take as someone who would be good to sit for a little bit. And obviously at this point in the draft, that's going to be most quarterbacks from here on out. But I think that for him being able to sit behind for like a year or so as the Texans, as their entire team's trash. Let's just say they're one of the worst teams in the league without Deshaun Watson. And so he can kind of just wait the season out and hopefully come back and be their starter if Deshaun Watson doesn't work out.
Davis Mills is a guy that the undroppables were consistently high on. I know Tommy liked him. Other people on the team liked him. Former number 1 overall high school recruit. Played just 11 games in 2 seasons. But when he played, he was impressive. His 141.9 career passer rating and 66% completion percentage ranked 4th and 3rd in school history, and we know the lineage of Stanford quarterbacks. Per Pro Football Focus, he earned a 97 grade on deep balls and a 108.2 grade on passes between 10 and 19 yards. He has the touch for the entire field. He has all the tools. He's a big kid, prototypical pocket passer. He comes from an outstanding coach in David Shaw. Just 491 career dropbacks in college. So it's the fact that he's raw, I think, is why teams want him, because he's a building block. You can coach him up. You can potentially build him into something. This reminds me of the Kirk Cousins pick years ago, when Kirk Cousins was picked by Washington, and you thought, man, with the right coaching, this kid could be something. And Kellen Mond just went to the Vikings. Speaking of Kirk Cousins, the quarterbacks are flying off the board here in round 3.
Yep.
Doesn't surprise me that Davis Mills has come off the board. Doesn't surprise me that he's gone to a place where he could potentially sit, depending on how the Deshaun Watson stuff shakes out.
And because they have Tyrod Taylor too.
They have Tyrod Taylor.
That he could fill that immediate need.
And Tyrod Taylor has obviously not anywhere close to Watson, but he also has that dual threat capability even at his age. So
he's a stopgap.
It isn't as big of a transition that it may have been if they were just going to straight up pocket passer.
I honestly, Tyrod Taylor, I know this is not what we're all here for, but I think he's been perennially underrated. He's better than people like to give him credit for.
He is a game manager that can run.
Yep.
That's what Tyrod Taylor is.
I feel like every sort of quarterback that's good enough to not always be losing his job, but bad enough never to win, is always undervalued. It's the Derek Carr argument. Derek Carr, I believe, is undervalued, but he just isn't.
He's not sexy.
Yeah. And at the same time, though,
it's the eyeshadow.
He's not going to win a Super Bowl anymore. And that's, in the end, the main goal of especially storied franchises.
You don't think Derek Carr could win a Super Bowl?
No, I do not think Derek Carr can win a Super Bowl. Before his injury, maybe, but now he just doesn't take shots downfield.
I think in the right situation, Derek Carr could win a Super Bowl. I mean, we saw Jimmy Garoppolo almost win a Super Bowl. I mean, they were 9 minutes away from, and to me, those guys are on the same tier level.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I know almost, if ifs and buts were candy and nuts, we'd all have a merry ho ho. He didn't actually win, but they were damn close. And if he can get that close, I think Carr could get that close.
So this Mond pick is interesting to me. He's going to be sitting for 2 years, and then he's looking at Kirk Cousins' contract right now.
Nick Foles won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, don't remind me. Michael, you say out of the stream right now, mister.
Tom Brady was the MVP of that Super Bowl. Do not at me. He was the MVP of that Super Bowl. He threw for 500 yards. I don't care what kind of cheap play that they won on.
I just want to say that Nick Foles' dick disagrees with that statement.
You knew it was coming.
Me.
I love that. No, was it Kellen Mond to Kirk Cousins? Kirk Cousins next year is $45 million against the cap, and it is all dead money. So if they wanted to cut him for whatever reason, it's just not happening. But they could trade him. If Cousins, if they trade him, only 10 million dead, 35 million savings. So that's a name to look out for trades for next year.
I'm gonna get on my soapbox here for a second. Kirk Cousins, there are 25 NFL franchises who would love to have Kirk Cousins. He's another guy that just continually gets undervalued, and why is beyond me. I mean, all he does is go out there every year. He completes 70% of his passes. He throws for 4,000 yards. He throws 30 plus touchdowns.
Because he doesn't run. People are so bored with a good passer. It doesn't make sense to me.
He is mobile enough. He can manipulate the pocket. He can get on the edge. No, you're not going to run a bunch of RPOs and stuff with Kirk Cousins, but he's mobile enough that you can win games with him. Listen,
agreed.
My point is, Kirk Cousins is not the reason the Vikings have not won more football games. Well, I mean, he's done what he can do. I mean, and I know that there was the whole the primetime thing. Oh, he chokes in primetime or whatever, but he finally got that monkey off of his. He did. He finally got that monkey off of his back. I like Kirk Cousins. I think he's a really good quarterback.
Me too. I think that Kirk is basically the poster child. If you have Derek Carr and like Kirk Cousins next to each other, like on a poster, it's just perennially undervalued. Like I think that's definitely fair. But one thing I will say is just, I think what Term was mentioning brings up a bigger point in general about the fantasy community, and that's that our priorities are different than the NFL's priorities. And that seems like a very obvious statement, right? Because the NFL wants to win first and foremost, and fantasy players just want players that score the most points. But I think that can often like inaccurately skew our perceptions of where a player is going to be drafted, or how a player is going to be used, or even just how good a player is in general, right? Like for any non-running quarterback, there's going to be a sizable amount of the fantasy football community that just doesn't believe that they are as good as they are because they don't see the fantasy points translate. And so there is something to be said about just differing priorities, and that can maybe create value pockets, or it can really separate like where you want to be.
Well, I think it does. People get. Oh, sorry, Tim. I was saying.
Go ahead, Dan.
People get so bored with just good passing quarterbacks. Say, oh, they can't. They're not mobile. They're not going to run for X amount of yards. And it's the fantasy thing, right? Because you have to be an elite passer to be fantasy viable. But you can be, Josh Allen of 2 years ago and have a 59% completion percentage. But because you run for a lot of yards, you're good at fantasy. It doesn't mean you're good at real football. You're good at fantasy. So people see, Kirk Cousins and like, oh, like Term was saying, 30 touchdowns, 4,000 yards, 70% completions. But it doesn't translate to fantasy because, frankly, quarterback scoring in fantasy is broken.
And also, even if he finishes as a low-end QB1, like assuming it's not super flex, if it's like redraft 1 QB leagues, I know that we say there's 12 QB1s, like just because there are 12 QB1s, but no one wants to have QBs 8 through 10 or 8 through 12 because they just see them as a streamer. And Kirk Cousins is always in that range. He's always like 8 through 14, like every single year. And because of that, if you don't play in Superflex, that just causes people to think, oh, you're streaming quarterback. And streaming quarterbacks basically implies that you're replaceable, even on the NFL level.
Yeah. Kirk Cousins is anything but replaceable, and the Vikings would find out real quick if they replaced Kirk Cousins with Kellen Mond, just how good they had it.
So he does cook his steaks on like tinfoil, so he's kind of
pick 64, 66, 67, all quarterbacks. 8 quarterbacks have gone in the first 67 picks. That's a lot. Might be a little while before we see another quarterback go. And it looks like Atlanta just took Jalen Mayfield, so they're beefing up their offensive line.
That's needed. That's definitely needed. I mean, you got to protect Matt Ryan. I know, term actually, we've been on this for a long time. With the extension that they gave to Matt Ryan, they locked into Matt Ryan for the next 2 to 3 years. So their O-line you needed to fix. So I think that's a great pick of, securing that investment.
And
so Matt Ryan is only 35 years old. It's not like he's about to die or anything. It was always mind-boggling to me that people thought they were going to take a quarterback at 4.
Yep.
And then I said this before they extended him. He was a candidate to be extended, and if they extended him, they were telling you what they were going to do in the draft. They were telling you that they weren't going to draft a quarterback, because in today's NFL, you can draft a quarterback and have him sit. You cannot draft a quarterback in the top 5 and have him sit.
For 2 years.
Especially for 2 years.
Yep.
Those guys that go into top 5 are expected to come in and compete and start right away. And speaking of coming in and starting right away, we have a special guest who has just joined us. He is the co-founder of Campus to Canton. He is one of my favorite people in the Twitter sphere. One of the best people in the Twitter sphere. Felix, it is so good to have you here, and we appreciate you coming on.
I love my Undroppables family. I'm sorry I'm a little bit late. I don't know that anybody's watching the draft. We're all doing live streams, but I'm really happy to be on with you guys. I've done a couple of Undroppables shows, the Undroppables family of shows, and I love it every time I join on.
Well, we love having you. You, like I said, you're one of the sharpest people. No pun intended. You're one of the sharpest people in the space, and I look forward to picking your brain on some of these prospects. We were just talking about all the quarterbacks that have gone. I think 8 in the first 67 picks, 3 here back to back to back. How do you feel about guys like Davis Mills and Kellen Mond and those guys and where they went?
Well, I mean, you got Kellen Mond going to the Vikings. That's a questionable pick because I don't see – first of all, he's not going to start for them in any time soon, and Kirk Cousins has been just fine. I don't understand that one. Davis Mills to the Texans is interesting for a couple of reasons. One, there's a lot of smart people out there who are very high on Davis Mills who could have stayed another year at Stanford if he wanted to. The Pac-10 season was really weird because of COVID. They had 4 games. They were starting at 9 o'clock in the morning their time, all of that stuff. He could have stayed. He probably should have stayed. He could have been a top 15 pick next year. That said, we were just I was late because on our stream we were talking to Matt Waldman. Matt Waldman was very high on Davis Mills. I believe he had him as his quarterback 10, ahead of guys like Zach Wilson. So that's interesting, the fact that there are smart people out there that like him. The fact that he went to the Texans. I mean, we know that situation. There's a chance that he could have to start this year. So if you're in super flex leagues, if you're in deep dynasty leagues where you want to take a flyer at a quarterback, he's not going to go in the first 2 rounds of your super flex leagues. You can take Davis Mills, and he might end up being, in week 4 or maybe even week 1 being the starter because Deshaun Watson's been indefinitely suspended by the team. So that's and who was the third? Mond, Mills,
Trask.
and who?
Trask went
Tampa
to
Bay.
the
Yeah.
Bucks.
Yep.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that just means that they'll still be in the market for a quarterback after Tom Brady retires. So, but that might not be for another year, might not be for another 2 years, and the quarterback classes coming up are fine enough where they can get somebody at the end of the first round, like a Matt Corral out of Ole Miss. I mean, if you're talking about Tampa Bay going back to the playoffs, the NFC South is atrocious. They're going to be a division winner. They're going to have a home playoff game. They might get back to the NFC Championship game. They're talking about pick 28 or something like that. I mean, I'm not to give a Debbie slant right off the jump, but the 2022 class is not as strong as the 2021 quarterback class. But you can still have somebody like Matt Corral out of Ole Miss. That's somebody that I would be looking at in the later rounds because it's not Kyle Trask. It's not.
It warms my heart to hear you say that smart people like Davis Mills, because I am not smart, but I had Davis Mills ahead of Now, here goes my reputation, right? I had Davis Mills ahead of Trey Lance. And I'm a 49er fan, and I know that a lot of people like Trey Lance. I really like Davis Mills. So for me, everything that you said, I echo. His situation is really interesting. What's going to happen with Deshaun Watson? He could potentially sit behind him. He could wind up starting. And while we were listening to you wax poetic about that situation, the Panthers just took Brady Christensen, offensive tackle, so they continue to surround Sam Darnold with not only weapons but offensive linemen. That's not only good for Sam Darnold, that's good for CMC. Man, we talked about this before you came on, Felix. That, to me, that offense, you mentioned the NFC South a bit. After Tampa, it's sort of wide open. That offense has a chance to be dynamic next year, especially with all these new pieces, especially with the new receiver that they just drafted, Terrence Marshall. I think that team is definitely on the up and up, and Matt Rule and those guys are doing a hell of a job down there.
How much would you like it if they had drafted Justin Fields? I mean, if they had drafted Justin Fields, I would be like, this team is going to at least finish second in the NFC South. Out of all the teams that passed on Justin Fields, I was most surprised by Carolina. Given the fact that they've got that new aggressive owner, given the fact that they've got a new aggressive head coach, and we have seen teams take quarterbacks in back-to-back years and just, see how it plays out. That's what Arizona did. That's what the Jets just did. I was so surprised to see Carolina pass on Justin Fields, given all of those circumstances, and that's just putting a lot of faith in Sam Darnold. Is he surrounded by Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry, Felix.
Is he surrounded by a lot of talent? Absolutely. We still haven't seen it though yet. The last time we saw Sam Darnold kind of explode was his first game in 2018 against the Detroit Lions on Monday night when Matt Patricia this defensive guru coming from New England, bringing in his defense and blah, 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 getting blown out by a rookie quarterback in Sam Darnold at home, Sam Darnold on the road. His career has kind of been bumpy with the mono and all of that stuff, but he's got tons of weapons around him.
He had something worse than mono. He had Adam Gase. And listen, for a while, I'm a Duke guy. I'm an LSU guy, but I'm a Duke guy first. For a while, his best receiver was Jamison Crowder. Nothing against Jamison Crowder, but if he's your best receiver, you got problems. I mean, it's not like he was put in the best situation. Not only was he saddled with Adam Gase, an unimaginative offense, a porous O-line, no running game, no outside wide receivers, no weapons. You're in New York. You're fighting the Giants. You're fighting the Yankees for the front page of the papers there. There's a lot of pressure in being the quarterback. Being the quarterback of the Jets and being the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers are two entirely different things. The pressure is going to be off of him. Like the spotlight is nothing like it's going to be, down here in North Carolina, like it was in New York. I like Sam Darnold. I believe more in Matt Rule and Joe Brady and their imagination and the things that I've seen them do than even I believe in Sam Darnold. And I think he's going to play well.
Well, and they did some unique things. I mean, last year I think they took defense every single pick, including Jeremy Chin. This year they go ahead and get my number one quarterback in J.C. Horn.
He was also my number one cornerback.
Yeah, I mean, you got to like what they're doing. I'm just like, if they had just, this is a fantasy show. For the purposes of fantasy football, I wish that they would have taken Justin Fields. That's it.
Okay, I want to ask you. I want to ask you a question, Felix. I was high on Mac Jones. Anybody who follows me knows that. I'm still high on Mac Jones. How do you feel about his landing spot?
My initial thought was we don't have any history of Bill Belichick developing quarterbacks, but that's not exactly true. He had Matt Castle, who they went 10-6 with, should have made the playoffs. Jacoby Brissett. They've played over the Tom Brady's time there. They have put other players in there and have kept chugging along. And then Matt Castle signed a free agent contract with the Kansas City Chiefs. So let's say that that's a quarterback that he and Josh McDaniels developed. But that team hasn't done great drafting offensive skill position players. That's just and Josh McDaniels was really high on Tim Tebow, got rid of Jay Cutler and Brandon Marshall to bring in Tim Tebow and Demaryius Thomas. So all of that being said, Mac Jones was a very good college quarterback who held off a dynamic freshman in Bryce Young that people thought were going to start there. He is not what we see really succeed or thriving in the NFL today. He's a little bit smaller. He doesn't have like a super dynamic arm. You can even see it at his pro day. He's going to have to win with his mental processing, and he's more of he's not the trait C type player that you've seen with the other four quarterbacks, including Zach Wilson, who has a howitzer and kind of runs all around and makes plays down the field.
So the reason, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
I thought you were done.
My thoughts are not fully formed yet on Mac Jones. Like
that's
how
fair.
I'm going to value him, whether I'm going to roster him on any teams. Those feelings just aren't fully formed yet.
So I'll speak to. I won't hang on just a second, Dan, because I want to speak to the quarterback argument that Felix brought up there for the Patriots. They got Matt Castle paid. Matt Castle was a guy who didn't even play at USC, and they got him paid. They got him paid. I think they actually went 11-5 that year. That they missed the playoffs. They got Brian Hoyer paid, being able to plug him in and show what he was able to do. They got Jimmy Garoppolo paid, sticking him in for 3 or 4 games. So when it comes to quarterbacks, and hey, say what you want about Josh McDaniels and Tim Tebow, they won a playoff game. They beat the Steelers in the playoffs in that overtime game. I know you guys remember Demaryius Thomas going like 70 yards on that slant. So they're going to get the we talked about this before you came on. This is the ultimate coaching staff that is just they're going to find out what Mac Jones likes to do, and that's what they're going to ask him to do. What are you good at? Let's do that. We're not going to do what you're not good at. We're not going to ask you to beat teams with your feet. I will say this. He is more mobile than he's given credit for. He ran more RPOs last year at Alabama than Trevor Lawrence did at Clemson. He can manipulate the pocket. I agree with you that he's going to have to beat defenses with this. And he is so accurate. His eyes, the way he goes through progressions so quickly. I really like the kid. I think it's a really good landing spot. I'm not as bullish on his weapons. And you were spot on when you said they don't have a good history of drafting skill position players, especially that report that came out that said Bill Belichick ignored his scouts and drafted N'Keal Harry over Deebo Samuel and A.J. Brown. So hopefully if he's got scouts there who scouted out those kind of players, he starts listening to them. Dan, I'll let you get in here. I know you wanted to get Felix's thoughts on Mac Jones, so I'll let you get in here. I really like Mac. I really like the landing spot.
Yeah, kind of first time, long time, ask my question to leave type radio talk show guy.
I'll take your comments off the air, guys.
Yeah. So yes, very much so. As one of the Patriots fans here, for my feelings on Mac Jones, and that's where I'm really curious to hear kind of you go off a little bit more on this is, their offense historically has been based on timing, anticipation throws, those short throws, getting people open and letting your skill players then do the work for you, which, does seem to play to his traits in Alabama, where the system around him was so good with Sarkinson. He was able to scheme guys open and, Mac Jones just delivered it down the field. So just curious to see, curious of your thoughts on, how does his arm to you play at the NFL level? That's one thing whenever I watched him play, that was my biggest kind of concern is, he has great touch and anticipation, but can he really zip it? So I'm curious to hear your thoughts on that. And then Justin, how does he fit within the scheme of New England? So I do have to bounce, but, I'm excited to hear what you have to say. So good night, everybody.
Yeah,
Thanks,
it's
Dan.
interesting. He goes from New England to, from Alabama to New England because he's there with Steve Sarkisian, and who's one of the, he's a Kyle Shanahan or Andy Reid of college football, and then he's going to New England with Josh McDaniels. The thing regarding the arm strength question, I don't have a problem at all with his arm strength. I mean, I remember when Deshaun Watson was criticized because he only threw the ball however many miles per hour coming out of college. I don't have a problem at all with his arm strength. He can do whatever he needs to do at the NFL level. The problem is that, or the contrast is, you go to Alabama and you're throwing to Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith, Jaleel Billingsley, John Mechie. Those are the guys and then last year, Jerry Jeudy and Henry Ruggs. You're going to go to New England and you're throwing to didn't they sign Nelson Aguilar? Is it Nelson Aguilar and N'Keal Harry? Those are their starters. I mean, yeah, they signed Hunter Henry and Jonnu Smith, but I think that we could say that the skill positions at Alabama are probably better than what he's going to have at New England.
I actually did say that.
Yeah. I mean, you got 4 first-round wide receivers. So it's and part of the reason why my thoughts are just not fully formed on Mac Jones is I just can't tell whether or not he elevated the talent around him, or the talent around him elevated him, or some combination of both. And then what's going to happen in New England where, you've got what's left of N'Keal Harry run out there, running. And then Nelson, I cannot believe that they gave a free agent contract to Nelson Aguilar. I couldn't believe that someone would sign Nelson Aguilar really as a starter. So that's the question. That's going to be the question for Mac Jones. All that said, we really don't know what we're talking about when it comes to quarterback evaluations. Remember what everybody said about Josh Allen? Josh Allen coming out. First, Josh Allen in Superflex leagues, Josh Allen was going in the second round. Now he's arguably the quarterback to Patrick Mahomes. So still need to pick up Mac Jones and not let him fall too far, especially in Superflex dynasty leagues.
Yeah, I completely agree. Before we go much further, I'm going to bring in my partner from the Unscripted podcast. He is the chef. You know him as Jake Bisong. Jake, are you there? Is Jake ready to come on?
Yo.
What's going on, buddy? Long time no speak. How you doing?
Yeah, good. How are you?
I'm good, man. You're on with the Sharpe man.
Hey, what's up,
Sharpe,
Felix?
Beezy, good to talk to you. And I've seen you on Twitter. I remember when you were posting about job applications and stuff, and wishing you the best there. So
I appreciate that, homie. Appreciate it.
Good to chop it up with you.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I'm sorry about the camera. I'm trying to get it fixed, but something's up with it. So it is what it is for right now.
You have a green screen behind you, Beezy?
No, but I'm going to see what's going on. I apologize for that, boys. If you guys want to keep on talking, and I will.
We're good. Nope, he's gone. Nope, he's back.
It's a little magic show, dude. Magic show tonight.
This is a live show, folks.
Yes, sir.
Randall, so you're in North Carolina?
Yes, I'm in North Carolina.
Do you think that the Panthers have a chance to not? I mean, I don't know that Tampa Bay are world beaters in that division. I mean, I could definitely see Carolina. If Sam Darnold can get everything together.
Okay, so they lost 5 games last year by a single score. The Panthers did, and they didn't have CMC, and they didn't have optimal quarterback play. I mean, I like Teddy Bridgewater, but he's a placeholder, right? Which you said you were most surprised about the Panthers not drafting a quarterback. I was most surprised at the Broncos. I actually tweeted that when they traded for Teddy Bridgewater, it took them out of the quarterback market. But that was because I didn't expect Fields and those guys to be there when they picked. So I was really surprised that the Broncos didn't take a quarterback. But back to your point, that's a real spicy take, man. It seems like that. So the Chiefs went into Tampa Bay and they whooped on the Buccaneers. That game was not as close as the final score.
No, it wasn't.
And that was the last time Tampa lost. And it just seemed like that team galvanized themselves and just started to get better and better and better and better. And they say that it's year 2 in an Arians offense, right? I've heard that said over and over. Carson Palmer is on record as saying he didn't really blossom in Bruce Arians' offense until year 2. They brought every single starter back. First team to ever do that. All 22 starters are back. I think that Tampa has earned the right to be the favorite in that division. I'm going to call them the favorite in that division. Would it totally shock me to see the Panthers win that division? I guess not. But if you're asking me, I'm going to say they'll probably finish second. And it really, I would think they're going to make the playoffs. If that defense takes a step, right, that all those young kids that they drafted last year, if they take a step on defense, yeah, they could definitely make the playoffs.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I mean, I think the NFC is kind of wide open. You've got some turbulence in Green Bay. Detroit and Chicago are not going to be in the NFC. In the NFC South, New Orleans isn't going to be it with either Jameis Winston or Taysom Hill starting. It's the NFC West. That's the conference or the division that I think can send potentially 3 teams to the playoffs.
It's going to be brutal.
Yeah. We just saw the Cardinals draft Rondale Moore, and you got Matthew Stafford. I actually think that the Rams are going to come out of the NFC, and then obviously Seattle is always right there. Those are the 3 really good teams there, and probably San Francisco is going to be sitting by the wayside. But after those are the top 3 in the NFC East. I mean, maybe Dallas gets it back together with Dak Prescott healthy. I don't know that there's another team that's going to make noise. So Carolina can be right there in the NFC in contention.
Really like Dallas's first pick of Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons,
really like that. While we were waxing poetic, a kid that I really like just got picked by the Chargers, Josh Palmer from Tennessee. If you watch him on film, he was really held back by coaching and quarterback play. This is a kid who was late to football, Canadian-born prospect. He's got good size, 6'1", 210. I think this kid can play. He tracks the ball well. Great body control. This could be a potential really sneaky pick and someone who could be catching bombs from Justin Herbert downfield. I don't know if you know much about this kid, Felix. What are your thoughts?
No, I do not know much about him. But when you watch the Senior Bowl one-on-ones, and I was watching for the players that I like Austin Watkins was there, and then you watch this kid, and you say, okay, that was a nice route, and then it's a 15-minute video, and you see his next rep, and you're like, damn. And then you see his next rep, and he's just winning. So since then, I at least have noted the name. And are we still in this? Is this the 3rd round or the 2nd round?
This is the 3rd round.
This is the 3rd round. I think that's surprising that he's taken this highly, but that just shows you that he probably was held back by that Tennessee team who they just got rid of their coach and then brought some new quarterbacks in there talking about being held back. All that stuff just changed because it was so bad. So
yeah, he as you said, even though that he wasn't ultra productive, he was still earned a Senior Bowl invite, and it was there that I really first took notice of him when he started winning a lot of those one-on-one. A lot of people, they watch the Senior Bowl and they watch the Senior Bowl. really the Senior Bowl, what you want to watch are the practices.
The practices.
The practices are where the practices where I fell in love with Quinn Miners. And he's a kid I'm surprised is still hanging around out there because that kid can play. So yeah, you want to watch those practices. I like this kid, and I like what the Chargers have done in this draft. They got a lineman. They're beefing up their line. They're clearly they want to protect Herbert. He's their franchise. You mentioned the NFC West being good. Man, the AFC West, is also going to be. You got the Broncos with all those skill position players. There's no easy out there, really.
No, and all those are rivalry games too that are probably going to be nationally televised between Kansas City and the Raiders and the Broncos and the Raiders and the Chargers and so yeah, I mean, damn. Let's see, is Derek Carr the fourth best quarterback in that division? I mean, it's probably a tie between he and Drew Lock, but
who is is Mariota still their backup?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so he's the fifth best quarterback.
I feel like he turned down a contract to go elsewhere to potentially compete for the job to continue to be the Raiders' backup.
Yeah, that's interesting. And then of course I want to get both of you guys' thoughts on, since we're talking about the AFC West. So it was rumored that the Broncos had put a pretty lucrative offer in, which is where I'm going with this. Is Rodgers going to be Green Bay's quarterback next year?
I think until we hear him come out and confirm these reports about him being displeased, that yes, he's going to be their quarterback. But once he says something to try to exercise his leverage that way, then it's just not happening. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, just remember I think his agent is David Dunn, and David Dunn was Carson Palmer's agent. And we remember Carson Palmer. I don't remember if Carson Palmer retired for the Bengals and said, I'm not coming, or just not coming back. But Carson Palmer sat out a year. Now Aaron Rodgers is close to 40 years old, but he could go do Jeopardy for a year and say, you know what? Screw you guys. I'm gonna exercise my leverage this way, and I think Aaron Rodgers just got engaged and he can go be with his wife for a year and then come back. But I think that it's smoke until we hear, like, these are reports. And I remember when that report came out that teams were calling Green Bay about Aaron Rodgers, and I'm like, wait a minute. The teams that called Green Bay, they wouldn't be the source for that story. And I don't think the Packers would be the source for that story. So that has to be like Rodgers' agent. Like, it's somebody that wants to know, people to know that
get me.
That Aaron Rodgers is like available. And then it was like 15 minutes later, Adam Schefter tweeted Aaron Rodgers isn't happy. He's told some in the organization that he doesn't want to be there anymore. All of that said, I think we have to wait until he does an interview where he is quoted verbatim, and then things will get ugly in Green Bay.
What do you think, Beezy? Is his silence deafening, or do you agree with Felix that you're going to wait till you actually hear from Rodgers?
I think Felix nailed it on the head. Again, there's so much talk going around. All these reporters just throwing stuff out everywhere. Until we hear it from Rodgers himself, I'm not. It's all smoke. There could be a deal in there with Denver. Maybe they are trying to trade him. Obviously, I get it. Like, do you believe Jordan Love is your franchise? Do you believe that kid's ready to take over? I don't. Playoff team with no real weapons at wide receiver other than Devontae Adams. Like, Aaron Rodgers is that team. If they want a shot to get a Super Bowl, that's their guy. Until he says it that he's not going to be there, I don't believe anything that's coming out right now.
Yeah, and you wonder with teams spending these picks now. We're in round 3. Is there a team out there that even has the capital to go get Rodgers anymore?
No, I don't think so. What are you giving up for Rodgers right now if you're Denver?
We got Drew Lock for you.
Drew Lock in a future first round picks. I mean, they probably don't have the juice. If Aaron Rodgers was going to go anywhere, I kind of think it would be Miami. Like Miami has the draft. They've traded for all these future picks. They could send Tua Tagovailoa. First of all, Miami was allegedly in the running for Deshaun Watson. All of his stuff. Yeah. And so why wouldn't they be in the running for Aaron Rodgers now? You know,
there was a report yesterday that said Aaron Rodgers wanted the Packers to take the 49ers offer. Apparently, the 49ers called the Packers and made a quote lucrative offer. But if you listen to John Lynch says it never got that far. They called, they asked, they were told no, and that was the end of it.
And remember, I mean, Aaron Rodgers grew up a 49ers fan in California, and he had that draft with he and Alex Smith. And Alex Smith goes to the 49ers, and Aaron Rodgers is sitting there in the draft room for a couple of hours. So.
Yes, I remember it quite well. Yes. I was pleading. What's so funny about that is that Mike McCarthy was the 49ers offensive coordinator at the time. And they picked Alex Smith over Aaron Rodgers, and then he wound up coaching Aaron Rodgers to a Super Bowl.
Was that the source of the tension between them? Because that was,
may have been. I mean, you picked him over me, and now you're going to be my coach.
And you know what? It seems Aaron Rodgers seems like the type of person where he would remember that and would never let you forget it. Like either being passive aggressive, that's not something he would let go. But you know what? That's probably why he's as great as he is because
exactly
he has a chip on his shoulder.
Yep, exactly right. Beezy, I'm gonna jump around here. How do you feel about your boys taking Najee Harris in round 1?
It's whatever, man. If they want to go for a first round pick running back, 23 years old, so they could keep him on a 5-year deal. Good for them. Blame it on the running backs all you want. I think it was a stupid move. I think they had much greater needs in a running back. I love Najee as a talent. I think he can fit that system well. So obviously, there is upside there. But I mean, I just feel like they could have gotten, offensive line, linebacker, cornerback. There is so many needs out there, and it seems like they're just going for offense right now. I mean, they just picked up Pat Freiermuth in the second.
Fairmuth,
whatever his name is.
Fairmuth is a pretty good blocking tight end, so that's going to help. I like you thought they would probably try to shore up that offensive line. It seems like their offensive line is getting long in the tooth, and ever since Mike Munchak was hired away to Denver, their line has sort of been in decline. So they draft Najee Harris, but are they going to have the hog mollies in front of them to clear path?
No, that's a big question. And like I said, I understand it. They, for whatever reason, Pittsburgh thinks they're a running back away from a Super Bowl run. Just good luck with that. I'm a Steeler fan, but I do not like the way that they're doing stuff right now. And like I said, Najee, I think, is a great running back. I think they could have found somebody to be just as productive in the later rounds if they wanted a form a 1-2 punch with McFarland or Snell, whoever it is. I just think that they wasted a pick. They didn't need to. But I like the tight end pick because we did not need a tight end. We got Ebron there, but he's more of your pass catching tight end. Pat's baby Gronk. That's what they called him coming out, and he's got a lot of upside. Ben likes his tight ends. If you remember the days of Heath Miller.
Well, they've actually compared to Miller. So
Heath Miller, former Virginia product. Felix, I want to get your thoughts from a football perspective and a fantasy perspective on Najee Harris to Pittsburgh.
All right, well, let's start with the fantasy perspective. Is that, and I'm going to talk about the running back class overall. I think the general consensus is that the running back class was not ideal. It definitely wasn't as good as the 2020 running back class. There's the top 3. You had Najee, you had Travis Etienne, and you had Javonte Williams. So and it's not very deep. So you got three guys who are kind of at the top of the class. You would hope that one of them would land in a really good landing spot to make you feel warm and cozy about taking that player the 101 in non-superflex leagues. I don't think that happened. Well, at least for Travis Etienne and Najee Harris. For all the reasons Beezy just said, Najee Harris is going to find it hard to find room to run in Pittsburgh. That said, that offense, Pittsburgh's offense in general, has used a running back in the receiving game in the past. That was what Le'Veon Bell did. Najee Harris isn't like it. Najee Harris can do some things as a receiver that are different than what Le'Veon Bell did. You can line Najee Harris is 6'2", 230. You can line him outside and throw back shoulder fades to him. And he's a competent receiver in that way. He's not as shifty as Christian McCaffrey. I don't know that you're going to have him run arrow routes, but to be able to use a 6'2" running back as a wide receiver in the vertical passing game, that's very attractive. Now, hopefully they have it. I don't even remember who the offensive coordinator is for Pittsburgh, but hopefully their offensive coordinator is imaginative enough to use him that way, because that's where he's going to get his fantasy value, is in the receiving game, specifically not on check down swings and that sort of things on in the vertical passing game, but your offensive coordinator has to be willing to use you that way. We saw, Aaron Jones maximized his value last season the season prior by being used in the vertical passing game. Wasn't used that way. It didn't really get the market share in that backfield before that. So from a football perspective, yeah, he's not going to be able to run the ball, but that's not where running backs find like their high-end fantasy value anyway. Yep, we want to see him get 15 carries on the game on the ground, 15 and 20, but I also want to see him used in the passing game. So that's kind of my take on Najee. It's like, dang, this running back class already sucked, and then you had the consensus top running back land in a spot that it's like, okay, but let's think about it in a dynasty perspective. I feel like Ben Roethlisberger is like playing, Russian roulette, and somebody's already taken 3 or 4 shots. Like it's almost over for him. What's the future going to be like for that Pittsburgh offense? We don't know. So, the undroppables, my boy Scott, Dino Game Theory is always talking about trading down. Man, this is definitely a class that I think that you want to trade down, because I think the safety is in the quarterback position, specifically with Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, and Trey Lance, and then at tight end and at running back. I'm like, if you had to take a running back inside, like this player is not going to bust, they're going to be an RB1. Would you feel comfortable about taking any of the top 3? Like if your life depends, I don't feel like. I think I feel the most comfortable probably with Javonte Williams, landing in Denver, but I wish their quarterback situation was better. So listen. So there are wide receivers that I really like. I don't, and where they landed: Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith to a certain extent, definitely Jamar Chase, Eli Moore going to the Jets, playing with Zach Wilson. I really like that one. I'm just not really comfortable with. I didn't like Travis Etienne in the first place, and then he's gonna. I think he's gonna share the load with James Robinson there. So you have both of their values tanked. So I know your question was just about. It was just about.
No. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Matt Canada is the Steelers' new offensive coordinator. He former Maryland coach. And he actually coached current Steelers running back Anthony McFarland in college. It really wouldn't surprise me if they had some packages for him. They need to shore up this offensive line. Their defense is pretty good. I agree with you on ETN. It's not that they took him in the first round; it's that they took him at all. They had so many holes. We talked about this earlier. They had so many holes on, especially on defense. They didn't need a running back. They definitely didn't need to take one where they did. Beezy, what are your thoughts? This looks like a shared situation. I think Felix nailed it on the head, and that's a particular situation I'm staying away from. I love Javonte Williams in Denver. There's an outside chance that Melvin Gordon could get cut. This is his last year. They could save a couple of million if they do cut him. And if not, he's definitely going to take over next year and be the lone wolf there.
Yeah, well, my love for Javonte Williams. He's my RB1 in this class. So seeing him in Denver, I was pretty happy. ETN, again, you said it. We've been saying this for like the past few months. Is why would the Jaguars draft a running back in the first round? They got so many holes to fill. It doesn't make any sense, but they did it anyways. And I mean, when you look at things and you look at it from a football point of view, it's like when you want to build your defense, when you want to build those trenches to get you, like you could have gotten another back later in the rounds that could have been your third round back and complement James Robinson, but no, you went and you wasted a first round pick on a running back. And for fantasy purposes, Javonte Williams is my RB1. I will draft him all day before Najee and ETN. Najee, like I said, I will take him over either one. I do like Najee as a Steeler fan. I do like Najee. I think he fits the system, but I just don't think, last year you saw that offense. They could not run the ball at all. They were playing a dink and dunk, and it wasn't working. And yeah, Najee may have an opportunity to get some receptions, but now you got a new tight end. You got Ebron. You got Deontay Johnson, Juju Smith-Schuster. You got Chase Claypool. You have a lot of mouths that you need to feed on that offense and a lot of targets that are going to be distributed around in that offense. So what's that really going to leave for Najee? I don't know. McFarland, love the kid. He's got some juice. Kid's fast. Canada loves him, obviously, as his former coach. So, yeah, I do think there's going to be packages designed for him. But I just don't see the upside with Harris or ETN that I see with Javonte Williams' opportunity in Denver.
What, Beezy, Randall, what's crazy to me is look at the 2020 running back class. I mean, you got Antonio Gibson was a third-round pick.
Yep.
J.K. Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift, Cam Akers, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire. One running back in the first round, and then you got a weaker running back class, and you got two running backs taken in the first round.
Yeah.
Like, I don't understand what the NFL is doing. Like, I don't know how they're evaluating the position. That running back class was a whole lot stronger. And you had DeAndre Swift, Jonathan Taylor. I didn't even say Jonathan Taylor. Jonathan Taylor, they all went
Yeah,
in the
you
second
didn't even
round.
mention Jonathan Taylor.
I didn't even mention Jonathan Taylor, who might run for 2,000 yards this year, and they all went in the second round. I don't know what the NFL is doing.
Yeah, so each draft it's just sort of an entity all its own. You never know where it's going to go. It's all dependent on team needs, who trades up in front of you, who takes the guy you wanted. We talked about there was a report where Miami was going to take Javonte Williams at 36, and so Denver goes and gets right in front of them and takes him. It's weird. It's like you said, last year was a smorgasbord of running backs. This year, the pickings were slim, but we've had two go in the first round. And while we were talking about the running backs, we had two offensive skill players go. The aforementioned Dolphins took Hunter Long, tight end from Boston College, which is interesting. I think Brevin Jordan is still on the board. And the Washington football team took Dynami Brown, a wide receiver from North Carolina. Brown is a kid who I like, and they're loading up on skill players. That's going to be an interesting division. I think you mentioned, Felix, about the competitiveness of the NFC West because all those teams are so good. I think the NFC East could be just as competitive because it's going to be one big slap fight. Well, except for the Eagles, who are probably going to finish last. But between Washington, Dallas, and the Giants, it wouldn't surprise me to see any of those guys And joining us now is the host of the Dynasty Rewind podcast, one of my good friends, CEO Michael Bauer. Michael, and he's coming in with an Eagles champion shirt on as we talk about them finishing dead last in their division.
Yeah, that's very nice of you.
Yeah, Michael, good to have you here. You're on with Beezy and Felix Sharpe.
What's going on, man?
We got a great crew here.
Also, I want to say this shirt is from 2004, so I had to do some body sculpting to get back into it. But
yeah, I have to say,
but
that thing's been around for a while.
It's been around, yeah. But Term, I heard you say that, and I'm just like, oh. But then again, looking at it and being realistic, I consider myself a realistic guy. It very well could happen. You know, the NFC East, it's called the NFC least for a reason. You know, you don't know what's going to happen year in and year out, man. Like, I could see the Cowboys winning it. I could see the football team winning it. I could see the Giants maybe winning it. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I don't see the Eagles winning it. And I've been saying to all my friends that are Eagles fans, just get ready. We're in for the long haul. We're in a rebuild here. And you can see that from their first 3 picks. They took a Heisman winning wide receiver, which I'm actually happy about. And then they built from the trenches, and that's how you build a team. They took an offensive and a defensive lineman. So I'm actually okay with it. Is it exciting to watch during the draft? No. But it's a smart football thing to do, which I'm actually surprised they're doing.
That's where teams are built, the trenches. Another tight end just went off the board. Tommy Tremble just went to the Panthers.
Yeah, Devin Jordan.
Yeah.
Wow.
Felix, go ahead. It seems like you got some thoughts on this kid.
Tommy Tremble's grandfather and father both played in the NFL. He broke his foot, I believe, as a senior, and was kind of was under recruited, a 3-star prospect, going to Notre Dame. When he went to the combine, whatever year he, I guess as a junior, he was the fastest tight end at his position. He was had the highest spark score, had the highest vertical jump, was just one of the most athletic players at the position. And then he goes to Notre Dame, and he's a little bit undersold because he's smack dab between Cole Kmet on one end, and on the other end, Michael Mayer, who's going to walk into the NFL and be the best tight end since Kyle Pitts. Both Michael Mayer and Eric Gilbert are very good tight ends. So he wasn't really used in the passing game, but he's super athletic, very fast. And then if there was one word to describe Tommy Tremble, that is just violence. He is a violent blocker. You can line him up in the slot. You can line him up in the backfield. You can line him up in line. You can have him play a move tight end. I think we're going to see him you look at his statistics, and he had like 200 yards receiving last year. He might have had 400 yards at all of his time at Notre Dame. But he is going to have a better NFL career in the receiving game than he did at college. And we've seen this before with other tight ends. I mean, think about what George Kittle did at Iowa. George Kittle was a 5th-round draft pick, but was very athletic. I mean, if there's a player that I'm looking at, actually there are 2 tight ends that I'm looking at. Tommy Tremble is one, and a guy who might be an undrafted free agent out of Central Missouri, Zach Davidson, is another athletic player that I'm really interested in. But I love the landing spot for Tommy Tremble because I think he can potentially start for that team. And I want to get him with an imaginative offensive coordinator. Where he's got Matt Rule and Joe Brady. They're going to know how to use him.
So we were talking about this earlier. Again, another weapon for Sam Darnold. They've done nothing but draft offensive linemen and skill position players, aside from J.C. Horn. They clearly believe in this kid. They had a chance to get a quarterback. They could have drafted Justin Fields. They could have drafted Mac Jones. They didn't. And you said yourself you were very surprised that they didn't. I think they really believe in Sam Darnold. So this is going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Felix, we really appreciate you stopping by and dropping the knowledge. Man, I can't thank you enough for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to plug? Tell the listeners, the viewers, how they can get at you, and where they can go to get to pick your brain?
Yeah, I'm at Sharpe Review on Twitter. That's Sharpe, SHARPE Review on Twitter. I'm one of the co-founders of CampusToCanton.com. If you don't know what a Campus to Canton League is, it is a league where you have a college team and an NFL team, and so your college team plays against the other 12 college teams, and there's a college championship. And so, for example, you could have had Trevor Lawrence on your team last year, and he could have been scoring points for your college team. And when those players graduate or declare for the NFL, they just filter right into your NFL team. And so campus2canton.com, with the number 2, that's the website. We've got the deepest rankings out there, college and the NFL. So join a Campus to Canton League and then go to campus2canton.com and become a subscriber. Hit me up on Twitter if you have any questions.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. That's Campus to Canton. That's the Sharpe Review. And the Packers just took a wide receiver. Breaking news: Amari Rodgers, Clemson wide receiver, to the Packers.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you guys chop it up.
Sorry, Term, cut you off there.
That's all right.
All right. Hey guys. Hey Beezy. Mike, what's going on?
How's it going?
No, it's going great, man. I'm enjoying the draft. I think the Eagles are killing it. So now we got 2 Birds fans. So
I'm okay with it. And how about the Steelers, Bees? How you feeling about your Steelers?
Oh, I hate it, man. I hate it.
Well,
not a fan at all of the draft. I mean, I love the tight end they picked up, Baby Gronk, but not a fan of Najee Harris, dude. Big woof.
Huh.
I think they made a massive mistake.
Is it the player or the capital spent on the player that you hate?
Both in a sense.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Javonte Williams was my RB1 coming out. Najee was my RB2. So I did have him, up there in terms of the rookies coming out. But he's 23 years old. They're going to get him onto what? They're going to have the 5th-year option. He'll be 28 years old. I mean, why are you spending first-round draft capital on a 23-year-old running back when your offensive line is beat to hell, could not move anyone on the other team's defensive line one bit? It makes no sense to me. I don't care how talented people think Najee is. It's not going to make a difference if you don't have anybody blocking for him. So I just think they just made some. I like the tight end. I like Baby Gronk. He's a good all-around tight end. He's going to fit that offense well. We were talking about him earlier, Heath Miller, clone almost. So, but other than that, they're just again wasting capital on nothing.
It's a fair point.
Like last year.
What's up?
You sound like me last year talking about the Eagles.
It hurts.
Yeah,
and Davion Taylor, I guess.
Well, and I said on Twitter earlier, I said, don't forget, we felt really good after the first round last year too. And how he is, and I'm not hating it, but I'm not.
Let me ask you this. We'll step away from our teams and focus on fantasy. We have only seen 3 running backs go. Unless I'm forgetting someone, we've only seen 3, and it's almost the end of day 2. Is anyone else going to get day 2 capital?
Well, okay. Stocks up on the Michael P. Ryan. He hasn't been replaced yet. And
that's a good. And Myles Gaskin.
Myles Gaskin hasn't been replaced. True. Yeah.
Yep.
What do you guys think about the quarterback that the Texans took? I don't know much about him, honestly, but could we be in play here depending on how this whole Deshaun Watson thing pans out?
A lot of people like him. A lot of people smarter than me like him. Matt Waldman was a big fan. Greg Cosell's a big fan. I know Term, I believe, had him as his quarterback 5 above Trey Lance, ironically, who went to his San Francisco 49ers. But he was a really, really highly recruited high school quarterback. I want to say he was a 5-star recruit. If not, he was a 4-star. He has the making. He's going to need coaching to succeed at the next level. But in terms of looking at rookie drafts, if you're in a super flex rookie draft, I have a hard time thinking that he's not your 6th quarterback off the board, because he could start this season. And of the quarterbacks not drafted in the first round, Kyle Trask is not going to start over Tom Brady.
No.
Kellen Mond, probably not anytime soon. So
no. He's got the opportunity to be that one QB that kind of comes out of the dark and just surprises everyone and maybe gets into a starting role. I mean, he's from Stanford. Kid's got a big arm. He's willing to let it rip. Like, he's not afraid to throw the football. I would kind of put him like as a mid-level talent. I don't think he's like this. I think there's a lot of opportunity for him to grow and develop still. So he's a good project, I think, for like a year or two and then slap him in. But, I would be kind of shocked if he was the starter this year, but who knows?
You must be talking about Davis Mills.
Yes, sir.
So
which I think you're pretty high on.
Yeah, we talked about him earlier. Only 471 college dropbacks, only 11 starts over 2 years. But when he did play, he was super productive. You mentioned him being raw. I think it's the fact that he is raw that made him so attractive to NFL general managers. The fact that they could coach him up, and we haven't seen the best of him yet. I really like the kid. And, with the proper coaching and everything, the sky's the limit, I think. He's a big kid, got a lot of size, prototypical pocket passer. I know the NFL is gravitating towards, kids who can beat you with their legs, but you still have to be able to beat people from the pocket, and he can do that.
Yeah. My whole thing is, when do running quarterbacks get figured out? Playoffs.
Yeah.
Look at last year. Who won the Super Bowl? Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Again. He's not a mobile quarterback. I mean, he looks like he can barely walk up to the line. So, I understand the way that the NFL is going, and we obviously have to adjust our fantasy teams for that. But it just, to me, it feels like the guy who could pick you apart with his brain is better than the guy that can pick you apart with his legs for the real NFL anyway.
Look at some of the guys who've been in the Super Bowl recently: Jimmy Garoppolo, Matt Ryan, Nick Foles, Tom Brady. These are the guys that you don't see the running quarterbacks. Aside from Mahomes, and Mahomes is not really he's not really a running quarterback. Like, he can use his legs, and he does use his legs, but he's maybe the best arm talent in the league. He can, and I know this is cliche to say, but he can make every single throw. He can make throws that he's not supposed to make. So yeah, I agree with you, man. You still have to be able to beat people from the pocket. And this kid can, which is why I'm so high on and really like Mac Jones.
Dude, when we were on True North podcast together, you and I said Mac Jones to the Pats is fantastic. You were like, yes, your head started going like crazy. We both love that kid. Now he lands exactly where we thought he was going to go, and I am in love with that pick.
Yeah, the only reason I lament he's with the Patriots now is because I really wanted the 49ers to draft him.
Yep.
What was that, Michael?
I thought they were going to. Honestly.
I did too.
Me too.
Yeah, I really did too.
My
the Steelers. I'm sorry. We were talking about the Steelers O-line before you came on. They just took guard Kendrick Green. So
okay.
they are listening, Beezy. They know they have to address their offensive line.
Jesus H.
So, Michael, I'll jump back to you. You had some more thoughts on the quarterback thing.
I do, and my question for Mac Jones is this: how do we really feel about? I mean, we all thought it would be a great fit, and it is. The system's a fantastic fit for him. Oh, there we go.
Oh my goodness,
Trey Sermon.
My pee just moved.
Mine just kind of moved a little bit too on that one.
Everybody knows I'm a big Trey Sermon fan. I'm a big 49ers fan.
Look at this. Made in heaven.
Oh, good Lord, dude.
Oh, my goodness.
Jeff Wilson sees it. Everyone just fucking shut down the board on that one. Boy.
I'm going to need a minute, boys. I got a hot flash here.
Wow. How do you Mac Jones? I wanted to get back to this. He's taking a downgrade at wide receiver over what he had at Alabama.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I don't know. They said he's not going to be the starter. Are we still drafting him high in Superflex leagues?
Yeah.
So,
be okay with
I'd be okay with drafting him in the first. Let's see. if I needed a quarterback, let's say, so if I was in a position where I had an opportunity that I didn't need a quarterback, but I could put one on my bench. But if I had to take Mac Jones in the first, 6 picks, I would. And I would stash him on my bench for the future because I think that kid has got a lot of talent. I love him with Josh McDaniels. He's what McDaniels loves in a quarterback. So he's going to build that offense to work around him. And, you might not get the production year one, but Dynasty's about patience, baby. Be on it early. And just let this kid learn, develop. Cam Newton isn't going to do crap this year with that offense. Let's be realistic. Mac Jones is starting by week 8.
Okay. So I had a draft that we all decided to do before the NFL draft. And I took, I think I had the 4th pick, and I took Javonte Williams.
Oh, boy.
Okay. And this is a super flex league. I had 2 2022 picks, which I used to trade back into the first round. With the 10th pick, I took Mac Jones.
Boner.
Okay.
Love it.
I agree with Beezy. Mac Jones should be gone in the first 6 picks.
Yep.
In the second round of this draft, I took Trey Sermon. I got my guys, and I am tickled to death with where all 3 have landed. So your question, Michael, first 6 picks, he should be off the board in my opinion. Even if he doesn't start this year.
He's going to start eventually, obviously.
Exactly.
Are we taking him over Justin Fields? Because
I am.
Yep.
There was a startup I did where Justin Fields was actually my second quarterback taken. And this was about a month or so ago, so obviously he had no landing spot. I'm pretty happy with the spot, though. And again, he's a guy who supposedly won't start right away. Andy Dalton is the starter, but
come on, man.
How long until they pull the plug on that experiment, right?
Yeah, that's gone in no time.
Yeah.
Just speaking really quick too, just for everybody listening, I did a recent rookie draft. It was a live draft in a league with like Ray GQ, Dynasty Bears, a couple of other guys around. I got Trey Sermon at the 208. That is some value, baby.
I like that.
That's what you want.
Yeah, Dan, our resident contract guru, you can get at him at AWL Sabermetrics. He just chimed in and said New England has no reason to rush Mac over Cam. He's 100% correct.
Yes.
I guess it's all dependent on where they're at, right? If it gets to week 9 or 10 and they're floundering at the bottom of the division, and Cam is playing much like he did last year, I could see him saying, all right, let's see what we got in the rookie. If they're still in contention for that division or for a playoff spot, and Cam is playing better than he played last year, I can see him sitting all year. Look, the Chargers had no plans to play Justin Herbert last year, despite the fact that I thought he was the second best quarterback in the draft. So it's not out of the question for him to sit. Could extenuating circumstances force their hand? Sure. But I believe Dan is absolutely correct in that they have no reason to rush him.
I agree that they have no reason to rush him. I just think that personally, Cam looked terrible. The offense looked terrible. He's not a good quarterback anymore. He does not fit that offense. And as much as people want to say that, Belichick won that running quarterback, that dynamic ability, like they've drafted Mac Jones for a reason. That's what they want. That's what they want to build around. They're going to build their offense around a gunslinger. That's what that kid is. So I personally think that if they don't come out of the gate firing, like you just said, Term, I think Mac is going to get a shot a lot sooner than people think. And I think Cam's done. That's just my personal opinion.
BZ, you know what? I was actually thinking about this the other day. Did they really want that mobile athletic quarterback, or was he just the best option at that time? Tom Brady
he was the best option. Hands down.
Stidham was clearly not the guy.
He clearly wasn't ready, yeah.
Right. And Cam was there and Cam was cheap. And I think the Patriots made a sound football decision, which they normally do. And I think that, us in the fantasy space just kind of said, well, this is what they want. This is what they're going to. But then now at pick 15 last night, we see how it really is that they took a guy who goes from basically the college version of the New England Patriots in Alabama, and they handpicked him. He fell to them. I think we saw really. Oh, there we go. Great.
Yeah, I want to talk about this, but I want to talk about your point first. What have the Patriots done right over the years? They have drafted quarterbacks. They have drafted Tom Brady, Brian Hoyer, Matt Castle, Jimmy Garoppolo. What do all these quarterbacks have in common? And not only did they draft it, and then McDaniels drafts Tim Tebow. These are all sort of the same mold of quarterback. And they got all these guys paid. They developed them all, and it's become for a while there to be Tom Brady's backup was a pretty lucrative thing. They got all these guys paid. They got Castle paid. They got Hoyer paid. They got Garoppolo paid, and now they've drafted Mac Jones. So they're telling you the type of quarterback that they prefer, and I really like the landing spot. Now they got to get him some weapons because they've got to get him a wide receiver. Speaking of wide receivers, what was that, Beezy?
Give me 1 second. So Dan, ALW Sabermetrics, he came out with one. Bill is one of the few coaches that won't give in to any pressure to start a rookie quarterback just because.
No,
Dan, who has been your quarterback for the last 15 freaking years? Tom Brady. They've never had to start a quarterback, rookie quarterback.
That's
so
true.
You have no idea what Bill wants to do, and Cam Newton is not the guy. I promise you that, my brother. I'm not trying to get on you, but I'll bet you week 8, our boy's starting.
Speaking of wide receivers, this is a kid who I have been really high on. As soon as I watched his film, he was held back by quarterback play. He was held back by scheme. He has all the tools. He has, he has things you can't teach. Wins at the catch point, fights for the football, just a fantastic guy. Nico Collins went to the Houston Texans. This is the point where I really hope everything works out with Deshaun Watson because these two kids could make some beautiful, beautiful music together, I think.
Yeah. The funny part when you said that, we were just talking about Trey Sermon. I got him at the 208. I got Nico Collins at the 308.
Nice. So, I got Nico in this draft also.
Yeah, that's a dude. He was a guy that I was targeting 3rd round. I knew he was going to make it. Once he got there, I was all over him. Love the landing spot. Let's get Deshaun Watson back in there and let's let him rip it up. Great landing spot if Deshaun's back. I mean, regardless, they can get a quarterback and build around with that kid with him and Brandon Cooks over there. I like it.
I think it's a good landing spot regardless, because at the end of the day, no matter who's playing the quarterback, somebody has to be the guy. Yeah, Brandon Cooks doesn't really prototype to me as the alpha there. I think Nico is a guy who, he's big and go up and get it. So if quarterback's a little bit off, 6'3.5" wide receiver is going to come down with it. Who else do they have? Isaiah Coulter, who even won finally off IR, could not get on the field last year, even though he was a dynasty stash for me in a bunch of spots. And who else do they got? They got Randall Cobb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Randall Cobb. They signed Randall Cobb last year.
And I'm running out of names here.
The kid from Rhode Island that they drafted last year. Coulter. That he probably would have went a lot higher, but the receiver class last year was so deep.
Yeah,
I really like that kid.
I don't get it though, because the receiver class is good this year too. Tylan Wallace is still on the board. Here, I thought he would have been gone by now, which I'm actually happy that he's not. I'm hoping the Birds pick him up maybe in the 4th round tomorrow if he's still there, but we'll see. I don't know.
There's a couple kids I really like on the board still right now, and I'm anxious to see where these guys go.
There's a lot of good talent out there yet.
Yeah.
And you know, this is something that drives us crazy in the fantasy space because we grade these guys out. The guy got a 5th round grade or a 2nd round grade. And then obviously, you know, we're not factoring in offensive line, defensive line, linebackers, defensive backs. We're not factoring in all that stuff. You know, that's going to push these guys down, and it doesn't make them any less of a talent.
Of course.
How
everything's team dependent, man. I mean, again, some teams are going to reach on players. Other teams are going to they're going to build the right way. You know, Miami is a great foundation for that, building the right way after last year and hitting their trenches, hitting their defense, collecting draft capital. Now they're kind of putting it together. I'm stoked they went with Tua. You know, they got Waddle. I mean, great connection for those two for years. But that's it. It's you know, it's not that they're not talented. It's just there's teams that have other needs at this point, and the Browns just drafted Anthony Schwartz. So, you know.
Anthony, it's interesting that Anthony Schwartz, Auburn Tiger, has been drafted, but Seth Williams has not been drafted.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. That's what was kind of throwing me off a little bit. I'm like, okay, so sure.
Seth Williams sucks.
But you know, dude.
I saw him miss a lot of routine catches that were just bouncing right off his hands. Stuff that you need to do to be a productive receiver at any level. And I understand he has the speed and the athleticism, but the fact is, if you can't get it right in here, it doesn't matter how fast you are if you can't catch the damn ball. And there's a lot of concentration issues I saw watching his film too. And I'm like, well, this guy, he looks to me like he's going to be a J.J. Arcega-Whiteside at the next level.
Yep.
Michael, that is the exact reason that I faded Tamori and Terry. I wanted nothing because he can't catch.
I'll take Terry over Seth Williams, though.
Yeah, okay, I'll take him over Seth Williams too, but
not saying a whole lot.
Yeah, it's not like he's someone I'm targeting though. I'm not like rushing out to get him.
Yep. So I do. I'm going to make a bold prediction here. Just really quick, because I want to throw this out there. I've been looking at it. If no running backs are taken the rest of this 3rd round, tomorrow 107-108 is the New York Jets, the Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
I think that is where we are going to see our next running back, and that next running back is going to be Michael Carter. And I'm all for it. I'm getting hard thinking.
How do you feel about Michael Carter, Michael?
I like him. I had Javonte Williams a lot higher than him. He prototyped to me as a guy that could be a 3-down banger. By the way, I know he went to Denver, and people they're sad because Melvin Gordon's still there.
I'm not sad.
I saw a lot of people on Twitter but hey, we all still like J.K. Dobbins last year when he was drafted. Mark Ingram was there, and Gus Edwards was still there. So it's not different. It's the same. Slightly different. But I do like Michael Carter. And a lot of people, he was the guy that made people think that Javonte Williams is not a receiving back. It's not that Javonte Williams can't catch the ball. Michael Carter was just really, really good at it. So they used him for it. They were pretty good with their offense. And I'll tell you what, it's actually amazing the offensive talent that North Carolina is putting out. You know what I mean?
It's amazing all the offensive talent and Sam Howell, and they didn't win more football games.
Yeah, I'm not really the biggest Sam Howell fan, but he has another year, though, that he can prove me wrong, and I hope he does. I like Michael Carter. I don't know what he's going to be like at the next level. I don't know if he prototypes as a guy that could be a 3-down back. I mean, he's probably more like a change of pace.
He's more Gio Bernard, I think.
He doesn't need to have. He doesn't need to be a 3-down back to be productive on a good offense. He can take 10 to 12 carries a game. He can get 4 to 5 targets a game. Be productive with those carries.
He can be that Chase Edmonds type player.
Absolutely, he can be. You know, I agree with the fact that he might not be able to carry a full workload. You know, you're not looking at a 20-plus touch back, but you are looking at a guy who has given the opportunity. And, you know, if you get him in space and you use him, you know, the right way, he could be. He's very explosive. He can take it. He can take it to the house any place. So it doesn't take much with him. Efficiency is going to be huge, but I think he can be productive on 12 to 15 touches a game.
It's funny you bring up Chase Edmonds too, because to me, Chase Edmonds is a guy like an Alexander Madison, where when you're not expecting it, they come out of nowhere and put up 20 points. When they're the starter and they're supposed to be the guy, they give you duds. And we've seen it with Madison, we've seen it with Edmonds. So, they need that alpha or the 1A in the running back room to be there to be productive. It's one of those things. And I think you're right. Michael Carter could prototype to be that guy possibly, but we have to adjust for that. We have to compensate for that because the NFL is not like Emmitt Smith getting 30 carries a game every game. It's not like that anymore.
No, it's not.
Bell cows are few and far between, and if you find one, hang on
to him like grim death.
Exactly.
Yes,
which is not too far off for Frank Gore, by the way.
Yeah.
Did he?
Yeah.
He will, right?
Say what?
Did he sign anywhere yet? I think he probably.
I don't
will.
think so. I
don't think so either.
To your point about Edmonds, you're exactly right. He is much more productive when he's not expected to carry the load, which is why everyone who thought he was going to be their RB1 there, once Drake left town, I was like, come on, guys, they're going to get another back. And then they went out and signed James Conner, who I think could be super productive for them.
If he's healthy, sure.
Yeah, if he stays healthy,
guy, and
he's never been a bad running back. He's a very talented kid. He just has problems staying healthy. And I've loved James Conner. I love the story. I love the kid. I love his passion. But there comes a point when you just have to look at it and you just have to say to yourself, okay, you get injured for 3 years in a row. And you're getting injured in multiple games and you're missing multiple times.
This is the same thing with Jimmy Garoppolo. It's not that the 49ers didn't love Jimmy.
Yep.
It's not that Jimmy couldn't play. It's that they could not rely on him. He missed 23 games in 3 years, and he missed as many games as he won. I mean, you just can't. In the NFL, your best ability is your availability. I know you guys have heard that, and Jimmy G will get another shot somewhere else. Believe me, he will. But it's not that he's a bad quarterback. You go 22-8 in this league as a starter, you're pretty good.
Yep, agreed. Let me talk about really quick too. I just kind of picked this up. This is why I was a little bit angry about the Najee pick, because this was one of my favorite linemen in the draft. Tevin Jenkins went to the Bears in the second round. If you're not getting a little excited about this Bears offense, you should be. Allen Robinson, David Montgomery. This is a great draft for him. They're building an offense, and Tevin Jenkins was a fantastic pick in the second round. I was looking to see where he went, and wow, that's a fantastic pick.
The thing about David Montgomery, and then I'll get your thoughts, Michael. The thing for me about David Montgomery is it's going to be hard for him to replicate the numbers from a year ago, simply because I'm not sure he's going to get as many opportunities. Cohen will be back. They signed Damian Williams, who knows the offense from he and Nagy's time together in Kansas City. And I think he's going to get, is he going to take Montgomery's job? No. Is he going to be on the field? Yeah, I think he'll be on the field. So it's for me, unless they're just a lot more efficient, it's going to be hard for him to replicate those numbers from a year ago. How do you feel about it? I know you're high on Fields in general. Because you said you took him as your quarterback 2 in a league in a startup.
Yeah.
How do you feel about their offense, and how do you feel about David Montgomery?
I like the offense as a whole. I think the running game, like you said, I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity. And I think if he has a good season again, it's going to be a lot like last year's, where it's going to be a slow start. Andy Dalton looks to be the starting quarterback right now. And if it's anything like it looked in Dallas last year, when he's the starting quarterback, it's not going to be good. And we got to say that Dallas offense is much more talented than the Bears offense. At least the receivers are. And, well, we could say Zeke is better than David Montgomery as well. So I'm probably going to try to buy him midseason if I can, because again, I think it's going to be the slow start. But I like the Fields connection to Allen Robinson's going to be great. Darnell Mooney is a guy that I like a lot as well. Cole Kmet should be stocks up there as well. I don't know. Jimmy Graham, is he still there?
Yeah, he's going to be back.
Okay, so Jimmy Graham's going to steal some targets.
Fly in the ointment, yeah.
Yeah, so, but I like the offense as a whole. It's going to be good. And, they're going to have to compete with Green Bay. I don't know what's going to go on with the whole Aaron Rodgers things there, but they could realistically be the second best team in that division because the Vikings always talented, but sometimes seem to have a hard time putting it together. And Detroit, new coach, new quarterback.
The Vikings always talented, but spending third-round picks on backup quarterbacks. It's like, come on, guys. What are we doing?
My comp, and I want to make this connection here real quick. My comp for Kyle Trask, who was picked by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers earlier, was Kirk Cousins. And do you remember a few years ago, everybody wanted Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs, but nobody wanted Kirk Cousins, the guy that was pulling the trigger there.
Right.
It's like everybody wants Kyle Pitts and Kadarius Toney and Trayvon Grimes, but nobody wants Kyle Trask. Like, I don't understand, because he's the guy that has to get the ball to these guys. It's just one of those things. It doesn't make sense to me. But
so this is the ultimate chicken and egg, right? Did he make them better, or did they make him better? I think maybe it was a little bit of both, but it was more the weapons than the other way around. I like Trask. He's got some holes in his game there. There are questions about, can he hit that opposite hash with his arm? Can it be coached up? Can it be coached out of him? Sure. And we'll see just how good Bruce Arians is, quarterback whisperer. He worked with Peyton Manning. He worked with Ben Roethlisberger. He worked with Carson Palmer. Now he's worked with Tom Brady. Now he gets a chance to work with Kyle Trask. And if Tom Brady is gone from Tampa in a year, it seems to me like Tampa has positioned themselves. They drafted in the first round, they drafted JPP's backup or heir apparent. Now it seems like they may have drafted Tom Brady's heir apparent. If it works out that way, they're going to go for one more run at this and then possibly blow it up. So we'll see. It's an interesting point. Everybody wants his weapons, but nobody wants him.
Yeah, it's just weird, isn't it?
We'll call him Kyle Eeyore.
Seriously.
And another Notre Dame player, just another guard from Notre Dame, Robert Hainsey, to the Buccaneers. How many Notre Dame players have been drafted in this draft?
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's a few of them.
Seems like at least 6 or 7.
And I'll tell you what, man, the offensive line has been just blowing off the board today. And I love to see it, though, really. I mean, these teams are showing that here's what you need to build a good, solid team.
We've been going at this for a while now. Has Quinn Miners been selected yet?
No.
That's unbelievable to me. I would be shocked if we got out of the third round and Quinn Miners was still on the board. That kid can play football.
Yeah. Oh, I agree with you 100%.
Are you familiar with him, Michael?
I'm actually not familiar with him.
Yeah. So he's from a small school, Wisconsin Whitewater, and he got a invitation to the Senior Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about.
Yep. He went down to the Senior Bowl. He'd never played center before, and the coaches said, "Can you play center for us?" And he went out there and he was dominating everybody. And then he broke his hand and he didn't get to play in the game. But whoever gets that kid is going to get a hell of a player. It wouldn't surprise me if the damn Patriots wound up with him.
Right. I wouldn't be surprised either.
I would love the 49ers. He's an interior lineman, though. We don't really need a center. But he can play along the entire line, I feel like.
Yep.
The Patriots are on the board. That's why I keep looking at my television.
I'm doing the same. That's why I'm about to say.
I'm like,
where's Billy?
Who are they going to pick here?
Yeah. Who's
I know
Billy
you
right
got.
now?
I know you got me, Duncan, but I'm a creature of habit, man. I want to see it just as soon as I can. I'm talking to our producer backstage, Michael Duncan, who's done a fantastic job with this thing. Thank you so much, Michael, for for helping put this together. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed, and the Eagles still suck.
They do suck really bad.
Wow,
it's terrible.
He got booted.
Turn got booted off the thing from my. Oh shit!
Oh, that's great, man. That's great. So yeah, man. You're gonna boot me off the thing. I'm gonna bring up JJ Arcega-Whiteside. We could do this all night.
Yeah, woof. Woof.
I'm hoping.
Oh, come on, New England, make the pick.
That everyone talks about. Although a third-year breakout for him would be like 30 catches for 580 yards, and I would take it. I would happily take it from him.
Boy, the Patriots have had a fantastic draft.
Of course they have, dude. They draft
getting Barrymore where they did.
Yeah,
man.
Belichick is eating this draft alive.
Well, who are the wide receivers that are still available on the board?
Oh, that's a good question.
Surratt. I think Jalen Darden is still available. Who's a guy I like a lot.
Wallace Williams. Oh,
Kyler Wallace. Cornell Powell.
St. Raw is still available.
Yeah, Monte Brown is still available. Daz Newsome, Tamorian Terry, Marcus Stevenson, Seth Williams, Frank Darby. Yeah. There's some guys out there.
Yeah,
but
Sage Surratt isn't any good. I don't feel like Sage. Is any good.
I just kind of mentioned the name because he's there.
Well, no, Duncan. I didn't hear you mention him, Beezy. I apologize. Duncan brought him up.
I like him.
Do you like him?
I do like Sage Surratt.
Tell us why, Michael.
So I just saw a lot of bad balls getting reeled in by Sage Surratt. I don't know. There was just I can't really pinpoint it, but all the guys on the Dynasty Rewind were just bashing me for liking Sage Surratt. And honestly, that's fine. I don't care. We all have our own takes, right? I'm not going to fault them for being wrong, which they usually are. I mean, I'm the host. So that's how it goes. Term, you're the host of the podcast too.
The host with the most, baby.
He's one of those guys where he has that ability to reach out and haul it in. If it's overthrown, like that's kind of his separation. You know what I mean?
Tremendous catch radius.
Yeah, he's got a good catch radius. There you go. Thank you. I was having a hard time with that one, but I know.
That's what she said.
I think he can. I don't think he's going to be a good fantasy receiver. I think he's going to be a productive receiver for the NFL team.
He'll be a better real life receiver than he will fantasy receiver.
Like a wide receiver 3 on a team. Might be like a journeyman type guy. You know what I mean? But still, will probably always be on a team.
The Patriots just took Ronnie Perkins, defensive end.
Okay.
It's like you don't feel like they need defense, right? It's like, hey, let's get our new quarterback a wide receiver.
Yeah, it's a fade wide receiver season here in New England, baby.
Yeah, it always is, right? Well, if you've drafted, Jabbar Gaffney and N'Keal Harry and if your track record is theirs, I probably would be gun shy on drafting a wide receiver also.
I was just going to say, yeah, they're not the. What's Mike saying?
In fact, wide receivers.
Yeah.
In fact, if your wide receiver strategy going in was just draft whoever Pittsburgh selects,
yes,
and don't draft anyone that New England picks, you'd probably do okay.
Yeah, good success in fantasy, baby.
Yeah,
you'd be living all right. You'd be doing fine.
This Ronnie Perkins kid, 32 tackles for loss, 16.5 sacks. He can clearly get after the quarterback.
Well, New England's going to rebuild that. Well, not rebuild it, but they're retooling that defense. It was obviously still a solid defense, one of the best in the leagues. But like I said, I think that this team is going to go more to like that ground and pound style if it's under Cam Newton. I think you'll see him get a wide receiver late. And then, it looks like there could be some casualties before camp, during camp. Belichick's always going to be watching out for one of those guys. look for the little white slot wide receiver coming out of somewhere that gets cut, and there's your new future star.
So I'm going to circle back to Nico Collins for a bit. He had an impressive pro day that included a 4.440 and a 6.7 3-cone drill. He had a 38-inch vertical. You're talking about a kid who's 6'4", 215. When you're 6'4" and you can jump 38 inches, there aren't too many people that are going to win jump balls over you. Next Gen Stats graded him a 91 athleticism score. And okay, Nico Collins' overall draft score ranked second among Michigan wide receivers invited to the combine since 2003, behind only Braylon Edwards. He's a kid who and the Chargers just took Trey McKitty, tight end, and Brevin Jordan still has not been picked.
Something is up there, my friends. When you see something like this going on, there's usually where there's smoke, there's fire. So talented, absolutely. Is it wild that he's falling? Yep, but there has got to be some sort of a reason.
You have any thoughts on that, Michael?
I'm trying to think about that. Was there any? I didn't really like his profile as a tight end so much. I thought he was athletically gifted, but not like a super, super solid tight end. A lot of people had him as their 2 in the class. Obviously, Kyle Pitts was the one. I had him as my 3. I had Pat Fryermuth ahead of him. And a lot of people said that was a homer pick because I'm a Penn State fan. It wasn't. I just thought that Pat Fryermuth was everything we wanted Mike Gesicki to be honest with you, and then more. But yeah, I like Brevin Jordan not as much as other people. I'm a little surprised here. I mean, you're seeing guys like Trey McKitty, the kid from Boston College, went off the board. I'm slipping on his name right now. But yeah, it's just odd. I don't know. But we have the Hunter Long. Michael Duncan put that in there. Thank you, Mike. Look at him on the spot. Another guy I like too. I want to see where he goes. He's definitely going to be a day 3 guy. Kenny Yeboah from Ole Miss. I don't know what you guys think about him. Pretty athletic. Decent.
You said Kenny Yeboah.
Yeah. I mean, I liked his tape, but a lot of other people didn't. So,
I didn't have him ahead of Pat Fairmuth.
No, I just thought he would be like a good day 3 guy, which apparently the NFL thinks Brevin Jordan's going to be a good day 3 guy too. Because I'm looking at what's next. The Cowboys are up. I'm sorry. The Broncos are up. They're not going to take one. Cowboys are on the clock. No. Maybe the Titans, possibly. And now my computer's refreshed.
Well, there's still a lot of running backs available too. Michael
Carter,
yeah.
Gainwell.
Kenny Gainwell, Kylan Hill, Jamar Jefferson, Hawkins. Man.
I'm not super high on Javion Hawkins, by the way. But I wonder if that's a product of the Louisville offense, which I did not like the Louisville offense watching them. Although I do like Des Fitzpatrick. I want him to go to the Vikings. I think he'd be a good number 3 there, personally.
Yep. Wow. The Broncos just took Quinn Miners.
Boom,
and
dude.
There's your Javonte Williams help right there, buddy. That is an excellent selection.
Good Lord. 98th overall. That is absolutely.
That is at this point in the draft. That is an excellent selection. I'm watching ESPN and he's pushing over trees.
Oh
he looks like Lou Ferrigno in green paint.
Lord, the Broncos are having a fantastic draft right now. I really like what
despite passing on those quarterbacks, which surprised me. I guess they're going to stick it with Locke and Teddy Two Gloves for a year.
It seems to be that way, unless they make that trade for Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, but then what are they getting? Like we said, what are they going to give up for Aaron Rodgers?
That's very true.
I don't know.
Very true.
What was that, Michael?
I don't know what they have to give up. The Packers have Jordan Love, so they're not going to want Locke or Bridgewater.
Exactly.
And
they've used their picks. They've spent their draft capital.
Yeah. But going back to tight end and Brevin Jordan, we were talking about. Cowboys says here, pick is in. The Titans are on the clock. I know they have Ferkser there. I don't know if they're tight end. The Titans won't. The Niners won't. The Rams won't. That I believe. The Ravens probably won't. And then the Broncos are back up at 105. And again, they're not going to take another one. So Brevin Jordan's going to be a day 3 guy. It looks to me.
The Titans need a wide receiver. The Broncos, to your point, BZ, they are having an excellent draft. They took Patrick Surtain. They got They traded up and got Javonte Williams to one spot ahead of Miami. And now Quinn Miners. I can't stress enough how much I love this pick and their draft. They're having a nice draft, and they needed to. I like Vic Fangio. Back from his San Francisco days. He's good architect of a defense. They've got Mike Munchak, who, he's going to get the most out of Miners. That team is on the up and up. If Drew Lock can just play competent football, that team has a chance to win 9 games, I think, even though they're in a tough division. And the Cowboys are doing exactly what they need to do. They needed to shore up their defense, and they have taken nothing but defensive players in this draft.
Good for them, yeah. It's about time.
They did what they had to do. They re-signed Dak Prescott. Their running game should be, better just because he'll be there, taking the pressure off. And their wide receiver core is, probably second to none. Amari Cooper, CeeDee Lamb, and Michael Gallup. It doesn't get much better than that.
No, it doesn't, man. I huge fan of the Cowboys offense with Dak coming back this year. It should be a lot of fun, but it's good that they're getting to the defense. It's about time Jerry gets his head out of his ass.
Their draft has been pretty good.
Yeah, and a lot. Titans pick is in. Titans, Detroit. I don't see any offensive players going right now, really.
Michael, our producer, said Panthers might be better. The Panthers have had an excellent draft. And I hate the Panthers. I live in North Carolina. I live with these bandwagoning fans. I can't stand them. It drives me crazy. But they've had, I can't deny they've had an excellent draft. I like Sam Darnold. I don't know how you feel about him, Michael. I like Sam Darnold. They've surrounded him with weapons.
Yeah, I don't understand the hate for Sam Darnold. I mean, he played for the Jets under Adam Gase. You expect him to be good? Come on.
Not only did he play for Adam Gase, he his best wide receiver was Jamison Crowder. I mean, he had no weapons. He had an unimaginative scheme. A boob for a head coach. We talked about this earlier. He had no running game. The offensive line was a sieve. You're playing in New York and the bright lights, and there's a lot of pressure.
What do you expect, right?
Yeah, I mean, he just wasn't a fit, and he's still just 23 years old. I mean, I know it seems like he's been around for forever. There's still a lot to like there, and I like Sam Darnold.
I do too. I like the trade. DJ Moore, they picked up the 5th-year option on him recently, so they're going to get committed to that kid. Fantastic weapons for him to build around. Christian McCaffrey, best running back in football. A lot to like about Sam Darnold. I get it. He's had some issues with the way he reads the field. He's had issues with bad passing, fumbles, all that kind of stuff.
Seeing ghosts,
all that good stuff. But I think if there's a team, a coach, Rule, Brady combo that could get his career back on track, I think it's those two.
I absolutely agree with you. Yeah,
in
100%.
terms of a coaching perspective, in terms of like the real life deal of it, I think that's one of the best places he could have gone to rejuvenate his career.
He couldn't have asked for a better spot to land.
100% agree. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's and people are just shitting on him because he was with New York and he had a bad year and he got mono, and the kid's never had really great coaching. He's never had somebody that can that's going to guide him, that's going to teach him, just help him get his fundamentals down, help him get into a system, get into a rhythm. Having DJ Moore, having Robbie Anderson, just fantastic weapons. I think the sky's the limit for him this year. I can't wait to see what they do with him.
Yeah, so they're gonna put DJ Moore in the slot. He's gonna be that big slot guy. They're gonna put Terrence Marshall and Robbie Anderson on the outside. They're gonna be running those 9 routes and those digs and posts, and they're gonna free him up in the middle. And then you got CMC to worry about. You can't devote extra coverage to DJ Moore because you've got those speedsters on the outside. You've got to keep those safeties back. Yeah, man. And then they went and they drafted Tommy Tremble, and we heard Felix, wax poetic about him and how he feels. His athleticism is just off the charts. Felix called him a dog. Said he's one word to describe him would be violence. I love what the Panthers have done. In fact, Felix said that it wouldn't surprise him if the Panthers won the division.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you guys remember, but the Tampa Bay Bucks play in that division. The defending Super Bowl champs that return all 22 starters. So yeah, I really, really like what the Panthers are doing. Unfortunately, the bandwagon is going to roll on.
I just think it's funny that you live down there and you don't like the Panthers.
I don't like the Panthers because I grew up a 49er fan before the Panthers
even
existed.
Okay.
And so the Panthers, when the Panthers are bad, this is what you hear. Oh, I grew up a Dallas fan, or I grew up a Redskins fan, or when the Panthers win football games, or, when Cam Newton was in his MVP season, it was keep pounding, everywhere you look. And it's annoying. People who have absolutely no idea about football are suddenly the biggest Panther fans ever. And they want to rub it in your face. Can you name 3 players on the team? No, I don't know anybody that plays on the team, but they're my favorite team ever. So yeah, it gets annoying.
Yeah, your boys are on the clock, by the way. Term. Your Niners are on.
So for those of you who don't know me, I live an hour and a half north of Philadelphia. I'm an Eagles fan, and when it's good, it's good, and when it's bad, it's worse. But we are always committed. Beezy knows we're like Steelers fans. 3-13, 13-3. We're packing the stadium. It doesn't matter.
Sir. Yep.
And at the end of the day, we're not in the Carolinas. We're not in California. When we lose a football game and it's December and it's 4:30 and dark outside, we have nothing to do but sit inside and lament. We can't go to the beach. You know what I mean? It's just what it is. So.
Hey, baby, I'm red and gold till I'm dead and cold.
There you go.
There you go. I love that one. I love that one.
I can't wait to see who we're going to pick here. It can't get any better than the last pick we made. I just
pick for them.
R.I.P. to Raheem Mostert.
Yeah, that was fun.
I mean, it was fun while it lasted. RB1 season, August 2020 to April 2021.
Yeah. Woof. I'm curious.
Yeah.
2 quarterbacks, Elijah Molden and Ifite Minute. I don't even know. I won't even try to spell his name, but
yeah. Andrew Mackens, you can go to hell.
Keep pounding, Term. Keep pounding.
Keep pounding Dan's mom. That's an inside joke between at AWL Sabermetrics and I.
Anytime there's
I hope he's watching.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Term,
He's actually
I just want to say that's not really an inside joke. It's just a statement.
It's inside his mom.
Well, there it is. We're going off the rails. I'm doing my best.
Look at Mike over there, just kind of hanging out in the background and just jumping in when he comes.
Ambry Thomas, tell me your thoughts on this kid, Michael. Cornerback from Michigan. Do you know much about him?
I am not very well versed on the defensive prospects in this class. I'm not going to lie, and I'm not going to take it. We've just been doing so much film study on the offensive guys. I never really had a chance to dive in, to be honest.
Yeah, he's a big kid for a corner, 6 foot, 192 pounds. He had 3 picks and a few passes defended in 2019, and I think he opted out of 2020. Cornerback was a position of need for the 49ers, so this is a pretty good pick, assuming the kid can play. And I will take this opportunity. I was what did Andrew Mackens say?
No, it was in our group on Droppables chat. Dukes goes, well, term went public with the day his mom joke. Laughed my ass off. Oh shit.
So anyway, this is a position of need for the 49ers. I'll take this opportunity to say I was not the biggest Trey Lance fan for the 49ers because I feel like they have a win now roster, and I'm not sure that Trey Lance is a win now quarterback. But Shanahan and Lynch have proven to be phenomenal at this. You know, they said Brandon Ayuk was the number 1 wide receiver on their board. And Pro Football Focus graded him out as the second best rookie wide receiver last year behind Justin Jefferson. So I tend to not question them. And if they think this kid can play, 3rd round selection, I'm excited to see what Thomas can do for the 49ers.
Is Richard Sherman gone, right?
Yeah, Sherman's gone, and he has not signed yet.
Also, I want to point out that Beasley has been correct so far. After Quinn Miners was taken, he said probably no more offensive players, and defensive back since then. So
wow.
It's one of those things. If you're just looking at where the teams are at and what they really do need, it's at this point it's all defense. The Rams already, got a little bit of the Rams got. Did they take Tutu Atwell? Did I see that earlier?
Yeah, yes, they did.
Absolutely wild pick. I don't understand where that one is, but
smallest wide receiver drafted since 1999.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, you got Cooper Kupp, you got Robert Woods, you got Van Jefferson. I don't see why they would need the wide receiver at that point, but sure.
Matthew Stafford is going to ball with McVay in that offense. They have a running game.
Yeah, wheels up
with that Tutu Atwell pick. Okay, and you had a guy like Shi Smith still available out of South Carolina, a Jalen Dart who can be picked up. So I just felt like Tutu Atwell was a real reach there, especially in the 2nd round. He plays special teams. He's fast, yeah, but a lot of other guys are fast too.
The only thing I can think is special teams.
Return.
If he's going to return punts and kicks and things like that, and make that area of their team dynamic, I think that in year 1 would be where he would make his impact at.
But that's a lot of draft capital for.
I agree, completely agree.
But I understand your logic. You're just saying what you think their logic is. So,
well, I'm just looking at how he can help the football team, right? BZ mentioned their receiver core. They've got Robert Woods, they've got Cooper Kupp, they've got Van Jefferson. How is he going to crack the rotation? How is he going to help the football team? The easiest path would be special teams.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the Rams pick is in. Ravens are on the clock. Then we got the Broncos, and it is lights out, baby. Then I am going to go have a butt and go crawl into bed and pass out. This is fun though. I've had a great time.
What you got going on tomorrow, Michael?
I have to go do some running around in the morning, and then the draft.
Did you get a random text from someone you have no idea who it was recently?
It's draft day.
Yeah.
Was that you?
That was me.
Oh, okay. Well, now I know. So now I will respond to it.
I kept waiting for you to say, "Who is this?" And I was gonna have some fun with you, but
damn it, Term.
Well, he knew it wasn't me because we chat on the reg.
That's
so
true.
Yeah.
Always love talking to Beezy, man.
You know who loves talking to you, Michael? Our own Undroppables member, Detroit Beastie. He says you guys chat often. He speaks very highly of you.
I like Chris. He's a good dude.
Yeah, if Chris speaks highly of you, you're a good dude, and we're happy you joined us today, Michael.
I'm happy to be here, and I hope you guys don't mind me staying a little bit past my time and just hanging out for the last couple picks.
No, not at all.
No, dude. This is like I said. Oh, Ernest Jones, linebacker, South Carolina, to
there you go, another
to the Rams, so another defensive pick, which makes sense.
The Ravens pick is in, so we'll see if Beezy's prognostication skills are still on point. We'll find out if.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, that Jets and Falcons pick, that's going to be Gainwell and Carter right there.
You think?
Do you start it off?
What about Chuba Hubbard?
Chuba could be a pick in there as well. I mean, it depends on what they look at. I like Chuba. I think he's a good baller. I think he's a baller. He just had a down year, and it kind of threw off his capital and all that stuff. So, I don't know. I'm going Michael Carter, Kenneth Gainwell, Chuba.
What about Ramondre Stevenson? I like Ramondre Stevenson quite a bit.
He's another kid that is very interesting. This next round 4, I think we're going to see a couple of them running backs fall off the board pretty quickly. Especially like I said, New York's on the board. Atlanta's got it. Atlanta's got 2 picks in this round, pretty close together. After that, it could be something. I mean, New England's in there. There's some. I think you're going to see a couple of those here.
Another defensive back just went to the Ravens. Brandon Stevens from SMU.
There it is.
There you go.
This is. Watch the Broncos be a bunch of fucking assholes and draft Michael Carter right here.
No, they can't do that. Let me ask you a question. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
I'm trying not to, but I'm just John Elway's an asshole.
So whoever the Falcons draft, where do you take that player in your Superflex leagues, in your Superflex rookie drafts? Because he's going to have the backfield to himself.
Yeah, it's going to be him and Mike Davis sharing the load. I would have to say at that point, so you've got 1, 2, 3.
I guess it depends on which player it is, right? Is that
okay? So let me ask you this: so far to this, Mike Davis is a big winner, right?
Yep.
So far, yeah.
Yeah. So if you've got cheap Mike Davis shares, it's like, and the Broncos took a linebacker, Baron Browning.
There we go. Okay.
From Ohio State.
Nailed it.
So, yeah, all defense. It made sense at this point.
Yeah, you were all over that.
All right. So, like I said, if you get Gainwell, Carter, Hubbard, one of these guys falls in those. Stevenson, one of those 4 guys falls to the Jets, Falcons. The Falcons, without a doubt, are taking a running back either at pick 108 or 114. There is a running back.
The Jets also need a running back.
And that's it. Then the Jets are at 107. So if I think at least 2 of those guys are gone, again, too, you're not looking at them as surefire stud RB1 options. You're looking at them as, I think even if whoever goes to the Falcons is going to get drafted way too high, in my opinion, they're probably going to end up creeping into that top 6.
Why do you say that? Way too high. Why do you say that?
Well, it's just, in my opinion, it's like, yes, the Falcons have always been one of those offenses that, people are always talking about, saying they're one of the most explosive offenses in the league, and there's opportunities. And if they got a running back, you want to draft that running back and blah, 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 blah. But I just feel like we haven't really seen, anything really come out of Atlanta's backfield in a while. I think that team's kind of stepped back. They're not as potent as they used to be. That team's getting a little bit older now. I just don't think they're going to see a guy come in and take 20 carries a game and just perform RB1 numbers. I think they're going to be more of like a split with Davis.
So have we not seen their backfield produce because it's their backfield
or their line
or the talent that they've been trying to get the production from?
That's
Fair
it.
question.
And before Todd Gurley, both at the back ends of their careers.
They've had a bunch of Jags since Devonta Freeman got paid, right?
Pretty much.
It's been all downhill from there.
Yep.
So I think even Mike Davis. So Mike Davis played pretty well last year in lieu of and Christian McCaffrey. So if your combination is Mike Davis and Jarrett Patterson, or Mike Davis and Gainwell, or whatever it is, I think that's a backfield that could be super productive.
Could be.
And a main reason would be defenses. If you have a choice of where your attention is going to be, is your attention going to be on Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Kyle Pitts, and Matt Ryan? Or are you going to be focused on Mike Davis and, whomever they draft?
Yeah, good point. No, fair point. Yep.
I think that there's a tremendous opportunity for someone to jump in, and we're being joined now by our own Jax Falcone. You can find him at Dino Game Theory.
Boner alert.
He is host of the Undrafted podcast. Scott Belanger. Scott, good to see you, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Hey, Term, you were outstanding today. Just like in the group chat, and I was working all day. I was busier than a what, but
one-armed man hanging wallpaper.
Yeah, something like that. There's a lot of them. I don't want to get fired, so I'm not going to say them. But you were awesome. So I just want to let you know you're the best.
How? I mean, okay. I don't know what you mean, but I'll take your. You're
just the best, man. I just love you. You're always recapping things so effectively. You have a way of kind of seeing everything coming, and I don't know, just giving you some credit, man. I love having you around me. So thanks.
Thank you, buddy.
You're welcome, man.
I'll give you some credit. You were adamant that James Robinson RB1 season was over. You were pretty adamant. I don't know if you thought the Jags would take a running back in the first round, but you were pretty adamant that they were going to take a running back with some high draft capital.
Yeah, I mean, even if they had taken a running back in round 3, or like what did San Francisco just recently took Trey Sermon, and even Trey Sermon in the 3rd round would have been kind of a problem. And my point all along was not that they should take a back, but that they are very likely to take it back. I mean, they had pick 1 and 11 in the 2nd round too. So they had 24, 201, and 211, then 3.01. Like there was just too much, draft capital for them to just be really smart with all those picks. Eventually, they were going to be like, "Yeehaw! Let's get Travis Etienne." It was just going to be like, it was just going to be that way. We just kind of knew it, or at least I did.
Yeah, you were all over that. So. Kudos to you, and man, I don't know where we would be without you.
Thanks, man.
So glad to have you as part of this team.
All right. Love affair is over.
I was saying, would you like me and Mike to leave so you guys can have a little jack off session real quick or something?
If you don't mind.
I don't mind. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go have one on my own.
Why would you, BZ? The Pittsburgh Steelers draft an offensive lineman yet?
Yeah, they did finally. Fucking
I know,
assholes,
they took the
and
center,
they picked Najee.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I mean, Najee's not a bad pick, but I mean, you got to follow that up with not Freiermuth. I mean, I like Freiermuth too. It's not even a matter of Freiermuth and Najee; those are both nice players. But when you have that offensive line, it's like you just need to address it. And I thought that was a big loss for them. I'm going to take a look here. When they picked Freiermuth, I thought they had other opportunities on the board at that point. I'm just taking a quick peek. God,
Fairmouth is a good run blocker.
Right.
So that could help Harris a bit.
Yes, I'll give you that.
So I'm not going to crap on him too hard for that pick. I thought that
Brady Christensen was still on the board, who went early third round to who else but the Carolina Panthers, who absolutely had a good draft. But sorry to interrupt.
Draft. They're crushing it. Yeah. We talked about that earlier. They're crushing this draft.
Yeah.
They're surrounding Sam Darnold with talent. They clearly believe in him. They're just doing a fantastic job down there. Much to my chagrin.
Yeah, for sure. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you about the Steelers.
No, you're fine.
No.
I thought that they would take an offensive lineman in the first round. I thought they should. We talked about this on your podcast when we did the mock draft.
Yep.
And I really thought that they would take an offensive lineman, but they didn't. They took Najee Harris, so we'll see how that turns out for them.
I thought Washington getting Diami Brown in the third round was, stealing, if you will. And, I thought they kind of did a pretty good job in the draft as well.
They just need a quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing though. They have, I know this is ridiculous, but they have Ryan Fitzpatrick for a year,
Sure.
They've got a Band-Aid on the cut is basically what I'm getting at.
Sure. They can compete this year for that division with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yep.
But beyond that, they're going to need a quarterback. Everything is the defense is in place. They have plenty of offensive talent with Antonio Gibson, and
Terry McLaurin,
and the Sims brothers,
Curtis Samuel, Diami Brown now, Logan Thomas.
It's
a good-looking squad.
Everything, the coaching, Ron Rivera can coach. Everything is in place for that franchise except the quarterback. And would you hold it against them if they called the 49ers up and said, "Hey, we got a first-round pick for you
for Jimmy G"?
How about sending us Jimmy G?
Hey, Beezy, you okay over there? What are you cooking, a fucking omelet? What's going on over there?
I'm breaking down the office, brother.
What are you moving?
Oh yeah, dude. I have this huge ass office area with a ton of my work shit all over the place, and I'm trying to get it set back up for the mornings I have to work.
We know,
early,
can tell.
Yeah, fucking shit's crazy. So,
Jesus, settle down over there. Someone get him a joint.
Dude, I'm trying to get the hell off here so I can go smoke one. Fucking assholes. I love you too, man. I miss you, boys.
Oh man, and then we got Bauer. This is unbelievable. This is like a family reunion here. What's going on, buddy?
Good times. Jack's finally good to finally get on a pod with you, my man.
Is this a pod? I don't know what the hell this is, but yeah, we definitely need to chop it up at some point for sure. Lots of respect here.
My schedule is going to open up about mid-May, so
cool. Let's do it.
Yeah, absolutely. We got to get you on as well.
I'd love to join.
Term's coming on soon for our big mock draft.
Ooh, I want to come on again too. That's fun.
I've been trying to get on Dynasty Rewind for like a year.
Yeah.
Apparently, you have to be somebody to get on that show.
You're not big enough.
I'm big enough, but I'm not big enough.
No net crew. Yeah,
yeah, no net crew is fucking in full effect.
Yeah, I'm not welcome here. Look, you can see it.
I'm like 235 over here. I'm a lightweight.
I would as much as my leg.
Yeah. I would slaughter an entire village of people to weigh 235 pounds.
That's how you got to not weigh 235.
I remember the 5th grade.
Oh shit!
Shit.
Oh goodness.
All right. Well, listen, gentlemen, it has been so much for having me on the live stream tonight. It's been great talking with you guys. Have a lot of respect for the Undroppables crew as a whole, and you three. Love you all.
Love you, man.
Head out. Thanks to everyone that watched and hung out with me and was happy to see me, which is weird. People.
Michael, tell them where they can get at you. At Dynasty Rewind.
That's the show Twitter, and my Twitter right there is at Rewind CEO. Full disclosure, I do not tweet a lot about fantasy football. It's mostly just responding and trolling people. So, or just talking about my personal life, because I try not to be too one-dimensional on Twitter. Like, yeah, everyone's there for fantasy football, but I would rather have you listen to the show because I can explain myself better verbally through the character limit on Twitter. And I don't know, I just find humor in my daily life, and I like to share it with everybody. So
we love you for it.
Michael, I really appreciate you coming on. Hope we didn't disappoint.
No, you guys are awesome.
Look forward to connecting with you in the future. And the next time I text you, text me back.
I have a text to respond from 36 hours ago. If you guys don't mind, I'm going to get to that. It's almost 48 hours at this point.
My man.
Me and Bauer are a little bit more alike than I think.
Yeah. Hey, man, I'm just, what you see is what you get with me. There's no filter. There's no filler. It's
me too. I have no filter in case you didn't notice.
And also, I am a big Twitter narrative myth buster. I hate Twitter narratives. Someone says something that's off the rails, and now it's Twitter gospel. So
do you see how many? Hold on, wait. Do you see how many notifications I have? Can you see it? Oh,
it's just all glare.
Dang it!
Looks like a lot.
It's like I have 94 unread text messages.
Wow.
And I don't give a shit. They'll text again, maybe. I don't know. Who gives a shit? Who cares?
I love it.
Yeah.
All right, boys. I had a fantastic time. 3 hours felt like 30 minutes. I don't think we've come off the rails.
No, we're not off the rails. I wanted to, Bauer. If you're heading out, you can go. I don't mean to keep you. I saw Term on there, and of course Beezy's like seeing ghosts at this point. I mean, I haven't seen him in a while. My old brother, and then seeing Bauer, I was like, I had to just hop on. So I wanted to take like 5 minutes. Bauer, if you're heading out, you can go. I was gonna take 5 minutes to talk to you about winners and losers if you guys didn't already cover it, but I'd love to get just some 2-second takes off.
Sure.
Let's go for it.
So, I mean, first off, you guys, sounds like you did hit Carolina Panthers, huh?
Winners. Yeah. Broncos winners.
Yep.
Yeah.
Big time.
The Bears winners.
Bears winners. Sure. I mean,
I like it.
You can win a draft with one player, and I think they might have done that.
I'm not even talking about the quarterback.
Who are you talking about?
I told you I've had the boner for what the hell? See, now you're catching me. I'm tired. Tevin Jenkins. I love that pick. That offensive lineman out of Oklahoma State.
Sure.
I love that kid. Maybe just as a pick, just where they got him, the value of that. Love that pick.
I think quietly Dallas had a nice draft. They addressed a bunch of needs.
I agree.
Let's see who else.
I don't like what Arizona did. I mean, they took Zaven Collins, a linebacker, and then Rondale Moore, the wide receiver. Two players I like, but I thought they had 2 picks in the first 4 rounds. Their next pick is at 160. I thought they should have been trading out of both of those picks and trying to at least get another 3rd or 4th round pick here and there. Just even if they're moving back 3 or 4 spots, and I really think Zaven Collins might have been there, or at least another player like him. I don't know. I mean, they needed some help on the lines. They didn't address either the offensive or defensive lines. They're not going to be better at covering. They're not going to be better at protecting. So I didn't love what they did. I mean, Rondale Moore, as much as I like him as a player, I just didn't like what Arizona did at all in the draft. Doesn't mean that Rondale's not going to be a good player. It's just that I didn't like what they did.
Here's another winner for you: the Los Angeles Chargers.
Yeah, I was just going to say the Chargers, big winners.
Rashawn Slater, Asante Samuel Jr., and then they got Josh Palmer, who I really like. For Herbert to throw to. And then Palmer was there was a quote that came out right after he was drafted, and he said he was going to be in the pocket of Keenan Allen and in the pocket of Mike Williams like loose change.
Nice.
I really like that kid. And then they took Trey McKitty, tight end, 6'4", 246-pound kid to play tight end. So RIP to Donald Parham and his 6'7" frame. I really like what the Chargers did.
I don't know if it's RIP to Parham, but because I don't think the rookie's coming in and just stealing his job. I think it's going to be a competition. I do think that they were going to bring in some tight end help at some point. We'll see who wins that job. Parham's a hell of a player. He's certainly more of a receiving weapon, and he's at least experienced in the league. But we'll see.
When I plug Parham into your model, he doesn't meet any of the.
No, but I mean, no, he doesn't. But tight ends are tough, man. They're really like Antonio Gates and Logan Thomas, and a lot of these guys are, if you're just big and athletic, and then all of a sudden you can put it together. Waller was a wide receiver, so a lot of these guys are kind of it's hard, man. So I think Parham has that type of skill set where you talk about Logan Thomas and Darren Waller. I think he comes from that type of vein but who knows? I mean, he could also bust out, so I'm not super high on him.
Here's where I think he could make an impact in the red zone because he's 6'7".
He's huge. He's fast. I mean, he's a damn good receiver. He probably can't block, so maybe McKitty and him sort of, help each other out. But another winner I thought was Minnesota. I thought Minnesota did an outstanding job in the draft. They did what Arizona should have done. They traded out of their pick. They moved back however many slots, like 7 or 8 slots. They went from 14 to 23 or something like that, or something like that.
You liked Minnesota taking a quarterback in round 2?
Not specifically, but no, they took him in round 3.
Round 3. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Look, here's the thing: is that was basically a free pick because they moved back from wherever they were, like 16 to 23, and picked up 2 third-round picks. And with those third-round picks, they were able to. First of all, they took Darisaw and then Wyatt Davis, who I thought Wyatt Davis at the guard position would have gone in the early second round. What the hell do I know? But there he is at pick 23 in the third round. I thought that was nice. So now you got Darisaw and Wyatt Davis, 2 high-end offensive line talents. Hopefully come in. Hopefully one of them makes a difference. So I like that. They take a shot on a quarterback. Not crazy. I mean, not that I follow Chris Sims too closely, but I mean, there's some analysts who thought he was a little bit better than others. And in the third round with a quarterback, it's pure upside. He's pretty athletic, so we'll see about that. It probably is a throwaway pick. They get Chaz Surratt, the linebacker out of North Carolina, and Patrick Jones, the edge out of Pittsburgh, all players that I've heard good things about. So they're able to sort of put a number of good players on the squad and did so with just that one trade where I would have taken Darisaw when they were on the clock originally. So moving back, still getting him was it was just an unbelievable win for them. So I thought they did a good job.
Good stuff, Scott. Good stuff. Any particular loser you wanted to point out?
I mean,
I'm waiting for it. Come on.
You want me to say the Raiders?
Tony.
So here's the thing about the Raiders, right? They reached for Leatherwood, but then Morig fell to them at 43.
Bingo.
So if you swap those picks, if you say, they took Morig at 17 and then they took Leatherwood at 43, what difference does it make? So I think they were very fortunate there because Morig can play. I really like Morig, and I know our own Kyle at KL Fantasy, he really likes him also.
I totally agree. I mean, I think they did fine. I mean, I have no problem with what they did, really. I mean, their last drafts are what they're going to be paying for going forward. The Giants, as you point out, with taking Kadarius Toney, of course, I've criticized him, but really, Gettleman trading back and getting a first-round pick. I mean, he then blew the first-round pick on Toney when Bateman was there and all sorts of other players. I mean, Darisaw was literally on the board. I mean, just take the damn tackle. They didn't take a tackle. There's no way you're going to tell me that Kadarius Toney is a more valuable player in 4 years than Christian Darisaw. There's just no doubt. I mean, unless Darisaw completely flames out. So to me, that was a huge miss. They traded back appropriately. Ojulari, I think he's a pretty good little edge there, so that's fine. And then we'll see about the corner they picked. I just thought, again, you got to win at the point of the attack. I mean, we've been saying that forever. We're fantasy guys. We don't give a shit about, blocking tight ends and, deep threat receivers, but they matter in real football, So I just thought it was just, not a huge fan of what he did, but trading back was smart.
I thought the Chiefs being able to pick up Bolton at pick 58 was amazing. I think the Seahawks are losers. They waited all that time to make a pick, and it's Dwayne Eskridge, and they really didn't need a wide receiver. I don't feel like.
I like Eskridge, but
I like Eskridge just fine. I just
a need there.
Yeah, I just don't think they needed him there. So.
Well, if you look at the Chiefs draft, they got the right tackle at pick 31 or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's his name?
They traded for him. They traded for Brown. Yeah, from
Brown, and then they get Creed Humphrey, the center out of Oklahoma, who Brad Wire's telling us is like the best center available. At least one of them. So they sure up the center position. They got guards for days. They pick up a tackle and trade. I thought they did pretty well.
Then get the second, in my opinion, the second best linebacker in the draft, all the way at pick 58.
Yeah,
just amazing value there. The Chiefs had the rich get richer, fantastic draft.
Yep.
You know who else? And it was kind of fun to watch them celebrating in the war room was the Lions. They sat tight and they picked Penei Sewell.
Yeah.
Look, they strengthened to strength, and look. If you just have the dopest offensive line in the league, you can possess the football, and if they can win that way, then they went ahead and drafted 2 defensive tackles, which, hey, if they're any good, then they can win at the point of attack. I don't know how good the cornerback is that Melifano or whatever his name is out of Syracuse. Who knows? But I just think getting Sewell is good enough. I mean, at that point, that's all you're really doing is looking at that one pick.
Yep. All right.
I think I had one other. I'm trying to look. Who'd you just mention? Chargers, Rams. Hold on. There's one other team I wanted to mention.
I thought the Patriots had a good draft. They wait and they get Mac Jones. Then Barrymore falls back to him. I
Perkins at the edge. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I think that's probably right. I mean, that defensive front was something of a problem last year. Granted, they were missing Dante Hightower. Chung was actually a pretty big run supporting player, but the secondary is pretty good if they keep that intact. J.C. Jackson and McCourty's and and Gilmore, obviously, with the Duggar. The rookie from last year. So their secondary is good. If they can shore up the front and stop the run, I said with Evan Silva that they were trying to play in a rock fight every week, and they just couldn't win a rock fight because they couldn't stop anybody on the from running the football. Well, Barmore and Ronnie Perkins is a pretty stout edge. If they get Hightower back, I don't know if he's going to be any good. I mean, he's getting old, but if he's any good at all, then all of a sudden that front is pretty good. And like you say, if they found the quarterback of the future, which we don't know if they did, but if they did, then it's an absolute home run draft.
Yeah, we're going to wrap it up here. I want to stay in the AFC East real quick and commend the Jets. They get Zach Wilson. They trade back up. They get Elijah Vera Tucker to protect Zach Wilson, and then they get Elijah Moore, who I love Elijah Moore. So they did a real good job. Guys, I had a fantastic time. I'm glad you were able to join us. Scott, I'm glad you hopped in.
Yeah.
BZ, it was good to see you again, brother. Michael, I'm so glad we got to chop it up. Hope we get to do it again in the future.
We will.
This has been day 2, everybody. Hope you enjoyed it. We're out.